All right, what's up, everybody? It is TCH Live, your Tuesday night stream. I am joined in person tonight by my man, Aaron McAvoy. Glad to have you guys here. We have a 5, 10, 25 no-limit game. It says PLO because they're doing a flip here, but it is a no-limit hold'em game. A lot of familiar faces, but excited to have you finally in the booth with me and not remote.
That's right. Yeah, I finally get to see the little booth that we got here, hanging out. Got nice, decals and stuff on the wall. Much nicer than my little hole in the wall that I get to sit in. No, I kid, of
You
course.
guys are brand new, right? Yeah. They'll get you done up right, I'm sure.
Indeed. But it's good to be here. Happy to be once again calling the show with you. And yeah, last night's banger of a show. If anybody was not tuned in for that, or perhaps tuned out when the video feed went down, definitely go back and check out the end of that one. The three-handed play to finish things out was absolutely fantastic. Had such a blast calling the show with you last night for that final table. Yeah. And another big congratulations to Colby for taking down the nearly 85,000 for that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a great involvement in the chat. Everybody was kind of excited. We did have that little hiccup with the technology for a minute, but we got it back running thanks to our production team. And hopefully everything is smooth and gravy tonight, because we've got some new faces and then obviously some old school cats here tonight. So I think it's going to be a fun one. We're going to have a lot of action. So here we go with our first hand, and starting off with a PLO flip.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so we can see JD and John down there. Of course, we got 3 coin over in the 9C as well. But yeah, just talking to you over the last few minutes here about our 2 newest players to the stream, or at least one newest player and a couple of players that haven't really been on very much. So we've got Mateo's coming in from Boston. And do a little bit of a content creator, and joining us here on the live stream tonight will be over there in the 3 feet. And then we've also got Bobby and Jay joining us for second, third time, something like that as well. So welcome to those players.
Yeah, excited to have them. Both guys play at TCH quite a bit as well. So good to see them back. Of course, we got the J Diggles, JD back on here, Z Fish. 3 coin, the man of many hats. And we're missing, who else we got here? We will get those other 2 seats filled here shortly, of course. But yeah, full game tonight. Everybody's buying in for the 5K. Looks like Jay started that off. Okay, Bobby bought in for 4K. But Jay started that off with a nice little win there on that PLO flip. And we're going to get to the hold'em game.
All right, and looking in the chat here, we've got Mehmet and a seat joining us. Thank you guys for joining us, and it was a pleasure having you in the chat last night. So welcome back. Also, it's Mangos, Michael, and Matthew. Thank you guys for tuning in, and welcome.
There's Ryan, okay, another staple from Tuesday night. One of our big action players that we love having on. So Ryan is here to mix it up.
Very good. All right, so 5, 10, and a quarter to get things started. Pay no attention to the 100, 100, 100. We'll get that rectified here in a moment. But as it stands, we've got open down there on the button, I believe. No, Bobby in middle position.
With the 5 deuce. Welcome back, Bobby.
Yeah, coming in hot. And if that's any indication of how Bobby's going to play tonight, I love it. I'm here for it. 3-bet to 2 1/4. Looks like called in 2 spots. I think we're going 3 ways to a flop. King in the window and a couple of diamonds behind it. So JD here, top pair and a flush draw. John with second pair, top kicker. Bobby has whiffed this, as you usually do with the 5 deuce. John not going anywhere, but Bobby predictably out of the way. Here we go, heads up to a turn now. 8 of spades, no change. JD still out in front with 11, 10 in the middle. Typically see a size up here. But JD gonna check this back. Does have the diamond for some protection. Doesn't have to bet and can get his opponent to do exactly this, lead the river for a block size. But just a call from JD with the second nuts. Doesn't think he can get called if with a raise there, I suppose. Second nut's usually worthy of a raise, though, and if you do face a 3-bet, then you kind of reevaluate, but plays that one a little slow.
All right, well, looks like Mateo's got a lot of fans already joining us. Tester test. Says, yo to Cartito.
Thank you, sir.
He is 23 years young and already playing in stakes like this. So love seeing another young player making a little name for himself. Got like 16,000 followers on his Instagram. So got to meet him, and very humble guy. You know, real cool guy, and just loves the game and trying to do it for a living. So
very cool.
Good
well,
luck to him.
It's too bad that Mr. Harvey Castro is in the tournament out there and not on the table here. We could have a battle of the young guns.
Absolutely.
Every one of them are a good reason. Absolutely.
All right, pretty monstrous hand here for a 3-coin in the small blind. Just going to call the 3-bet. Definitely a spot that 4 bets could have gone in, as we do have a new player here in the 4 seat, waiting to get them in to the system so that we can get this hand underway.
Could be wrong. I believe that it's Nick.
I promise my cards are good. Yeah. Pretty. 3 max? I don't know.
All right, indeed it is. Suited 2-gapper.
It technically is going to be on you, but we got to wait for no, it is. Wait a second, there's going to be 3 cards up there. You might have an advantage if you see the cards. Yeah, you should probably.
And so we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Here we go.
Call it in the dark. Raising in the dark.
3-coin is betting in the dark, and how about that? He's going to smash top pair.
Take about 30 seconds to put the flop out every hand. You know?
I'm protecting my small guys.
It's an odd way to protect it. Just called 3-bet and then dark bet.
Protect your ace-king.
Yeah, so pay no attention to the flop on your screen. It is indeed 2 clubs out there. So it is a flush draw for Nick and top pair for 3-coin. Or is this,
we think,
or maybe this is the corrected flop. I don't know. Now I'm tripping. I don't know. We'll get another look down at the board, but
it's worth it. I mean, no, yeah, I would have done it. I mean, I just won the flip right now. I would have made 300. Yeah.
I'll call it.
Yeah, there you go.
I have looked.
Okay, it is.
Oh, so the flop that I saw is what registered in my brain.
Same.
That was the incorrect one. Okay. So it's an up and downer here for JD. Goes for the raise and gets called in 2 spots. Now it's a whole lot of nothing for Nick and a gutty for 3-coin.
Bobby. Hey, Bobby. Ryan, we played one time over at... okay, yeah. Once before.
JD here now. Pretty tough tree to bark up against 2 opponents. Maybe one you can keep telling the story, but does slow it down here. And the river is a 5 of diamonds. So we're actually just in a spot where 3-coin has the best hand with ace high, goes all in as a bluff and wins. Shows the best hand.
Now, he might be the youngest at the table. Look at that young man energy from 3-coin there. Already dancing a jig.
JD, how good my brother Brad? Is it still shitty?
Randy's got like character level 9,000. Like that man is amazing.
Lord have mercy. 3-coin is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Bluffing with the best hand, but put his whole stack out there.
Oh my God. Hey, oh my God. I'm coming back.
So yeah,
a
a little bit unfortunate we had so many sort of wrong cards show up there, but yes, we have Jack on the turn, and 3-coin did indeed go all in there.
You don't say. I'm just going.
Keep it up, boys.
Call this guy.
Oh, we going to, JD?
Nothing orthodox about this gentleman.
Number 2 already.
No.
That's the way we like it.
You guys better lock in for a fucking 2.5-hour stream, boy. Let's go. Quick one tonight.
All right.
We still got time
Snack
to buy
time
in,
monotone
JD.
flop. Good board
We
for
still got time
Bobby.
to buy
You
in.
better get some alternates ready. Let's go.
We ever seen anyone break the table single-handedly?
Got a bunch of them.
No improvement on the turn
Get them ready.
for 3 coin. And he's out of there.
Now, look, JD, I bought money staying there.
Just saw the lovely Miss Mallory walking by. She is back in town from the Run Good series she was a part of. And this is, again, Miss Mallory, who puts on all of our lineups. This is how you get a hold of her if you want to play Tuesday night here in Dallas. Scan that QR code, or you can contact her via email or shoot her a text. She's also on the socials, Mallory Poker. A lot of fun, and puts together these great lineups for us. So if you want to play here in Dallas, give her a holler.
I got a pissed off JD behind me. Oh, raise.
Raise to 100.
That's my favorite pocket pair right there. The 2 black queens. They don't ever do me wrong. And Ryan likes them too.
Looks like Nick out of the straddle is going to defend. Heads up to a flop. King, king, 5. Pretty good for the queens. Nowhere near it for the jack, 8.
I'm the good guy.
And that hand is already over.
How's the new family member doing?
He's doing great, man.
That's
Dog's doing great.
What's that?
All right, so let's talk about this Trailblazer Tour. We just called the opening big event last night for the Final Table live stream. We've got the High Roller going tonight. I believe that is still open for registration if anyone is interested in playing that. Then tomorrow morning, there is the $800 main event flight over at the Las Colinas location, as well as the Deuce to 7 single draw tournament, which I will be playing. Going to be here at the Texas Card House Dallas location, kicking off at, I think it's 11 a.m.
Yeah, schedule's up on our website, and of course, Poker Atlas has all the info as well. Just click on the Dallas room on the, or the Las Colinas room on the Poker Atlas, on our website, and you can actually just scroll down and you will see all of the dates pop up with each tournament that's going to be on that day. So really cool events going on. There was a tag team event today. Got to see some of our favorites. Tejas and Mitch Lloyd was out there. So shout out to those guys and everybody that was having fun playing in the tag team event today.
Yeah, and still registration open in the 5 p.m. Main event flight that's going on right now as well. So the first flight of the main event up and running, and registration going to be available in that one until somewhere around 9:30, I think, this evening.
Now 4-bet from Nick with Jack 10 offsuit.
Yeah, big blind versus straddle.
Well, okay, never mind. Having a little, it was 3 coin that did the 4-betting.
Oh, okay.
Can we verify what his cards were, please?
All right, so I thought that Bobby was in the straddle. Maybe he did just open that from under the gun, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some.
And I'm not sure how we got 4 bets in there from 3 coin in the hijack, but here we are. Flop 2 pair for 3 coin, continues for 600. Very small continuation. The king queen sticks around, and a 10 of diamonds on the turn changes nothing. Check, check, and Brick City here. It's going to be aces and 8s now for 3 coin.
My favorite bet tonight. 2 times 3 is 600.
A little like PBS learning special here. You know, you get your times tables and win in big pots. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was a $4,800 pot though either.
When
But
you did, I said they're not.
let's say he won $2,300. So there we go.
No, they're not. Thank you.
Don't call it a heater, boys.
He's unstoppable, man.
Looks like one, only smaller.
Yeah.
There's some comedy in there somewhere.
There we
That's
go.
my wife. Oh, Lord. Miss Paul. Bless her
I'll
heart.
call you Big D Randy for nothing.
No, for nothing is
So we're on a 15-minute delay. Looks like just a couple of hiccups throughout
2K, by the way.
the start here, but we will get it going. Sometimes it takes the software a bit to catch up.
Yeah, but it looks like we've been given a note from production that something goes a little bit awry with this hand. So bear with us. Hopefully hand number 7 is sort of the end of our troubles. But it looks like Mateo's here on the button, putting in a 3-bet to 500 with the ace-jack. Z-Fish sticking around with a defend on 10-7-0. Nowhere near this board. And queen high flops, not particularly good for the 3-better, but is going to continue in position for a little under 1/3 pot. And Z-Fish here is going to stick around with 3 to a straight. Now a deuce rolls off. Whole lot of nothing for that 10-7 now.
I was ready to get home.
Don't think he just donk jammed all in for 4K. I believe this is going to be a check-check.
It was a ring deal, too.
And yeah, this is the problem that we were alerted to. It looks like the software has sort of already completed the hand, but the players are still in there making decisions, and it's going to be a probe now, a lead on the river from the 10-7 high, and that is going to be good enough to get the job done.
All right, Z-Fish taking that one down.
The one we're talking about. Oh my God. You'll know when it's the one. You'll stay.
All right, so I think it showed up as Mateos winning an all-in showdown there against Z-Fish or something weird. Okay, now it looks like we backed that up. So, all right, hopefully everything is squared away as we move forward.
There's not a hard pitch.
Oh, you or me?
Mark Bounds wants to know, what poker room is this? This is Texas Card House in Dallas, Texas. Texas Card House has 6 locations around the state, and we live stream from several of those. We've got live streams coming down out of Austin, Spring, Texas, even up here in Dallas as well.
I'm on JD's team today, all right? Just punish him, yeah.
Yeah, test. Do apologize for all of that, and hopefully things get sorted out here momentarily. On occasion, we have some hiccups that we just kind of have to work through, and hopefully all of those will be in the rearview mirror here before you know it.
Tonight, man, I'm coming after you.
After me?
After Ryan.
Weird.
After the 2
You gotta get Jay by default because
Weird.
so he's basically getting bit on.
What is that?
If you get Jay,
All right, so after one orbit of Hold'em, we got 3-coin, the biggest winner, up nearly a buy-in, mostly at the expense of Bobby and a little bit off of Nick and Mateos as well.
this is your chance.
Oh my God, Randy's missing his fucking straddle. What are we doing?
I'm a nit.
Oh my God, this game is going downhill big time.
A couple of 9s here for Jay, going to open it from early position.
I'm thinking about the person
Bobby
who told me that
sticking
every
around with
time
the
I
4D
use my
suited,
coach,
so Bobby really came to play and
I feel a little nervous.
going to keep his VPIP up nice and high. Flops a gut shot to the wheel.
He said,
Pocket 9 still best with John in there as well.
Some people advertise that he pays him to keep his
Yeah,
mouth shut.
seriously.
I'll give you a 50% discount if you don't tell him.
Obviously, John's not coaching me. Look at how I play.
Continuation bet from Jay. Bobby makes the call with that gut shot and picks up an up and downer now. And Jay going to continue telling the story, picks up a gut shot of his own and does have the range advantage here. So bet a 550. A little bit unorthodox with the 9s though, as if your opponent has an ace, they're probably just never folding and you're kind of barking up the wrong tree. As it stands, he checks the river and Bobby is going to stuff it, playing the board.
Is that Biggie on your pants?
Oh, that would be.
Says he's only got a smidge over 1,000. I'm not sure that's exactly accurate, but it still is an all-in on an ace-high board. And Jai now, or Jay, wants to figure out just what exactly the size of the bet is.
He did. No way. No, we might have
The
done
Gumball 31. This is actually TCH Dallas, not Austin.
Don't think we did put some jewelry on it.
But the TCH in Austin is fantastic. The new TCH Social, one of the most beautiful rooms I've ever
Give
seen.
me a range.
And I'm also very happy to call that my home room here in Austin. As Jay is going to fold and get shown the 4 high.
That's the one. That's about Hey, welcome to the fucking game, boys. Huh? Way to punish, Bobby. Oh, guy, new tricks. Oh, guy, new tricks.
You got a lot of energy at this table tonight, Eric. I love it.
I do too, especially since when Ryan walked up to the table, he's like, yeah, Bobby, I think I played with you before. Now he's standing up and hitting him on the shoulder like they've grown up together, you know?
Yeah.
The energy is alive, and we can thank 3 Coin for getting that started off. Dancing a little jig after bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah, and I think even after just one orbit here, Bobby V-pipping at like 70, 80% and now showing this 4 deuce, like anybody who's been paying attention should be like, okay, all right, I think Bobby is the guy to keep an eye on here. He's going to be playing a lot of pots and he's not always going to have premium.
We're off to a good start tonight. 100%.
Sometimes it takes like 2 hours to figure out exactly what someone's doing, but I think everybody's got a pretty good idea what Bobby's up to already.
So far, they definitely have him kind of sussed out. 4 bet here from Jay with the suited ace queen of hearts. Gonna take that down.
See, imagine how much you would want to do to straddle. See what you did? I just lost 275.
A lot of fans from Mateo in the chat here, hoping to find out a little bit more information maybe about our 4-seat Nick, as I'm unfamiliar with him. But he's obviously come to play as well, mixing it up.
Yeah, just not this hand. A little early bathroom break here.
Should have said just because the stream's early, I'll call.
Ooh, is that a walk?
Wow, a walk all the way over to Z-Fish here with the suited ace-5.
Same half.
The powerful ace-5 close.
He's like your second button Z-Fish.
This to me, this is a premium.
You have 2 buttons.
Yeah.
2 buttons are still going to get fucked up.
Yep.
We saw a lot of our favorites that have been on our tournament streams, and some of our cash streams are actually out there playing in the room. You mentioned Harvey Castro. His brother's out there playing, so we got both Castro bros out there. We got our villain, who's played quite a bit on our stream out there. Mr. Delivery is out there. And our New Year's Bang winner is out there in the tournament right now, as well as Yum Yum.
Nice.
It was a lot of fun, so
You know how it goes.
really cool to see a lot of cool faces out there grinding it up.
Man, that sounds like a fun flight. Kind of want to just
Get out of the booth and go.
yeah,
Go
I
fire
mean,
a bullet.
Yeah, that would be fun.
What's up? Punish.
All right, Bobby 3-betting with the 2 red 10s
Take it, Bobby.
after the initial open, I suppose, from Z-Fish, but Bobby going to take this one down and continues to chip back up towards his initial starting stack. But really only 2 players have profited after an orbit and a half here. Jay up Taco Bell money and 3 Coin up nearly a buy-in.
Yeah, so our New Year's Bang tournament winner, Justin Thomas, is back in town from Kansas. Love seeing him back down here. He had such a good time down here. One of the most humble dudes I've met. Just, you know, told us how blessed he felt to have won that huge tournament and life-changing for him. And love seeing him coming back down and firing and getting another shot at another big prize, as that one is going to be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 1 million guaranteed for our title event here in the Trailblazer Tour in Dallas. Yeah, first place should be 200K plus.
Absolutely.
Nice little payday for somebody waiting. Hopefully it's me.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's me. I would love to be on the table playing instead of in the booth calling the action, but we shall see. A lot of poker to be played between now and Monday, which will be final table live stream of that event. All right, let's get the lay of the land here. We got a club flush draw for JD. Top pair queen kicking for Z Fish. And just a pair of nines for John, who is going to bet 300. Presumably, it has checked to him as Z Fish. I guess Z Fish may have just called this from the big blind. Goes for a small check raise on this flop to 700. JD says that's a good enough price for me to peel one off as long as John doesn't 3-bet this up higher. And in fact, John does nothing of the sort. He's out of there. Heads up now between Z-Fish and JD. Can we get a club on the turn? We cannot, but it is a little bit of extra equity. A 6 now will make a straight for JD. And if Z-Fish really only has 2.4K behind, JD has two options here. One is to just totally realize his equity, check behind, and just see what comes off. He's in position, so he'll get to make any decisions, or do what he's doing here to put Z-Fish to the test.
Rip City from JD.
Yes, sir.
He says, I do cover you.
Pretty sure that Z-Fish has more than 2.4K, though. I think that may go back to the little snafu we had on hand number 7. But it looks to me like he's got more like 3,500 here, right?
Yeah, got 2K in black alone there.
And I think
Plus.
the chips in his hand are also black chips. Yeah. So this, I think this is an overbet shove.
All right, once or twice? Once.
Oh, he's going one time.
I'm drawing. I mean, it doesn't matter.
All right, all in from JD. He's behind and needs to improve. Rip it. And there's the club
Hello,
for JD.
club. Oh, JD wanted to run it one time
Nice one.
and gets there.
Oh, nice call, Z.
Yeah, Z-Fish there did make the correct call, but can't fade the river.
You know why you lost that hand?
Damn, good hand.
Sorry, brother.
No, you're fine.
Not gonna talk shit.
Come on, no, you have to. You can't leave us with that.
Thank you, JD.
I'll do something. You know why you lost that hand?
Thank you, John.
Z-Fish will
You
be
didn't roll with the ace. That's
bringing
why.
some new chips to the table.
Not a never.
Get his chip count
See, that's your problem.
back
That's
right.
why
But
you
yeah, he lost
it.
the original buy in there.
Trying to think Z-Fish? All right.
Hey, Z, how much are you reloading?
Let me see. How much
And now JD up there right behind 3Coin as the big winner so far. We're not even 2 orbits in, and 2 players are up nearly a buy-in, so
I tell you what.
chips are moving around.
That's 3-1 worthy right
Love to see
there.
it.
I'm about to put that in my book.
Best answer. Best answer that possibly could have came out of your mouth. All right, like I wasn't.
All right, Ronnie B had to dip out before the tournament ended last night. Well, we can fill you in. It was a heads-up match between Quad J and Colby, and Colby brought it home after some pretty impressive fireworks. We had a pretty massive meltdown from Quad J, stuffing in like 35 big blinds with Jack 7 suited. Colby snaps it off with 2 red aces. It looks like he's sailing away into the sunset with the victory. And it goes backdoor spade flush for Quad J.
The double bink, bink, bink. Yep.
Yep, runner after a clean flop. And then it was a 2-to-1 chip advantage for Quad J, but Colby grinded it out, got down as low as a 4-to-1 chip disadvantage, did Colby, but swung it back around with some good play and some good cards, managed to even things out, then take the lead. And I dare say that Quad J kind of just got a little bit flustered, and there was a big collision where top pair against second pair, where second pair turned trips, got all the money in, and after that it was just over. So yeah, Colby coming away with the win.
That's 550.
Tony Ferguson joining us in the chat. What's up, my man? Welcome in.
What's going on, Mr. Tony?
All right, ace-high board here for both Mateos and Nick. Bottom pair for John with some backdoor hearts working. But Nick with the best hand here. Out of position, facing a bet and a call.
All 550.
also going to make the call. Here we go. Still 3 players to a turn. No additional equity for John. And those kickers will be playing regardless of the river. Nick here sort of visibly confused about exactly what is transpiring. Does elect for a check here. And yeah, it's kind of like check or go all in. And going all in doesn't really feel like you're going to get called by much that you beat. So kind of like this decision. But I think if you're going to check, you kind of need to do it with the intention of like calling, right? Like on the river. Like if Mateos jams, we're sticking our money in there because we only have 2.5K, less than pot size behind. And top pair jack kicker is probably too strong to check turn and then fold river.
It's a more professional shtick, but it's shtick.
Here's an interesting decision point though, as we get a block from Mateos. Oh, never mind. We just snap call as Nick, and gonna win the jack kicker.
Aces and 4s, jack kicking, gonna take that down. Yeah, Joshua, we've had PLO before. It's just not as popular. You know, it's a supply-demand thing for sure. Last week we actually had a Big O event, and we had a 5-card game, high-low. So we have definitely done some, 4-card, and of course, like I said, 5-card last week. But fans keep coming back, and people want to watch guys play No Limit Hold'em more often than not. So that's kind of been our bread and butter here. But obviously, you can reach out to Mallory or anybody else that puts on the lineups at TCH, the other locations, Austin and Houston, Rio Grande Valley. They've been doing a little bit of PLO and some round of each type games. So, definitely something that we do now and then. It's just kind of a, like I said, supply and demand situation.
Yeah, I mean, PLO, Big O, they continue to become more and more popular, right? I remember there was a time not so long ago when a PLO table literally never started at the TCH location in Austin, and now it's a fairly regular occurrence to have the PLO running. And I think that's just ubiquitous around the state, right? Like, people enjoy playing PLO, but until it really starts to take over as far as popularity, I mean, the 2-card game is just so digestible, right? You look at the screen, you see 2 cards, you immediately kind of get a feel for whether or not somebody has something. You don't have to squint and try to figure out where is all that equity coming from. Oh, it's because he's got a backdoor flush draw and a gut shot, right? Like, it's just more clear with 2 cards, but
and it's definitely more manageable for the software to handle as well. Let's say that much.
And the dinosaurs in the booth here who are trying to squint at the screen and be like, wait, what does everybody have? There's 6 people in with 4 cards apiece, and I don't know what's happening. All right, top pair for Nick. I continue betting for value. Z-Fish here with the over cards.
Oh man, I'm so glad the Raiders got the coach they did. That'll be some fun.
And
game.
he'll make the call.
We'll go out there and do that. Oh yeah.
Does have that king of hearts, so if a heart rolls off, may be able to turn his hand into a bluff. It also pairs the 6, which is a hand that Z-Fish could potentially interact with. Opening from the button, he'll have some 6s, and if the flop was check-check and the betting started on the turn from Nick, then actually not a bad card to represent, having the king of hearts and that 6 pairing the board. Nick bets 750 for about 1/3. And we'll see just how froggy Z-Fish is feeling tonight here.
Mulling those options right now. Bought in for a fresh 10K after going to the felt.
Kind of ring with him, because you better bring your A game and your energy.
I left about 2 a.m. About 10 a.m. I woke up and I texted and said,
The weird thing about having ace-king, though, is that you sometimes just have the best hand. So you don't always have to turn it into a bluff. But yeah, Z-Fish is going to go for it. I figured this was the case. And he's basically going to just put 2 1Ks on top of the existing wager.
Heck yeah, good for him. Good for him.
And that will do it. Z-Fish gets it through. Nick clicks the fold button here pretty quickly. And Z-Fish gets a nice little bluff through. That's 2 now. First one was with the 10-7-0 early, and now with the ace-king high. So Z-Fish running some good bluffs here. After getting wrecked by JD in that club on the river earlier.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. They got some special things going on. I thought they were nice.
Top pair, and you're like, what can I do? Oh no!
He's becoming
What if he has a better hand? That's exactly what happened. And then you call, and then it's like, oh, man.
Ready. I'm so sorry, guys. I forgot what I had, so I'm just going to bet this. What was the 3?
3 coins and you're good.
Raise 300.
3 coin out to lunch there.
Give me action.
And that makes it 300 once he realizes it's on him. Gonna get called in at least 2 spots.
If only I had more chips on the table, it's my only regret. But I know don't need them. I want to give them to you. A chance at it.
Ryan here gonna come in for a squeeze. Jack 7 suited, but it's a relatively modest squeeze. I think if you're gonna go for this, you need to crank it up a little bit more. Okay, it's 1400. I guess that's a 500 underneath all that. I thought that was a small chip. Never mind. This is a pretty good size.
Hopefully stick around for a flop on this one.
How much do you have?
I started at 58, so.
Okay. 14?
You're expecting to do math?
Yeah, still though, the problem is that if you don't price out that first guy, then everyone's going to call, and that's exactly what happened. So I guess the price was a little too low, even at 1400. So 4 ways to a flop with 56.55 in the middle. Brian the 3-better, well under SPR of 1. And a couple of hearts, ace high, really good board for him to represent, and he's got equity, and no one else has anything. So this is actually brilliant for Ryan. Yeah, because he just gets to go all in, and even if his opponents had something, they'd be in a tough spot.
That's such a pretty hand, too.
I know, so is this motherfucker.
Oh my goodness, there we go.
This is why
We've seen some good poker here, and we're only into this show like half an hour. I love it.
That's the call is your problem. Y'all got to raise. Yeah, if you're gonna put one in, like, we're gonna look at 3.
and they weren't red.
Really, we're all
And
cards.
we also have
Yeah, boy.
Taco Bell. It's about to go down. It's about to go down in the booth.
Jay isn't the only one with Taco Bell money.
All right.
Time to get my Taco Bell meal that you have owed me for
A long time.
a little while now.
I don't know what it was we bet on the live stream, but I lost more than once. So this is probably meal 1 of 2. But here we go. Yeah, a couple of chubby kids at the buffet here, about to chow down.
All right, and we will spare you all from the ASMR of us chewing loudly into the microphone.
We'll take turns.
But shout out to Eric Van Loozen, a man who always pays his Taco Bell debts.
Right, that's classic, right? Better like aces, these buggers. Hell yeah. Good play.
Johnny boy. Fucking around.
All right, John here taking it up to 350 after it looks like maybe a limp for 50 or something over the $50 blind. Oh no, I guess he just opened under the gun for that size.
Our next dealer saying that I'm better than that. I don't know, Jake. I don't know, Jacob. We'll see. 300 folks already tuning in. We're just about 40 minutes into our Tuesday night live stream, going for 5 hours tonight. Again, I'm Eric Van Loozen, and this is Aaron McAvoy. Came in from Austin, and he's going to fire in some Trailblazer Poker Series tournaments starting tomorrow with Deuce to 7 single draw. Is that right?
Deuce 7 single draw, hell yeah.
All right, so if you guys want a chance to take some of Aaron McAvoy's chippies, catch him tomorrow in that tourney.
Dude, it's such a great game. Love Deuce to 7. It's also the triple draw, which will have Deuce to 7 in there as well as the Ace to 5 and Badoogie triple draw variants.
So believable.
All right. Open a 125 now, a small 3-bet from 3 coin. And Jay puts in the 4-bet with pocket 5s. We are getting spicy here.
You can go punish him.
What was the best?
1200.
2,400 to play.
Oh, I love it.
A 5th bet from 3 coin. Says, what was that bet? And then clicks it right up. And Jay has got to be like, oh my God, what have I got myself into now?
And would he even be considering it against any other player at the table? Possibly a couple of them, but
yeah, maybe Bobby, right? Yeah.
Bobby, Ryan, yeah, and he's just going to rip it in 3 coins' face.
6-bet all in with pocket 5s.
People that play the odds and all that, I only run this mother trucker once. That's going to be enough. I call.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
He said, ready? Do you have a pair?
Big ass pair of nuts. It's flip. High 5s.
It is a flip. He's got 5s.
5s are good. 5s are good. 5s
are good.
Oh my God.
Randy tells him, I'm going to run this MFer once.
3 more times, just like that.
And Jay says, oh, hell.
Oh my God.
What a hand.
We just played a 6-bet all-in pre 10.5K pot with Ace-7 overs 5.
Texas poker, baby. If you're wondering why Mateo wanted to come down from Boston and play on a Texas live stream, there you have it. You can win 10K or 5K, 5,500 with pocket 5s. No irony there.
Nope.
Just in time, Sassy. How about that hand? Welcome to the live stream on Tuesday night here. Glenn's going to get that pot right. We're going to try to catch our breath after that one. That was hand number 18, and we already have 10.5K pots here. Pocket 5s versus the Ace-7. Goodness gracious.
But I still would have done it.
I'm going to call Ben up now.
A reminder, this is still going on all the way through February 3rd. A lot of events. Trailblazer Poker Tour happening at TCH Dallas and Las Colinas. Highlighted by that $1 million main event, which kicked off today. Multi-flight event. Get in for your chance at $200K plus for first place. We're going to crush that $1 million guarantee. It's an $800 buy-in. We're actually doing some satellites, I think 2 a day. Throughout until it is finished. So you might have your chance to get some, I guess they're giving away little tournament tokens in these milestone satellites. So you'll have an opportunity to get in a little cheaper than the $800 buy-in, but that sucker is going to get juicy.
I don't want anybody here that's not going to be in there.
Yeah, those milestone satellites are fantastic. Great way to spin your way into a main event seat. And I mean, those are the coolest stories, where someone's like, yeah, I played a Sati, earned my seat, and then ran that seat all the way up to a final table and made heaps and heaps of money. So it's already one thing if it's like you just calculated in buy-ins off of 800, but then it's like, well, how many buy-ins was it if you bought into a $100 milestone satellite?
Please say yes, Randy. In my head, please.
Oh, yes.
I have a feeling in an hour he's going to receive a call saying, hey, man, you need to go home. And
Don't do that with their money again.
Yeah, Jay's investors may have a few questions for him after the 6-bet.
You got to trust the play style.
All in with 5s, but it worked out.
From his parents,
So
you know.
they can be upset, but not with the result, huh?
yeah, exam tomorrow.
There's the lovely Miss Mallory up there on stage.
I can tell you one thing about my friend Benham. Wherever he is, he's got a 3-coin hat on. God love him.
Yeah. And a smile. And a smile.
Oh, and a smile. What a great human.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I wonder what it takes for Benham to have
I bet Benham is actually watching our stream somewhere. Benham, if you're there, they're tooting your horn on the table as we speak. But no truer words have been spoken than what 3Coin just said. Benham is one of the coolest cats you guys will meet. Always has a smile on his face. Miss you, buddy, and we'll see you on the live stream soon, I'm sure.
You say what everybody's thinking. That's what I love about you.
Raise to 350 folds. Call 350.
All right, so a couple of limpers here before Jay bumps it up to 350. Nick makes the call. 3Coin going to come along as well, but he's covered by both players in terms of his cards. But we get a 10 high board. No, we don't. 9 high board, 2 tones. And actually, the 9 is a card he could hit because his king is kicking over the top of Nick and the 10. Nick, though, does have that straight draw working, so see how things develop. Nick will do the betting, 550 for about half pot. And a monstrous raise here. 3 1Ks get tossed out there by 3Coin. Jay's like, okay, Ace King of Hearts sucks here. And Nick is going to waste no time getting all of his chips in there for what amounts to a tiny little tickle of a raise that 3Coin will be calling. Here we go. Cards on their back, at least for 3Coin. Extra blocking for 3Coin, and it just runs out pure for the King 9.
There you go. Most aggressive player at the table puts you all in. You got top pair and an open ender. You're going to go with it, and it goes brick, brick.
This table is merciless, man.
Yeah, pretty good spot there generally to just commit all your chips as Nick, but just can't hit what he needs to. And 3Coin is going to take another player down to the felt, chipping up to 12,300. And we are not even a full hour into the stream.
So quick. It's like, what? 3 hours has already gone by?
Every pot's been 10 grand. Good luck. Hey, that little TCH Dallas.
He's just got a pile of chips over there.
That's the best way to operate, is just from the pile.
TCH in the house. Loving being here. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
How can he not love the energy? Let him bash. Wherever they are, let him bash. He's going to have a blast. And right now, he's stacking chips, so he ain't mad at anybody. One of the most genuine dudes you'll ever meet.
You know what? Because he told me what to do, I'm darking it.
Is that a new phrase? He's darking
I
it?
do not have
Okay.
to look. I regret that I did not look, though. JD, don't push me in the corner, kid.
Probably wished he did look. He's got a nice queen 10 of diamonds.
To my detriment.
They're going 4 ways. Couple of pairs.
End of the night?
It's not like you can see the whole cards in 2 hours.
Right in between the 6s and 8s.
That's gay to get him tilted. Just don't show little computer boy over here in the 3 seat, all right?
What did I do?
I know nothing about GTO. This guy's a pro.
Fucking JD's lore is going over here. He's an Instagram pro, buddy.
He's an Instagram pro.
Content
I'm just a normal
I'm a
kid.
social media guy, barely. He's got some Instagram group things in him. John, how much do you have behind?
Heads up.
That was 3Coin that pushed John's money out a little bit farther. I thought that was him actually betting and then folding.
You really did. I play better in the dark till it gets to the block.
That can't be true.
Seafish and John.
Can't be true.
Battle of the 6s and 8s here. It goes check, check. 8s are going to get it done.
3Coin would have gone runner, runner for the straight, so he's probably kind of sad that he
Can we make a bet,
didn't get
please?
to see that turn card.
Did I miss a
Insta
bet?
call, Insta call.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he sees that turn card. We know he's not going
I
anywhere.
never said I'm coming after John. I said I'm coming after you.
I know, that's fucking like auto, you know, it's contract. You're coming out. I get that.
The Z-Fish and Ryan battle has already started. Let's go.
Actually, I'm coming after JD. Bring it on, buddy.
Shows on.
Because that was big, man.
Z-Fish now
He's very nervous about that.
putting it on JD as well.
Raise
saying I'm going after JD's money. Well, good luck getting after the J Diggles. Shout out to our dealer, Glenn, tonight.
This signal shot.
He's going to deal this first couple hours.
Raise the 300. Hold. False 300.
Glenn likes to play some mixed games as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he fires at one of the deuce through 7 or other games we got going on.
Perfect. Yeah, a couple of mixed games coming up here in the next 2 days. We got the deuce 7 single, the triple, and then horse.
Horse, yeah.
On Thursday as well. So yeah, really good tournaments coming up. Also, the high roller PLO event, I believe, is on Thursday as well. So yeah, lots of good mixed games. All right, so 4 players see a flop. 3 coin put in this really funky kind of small 3-bet with King 4-0. Flop top pair, but John is in there with top pair as well. And Bobby with the combo draw, gut shot, and a flush draw.
Was it worse than 10 days?
It's got to be more than that, probably.
There's also some 1Ks out there from 3 coins, so I'm not sure exactly how this all went down, but it's like bet
You told me about that actually. You thought it was cheap. I think you told me before that you
or
You looked, right? You looked.
maybe check all the way through, bet from John all in, and then 3 coin raised.
We're not making up the kitty very often. My mom was just out. Like, we were like,
And Bobby's like, dude, I have a combo draw.
midday, we went up there.
Why'd you have to raise? 820 would have been perfect.
Hudson's for barbecue.
Yeah.
We're going to Ireland this summer.
I mean, Bobby doesn't have much more than this, right? This is sort of like
10 days.
you're all in or you just fold.
Yeah, the price went from oh so right to almost oh so wrong.
Yeah, but oh man, folding a combo draw feels bad. Anyways, Bobby and Ryan are out of there, and we are going to get shown down the King 4 versus the King 7. 7 has a slight mathematical advantage, and it looks like we're actually running it twice over here. 7 kicker is good, and 7 kicker is good.
Both hitting the 2 pair on the bottom board there. Sheesh.
I'm glad the 7 came before the 4.
So maybe if you wear a 3 coin hat, then Randy will run it twice with you. But otherwise, he's a rip it one time kind of a guy. I'd love to see it.
Damn. That's gonna be how much fun, y'all.
Are they in Dublin or?
Should we kick the net or what?
I know, we do.
So John there, a couple of fortunate run outs, and now back up to 3,000 until pull in all those chips. Just a small dent to 3 coin stack though. He's still up over 11K.
Yeah, and if Bobby only got the pleasure of running it once, he would have bricked out on that combo draw. So probably saying to himself, I guess good fold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does feel icky when you have to fold those just big combo draws. I mean, the open ender with the straight flush.
Yeah, I think you just always launch it in there. But yeah, the gutty, you don't even have an overcard, right? Like if you do have an overcard and it's just a gutty, then you have even more incentive to stick it in there. But yeah.
You have a rubber one?
Ooh, we got some new knit buttons. Look at these.
Well, these guys have been knitting it up so much. This is mandatory that we get these new knit buttons out.
No, you get 2. I get 2?
The hazard triangle.
Brought the play card tonight with his contacts.
Yeah, those are fun. I like it.
But you know what? That's how I know it's a clean game.
All right, did they say 100 or 200 ahead?
And you really are. And you really are.
I didn't hear. Probably just 100, but I suppose we'll find out when someone loses.
Be sure to turn off your mic this time.
Hopefully it doesn't get confused with the yellow all-in buttons.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's not, I think, enough of a disparity in size
Circle,
and shape.
yeah.
Yeah.
Every joke is a little.
I can see Eric here going full idiocracy, like trying to put the triangle thing into the circle hole and being like, "Ah, don't look at my answers."
Can I get change, please?
Oh, it's such a good scene.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, 2025 is a great time to watch Idiocracy. It really is.
Yeah, fantastic film. All right, heads up to a flop. A couple of 8s out there for our 9-8 wielder. Very good flop for Mateos. And the ace-7 Probably doesn't hate this flop either, as this is small blind versus big blind. Ace high gonna be good a lot of the time, just definitely not this time for Z-Fish.
We know if it was 3 coin, he'd be getting it all in with the A7.
Very, very possible.
That's been the trend tonight.
All right, half pot from Mateos. Love the big size here if he's going to get all the chips in against some sort of, you know, pocket pair. Needs to start just building the pot up now. Can't wait around as here on the turn after the bet and the call, we have a stacked pot ratio still over 3, but should be able to get all the money in by the river if we have a decent sized wager here, you know, 3/4 pot. And yeah, we're just gonna go full pot, which makes sense. Maybe a little bit smaller in my mind. You go 3/4, and then it's sort of like a full pot jam. As it stands right now, we're going full pot, and then it'll be 3/4 on the end. So it's just a little bit weird. Maybe even like 2/3. Yeah. And yeah, just a little bit too large for the ace high now. So Z-Fish runs away.
Standard rules.
Yeah, you have to show.
Nice hand there for Mateos. Well done, young buck. And Bill James want to know if it's a full moon. Well, the Wolves are out, and they're howling. Starting off with our 9 seed, Mr. 3 Coin himself.
I mean, it's easy fold for this kid.
What a fold.
Every time you got the read.
So sick, man. I got the read on JD, I got sucked out on.
I mean, River's probably a king, to be honest, if you call.
Oh, yeah. We believe you in your pity party down there.
Most of the players did buy in for 5K. I think we had a couple buy in just shy of that. But it's a match the stack game, so we definitely already have some stacks that are already up over 10K. Some in profit and some just added on. And somebody forgot to turn off their mic in the bathroom. Could it be the guy away from the table? No comment. Sometimes we get flushes on the table and off the table.
Gotta love it. All right, jack high board. 3 players still in on the turn. Ryan here with the best of it. After a little bit of thought on the king queen. John is out of there. Bobby's out of there. Ryan gets rid of his nip button.
Y'all can fucking retire that Ryan L loses the Nick game placard, okay? That shit's never going on stream again.
It's the first time I've seen somebody grab the mic and speak into it.
I know. I was asking for it. I did call it. So
But I also think we have to remember this moment. Ryan says that we will never show it on screen again. So if it ever happens,
Yeah, we're gonna have to call horse patootie on that.
you know, horse patootie.
Yeah. Don't want to get myself in the penalty box again here.
Don't do that. You have been shamed.
I believe he started with 5K, Dylan, and then added on. He's down just a little bit. Waking up with a couple of ladies, though, right on time as Jay was raising it up with the Queen 10 of clubs. Nick getting out of there with the Ace 9 of clubs. Ryan's never seen 2 suited connectors he doesn't like. But he is going to let that go after it was 3-bet from Mateos. Respects the young man.
Thank you.
Anybody have you scoped?
Randy, you do know we're playing the Nick game, yeah?
Are you drinking out of the toilet?
I'll tell you what, it only takes one hand for me to get a butt.
That's true.
I love a little pressure on myself.
Small, big, travel, double travel.
Because you know I'm going to pay to play in the net and win it then. So,
That's true, Randy.
hey, tell you what, ain't nothing like a moron with confidence.
There's a quote for you. Ain't nothing like a moron with confidence. It will confuse some people. You're like, God dang, this guy's cocky, but he sure is dumb, you know. It's like a Forrest Gump thing. He sure is fast.
Where's the 450 full?
Someone's gonna punish you.
Jay going to raise it up with the kings this time and get 3-bet again, but this time Jay's got the goods. Let's see what he does when it gets back to him now.
Time for me to get rid of this button.
The 10-5 wants some action. That hand usually flops well.
Real well. Yeah, a lot of possibilities for the 10-5-0. But yeah, this is just dead money most of the time, as Jay here is going to bump it up a little bit further. 2K to go now. Seafish here likes to use this 6 deuce as one of his 3-betting hands. We've seen it a couple of times, but should just be one of those ones where you're happy to mix it in and fool around a little bit, but when you get 4-bet, it's just easy muck. But, of course, we have seen Z-Fish do crazier things, and this is one of those things. He's going to call, inviting 3-coin to call behind, but yeah, 450 was the price point 3-coin was working at, and he's out of there. Heads up now, 45-40 in the middle. One player has 6 deuce suited.
Yes.
And whips.
Growing up, Ryan, my dad would give us coins.
I just don't think you're going to get Jay to believe you got a jack here.
I've talked to him a few times, but I've always gone back and got him.
Yeah, I mean, Z-Fish definitely capable of having some queen jack suited and some ace jack suited. Those are the hands you kind of give him here. There's really just the king jack of hearts remaining as far as those combos. But yeah, you certainly still thinking about value town here, as if Z-Fish has, you know, pocket 10s, pocket 9s, that's certainly a hand that could make a call.
This is insane. He's already torched money, and he's going to continue.
Yeah, Z-Fish making a pair. He now beats ace-king high, ace-queen high, those sorts of holding. SPR bang on 1 here. Does Jay go for another small bet and then try to get it all in? That is sort of the most logical, or you can just stuff it now. That does make some sense as well.
Saw the face from Z-Fish. It's like, how dare you not check to me and let me jam it in your face.
All right, well, Z-Fish got himself into this position. He does beat the unpaired hands, but that is about it. And with the pair of jacks on board, he knows that his, like, you know, his 6s are dead if his opponent has him beat right now. So he really just has to hope it's ace-king, ace-queen. Maybe like ace-5 suited, right? Like ace-5 suited is a possibility, given the 3 on the flop, deuce on the turn jam right now.
These are from the grocery store.
Oh, Mr. Brendan Kaufman joining us here on X. What is up, my man? The game is going great, man. So far, so good. Welcome in.
You think I'm always marketing.
Why is he tanking? Probably likes attention. No, he's tanking because he turned a pair of 2s and actually beats ace-king and ace-queen high, maybe even ace-5 as well. So very unconventional to ever have 6 deuce here, but now that he's arrived here, he needs to actually work through what are his chances of winning this hand. And he does settle on fold, which is correct. Was very, 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 very far behind, and does get to see the kings shown down as Jay wants to get rid of his nip button.
Yeah.
Where he at?
No, the dealer can, but we can't.
I know, we told him the new guy.
Like if we tell you, we get your button.
I like the rule.
Here, I'm adding 5.
See, I don't really give a shit about that cute rule, right? The point of the game is to create action. If you create action, that's like a little.
We won't read that one, but you definitely made us laugh.
Probably would have been a hard grab.
There you go. Jay is the leader right now. After those free chippies, it felt like, from Z-Fish. It's up a nice chunk. Mateos now has the pocket fives. He's going to raise it up to 150.
Reversion to the mean says you're full of shit next time.
Tell you what, if anybody can smell it out, Lion, you know how to smell that out.
Bullshit.
Got a little ×2 there with the 2 tanks. And John right behind him. This is the knit game. Ace, king of clubs. Worthy of a raise regardless. We'll see what JD wants to do. Call and 1 time, he says. So all in for John H.
And yeah, a couple of players in the chat wondering why he was even thinking about that, but yeah.
Oh. That's just little needle there to the ace king. We're going to give you 2 pair, but we've got a flush. And JD is going to felt John H there and get rid of his knit button.
Yeah, JD runs pretty pure in these spots most of the time, it seems.
Got another JD in the chat saying, go, JD, go.
Yeah, got to stand up for your crew. But yeah, I mean, let's remember, we've got the game on, and, you know, you start to give your opponents less and less credit when the knit game is on, especially as the number of knit buttons remaining dwindles down. I think it's definitely fair play to think about the hero call there with the deuce. You're gonna have so many better hands that you don't need to be reaching all the way down to 6 deuce. But the Z-Fish came here to play. Like, that man came here not just to like wait for super premium hand and make the nuts and try to get paid. Like, obviously that dude came to mix it up. So, you know, when he tanks a little bit with care, just try to enjoy it.
The worst thing you can do is react to me the first time, because it's unlocked. The rest of your life, like, I don't care how. I just got to work for it. I just got to.
The 12 have been playing quite well.
Grabs a Capri
Making some good hands.
and he takes a sip of Capri Sun, and I was like, "Oh, dude, you should not have done that in front of me." Like, we can be boys from here on out. But I'm
All right,
telling
king
that
6
story to every
deuce
person
for
I
these
meet
4
when you
players.
come into a meeting with me.
Top pair for
So
John.
every time you came into a meeting, like, "Did you bring your juice box?"
Guys, we got extra juice boxes, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, look, what kind of grown-ass man drinks a juice box? All right.
Power play, man. Power play.
A
He's like, oh, you're
a confident one.
You're a juice
Hey, man.
box,
Hey, you gotta love that about it.
I know, right? Yeah, you comfortable in your skin. You do whatever you want.
damn right.
Oh, these boys are having fun tonight. I love it. All right, bet of 600 from Nick with queen high air. And it's going to be a check raise from John.
Good luck, guys.
Fine line, yeah.
Just a juvenile, all right? Like, it's not
I mean, he had to meet with the boss and pull out a juice box.
Yeah, agreed.
And enough for a win, and gets to show down the king 9. Get rid of his knit button. I think we're down to 4 players still working with one of those.
Hey, Randy, I'm taking off my sweatshirt. Don't steal it.
What biker gang is 3 coin from? Man, that is a good question. He's a good old East Texas boy.
When you see it again, he'll have Brooks and Dunn on his
And he's got his own style, man.
If it hadn't already sold.
Yeah, exactly.
Biggie's face on that.
Biggie for sure.
Biggie?
Correct.
So his family was in the restaurant business for years, and now he's just doing his thing, playing poker and promoting his brand, the 3 coin brand. He's got a store now that's open in Dallas. He got a lot of cool vintage gear. Does have a cool vintage motorcycle in the shop, actually. So he's definitely a fan of the motorcycles. Wouldn't be surprised.
That's probably the right way to play it.
He's definitely our favorite outlaw, though. We love having him on stream. Bobby's got the 2 black kings this time.
me in a bad spot.
All in.
Raise. All in.
I didn't have any wiggle room.
See, I've noticed you've reloaded down there too.
Love it when an older gentleman looks at you and is like, well, that puts me in a tough spot. Hems and haws, wags his head back and forth, and then goes all in. They're always bluffing. Let me tell you, Eric, they're always bluffing.
Every time.
Every time they're bluffing.
Oh, it's on me? I raise.
Is it on me?
I raise.
How much is it?
All of it.
Yep. Exact count coming.
That's about 1,000 here, so.
Maybe about 4.
I agree.
To anybody that took me seriously, I was being facetious. They're always sitting on the nuts.
38.
Z-Fish, though, has to figure out if it's worth a call just given the pot odds. I mean, he knows that Bobby's got him cooked. But if the price is right, sometimes you put your money in knowing you're behind. But this is probably not one of those times.
There's no way. You know, so John.
Even getting 2 to 1. No, Z-Fish, he disagrees. He thinks 2 to 1 is good enough.
That's the only way I learned it.
If I choose, I'm going to rip it.
Run it.
All right, they are going to rip it. The Kings against Ace Jack off.
And one pure run out for the Kings. Good for a double up.
Nice hand, Bob. Wasn't expecting that.
Z-Fish is going to say, damn it, Bobby, as he ships those chips over to our 5 seed.
Got that? See that action?
Normally occupied by Mr. Carlos. Shout out to Carlos, wherever you are.
Safe, eh?
I'm sure we will see you soon on stream.
Part of it, my strategy, I have to remember.
He's like, I'd put him on Kings.
Yeah. Because they're actually.
Yeah.
Sucking on lollipops very manly.
Yeah, counting on.
Wow, he's dishing it out. All right, welcome to the game, new guy.
Definitely a table we got to keep the volume on for tonight.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be friends if you dish it out, Sam. Take it, though. You gotta take it. Agree.
He's going to take this away from me?
You can talk to masculine down front.
I'll do it, yeah.
All right, so Bobby with that double up is going to chip up to over 8,000. And got in a little bit short. I think he came in with like 3,600 or something like that. So pretty good run up here for Bobby, especially after getting down kind of short not too long ago.
There was a lot going on down there.
JD definitely does.
Yeah.
Like him.
He's got like 15.
Bobby's telling me 10-year-old and 12-year-old grandkids are living with him.
14,
And he's been spending a lot of time with them, so that's why we haven't seen him in just a little bit.
No,
Do your thing. We had a raise.
Got to win some money for the grandkids.
That's right. They are
Raise to
pricey,
300.
one would imagine.
14 subs.
Hold. Pulse 3.
Ronnie B joining us again. Glad you were with us last night. Thanks again for reminding everybody. Smash that like button and hit subscribe. TCH does have live streams from all of our Texas locations, and we all appreciate all the support you get, throwing it out there in all the algorithms,
I feel like
helping us grow and continue to get better at putting out this content for you guys and gals. Thank you guys very much for being here. 364 of y'all right now across all of our streaming platforms.
600 or less.
3-coin makes middle pair. Z-Fish up and down.
That's old school
There's
advice.
ace high board.
It's total.
Dole taught me that.
You betcha.
17.
Raise.
All right, Z-Fish is going to take it up a
This
smidge.
is Z-Fish.
Yeah. He has money behind it. Yeah, I got 6.
How do you announce 17? But yeah, there it is, 1,700.
2 raise to 2,000.
No, that's
Or
it.
that's 17. 17.
Back over to 3-coin here. For only 1,100 more, I would imagine he's going to stick around. And indeed, he makes the call. 43.60 in the middle. We go to a turn and no help for the Queen 10.
you know so badly Glenn wants to peek down there and see what he's looking at. When you got a player as wild as 3-coin, and you're in the box, you got to want to peek down it. What the heck's he doing over there? You know, what kind of hand is he peeling right now? Glenn's a professional, though.
All right, 3-coin checks it over. And one would imagine something like half pot here if you had ace-9, jack-9, something like that. But Z-Fish is just going to take off a river card, and it's perfect for him. Offsuit 8 gives him the nuts.
Yeah, 3-coin, lesser straight.
Oh, he's got queen's hand. Holy shit.
Whoa, that is a big hand, too. $20,000.
Yeah, and Z-Fish gets it all because the perfect card for 3-coin to make a straight just will never be folding. And a $20,000 pot going the way of Z-Fish here, chipping up to almost 25K in the stack. Wow.
3-coin had a almost double up earlier starting, and he's now shipping chips by the pile.
Yeah, that pile we were talking about as he collected it earlier is moving to a new zip code.
I really love the hand.
Here is 1 unit pile. God, look at all those chips.
That's a real poker hand.
Hey, Z-Fish, have fun stacking those up. 3-coin goes to the felt.
Probably 4, whatever, 4,000.
Z-Fish still not unstuck, by the way. He's still down $1,000 after that hand.
Savage.
Thank you, John.
But his stack has swollen
And guys,
to almost 25,000.
I learned something last time at Hustler. Don't spend everything you got in your bag. That's my last buy-in.
Yeah, it's fair.
I love you guys, but that's my last buy-in. And I hope I'm here till the end, but if I'm not, it's been a wonderful night ahead of time.
I hear you.
Nothing wrong with that.
And I'll tell you what, Hustler, I'll be bringing Texas money back. You ain't scared me off yet.
What was the hand you called with that was Jack, like, what is it, like,
Man, what a character. I love it.
but there's one in particular, it was a very big hand.
Hold on, guys. It's on, Randy.
All right, a couple of jacks here for Ryan. Going to limp. He's 1 seat off of the 5 seat where the limping with the big pairs usually happens, but he's going to try it from the 6 seat nonetheless. JD will do the raising, so someone's going to bite and give Ryan that chance to back raise.
Doesn't have his knit button. Elects not to 3-bet with the jacks.
Very odd. That seemed like a slam dunk limp and back raise kind of a situation that he was setting up, but instead he's going to have an overpair to the board with Nick up and down and 3-coin on King 5 for top pair.
Check around.
Top pair could be trouble for 3-coin.
Yeah, I'm more mad at myself for not checking.
Yeah, man, I hope you go home and, man, like, you don't sleep.
I'm thinking
All right, there's the straight immediately for Nick.
I'm thinking how I'm still playing scared money right now.
And 2 flush draws out there as well. Nobody has those flush draws, but
It is.
yeah, you. Oh my goodness! Now Ryan is going to raise when like the worst possible card comes off.
Yeah, dude.
And probably the worst part about this raise is that if your opponent does have. Wait a minute! What? Nick folded?
Hard misread, no doubt. There's no way
Yeah.
the 9-4 is going in the muck there with the straight.
Okay. Well, sorry for that. Don't know what happened, but it definitely didn't have 9-4 clubs.
You raise and then let me try.
Mallory,
Depends if I'm up or down.
where's that little city in between Oklahoma and Tulsa that has the best barbecue I've ever eaten other than Sadler's?
Butcher Stand Barbecue.
Butcher Stand Barbecue. Where's the name of that? Wellston.
Yeah.
If you own a turnpike and you end up in between needing to use the restroom or have some of the best barbecue I've ever had,
Where's that?
Levi chops it up, and it is a cool spot.
All right.
It's on the interstate?
Yeah,
I love hearing about those little hole-in-the-wall kind of spots that blow
Me too.
your
Randy's
hair back.
family knows barbecue. That's the business they were in. So if he says it's good, must be good.
Yeah, you selling action?
Turn was a 7, not a 6. Thank you, William.
No, never mind. I won't buy you.
Oh, that's right.
What are these
They
Europeans
did show
playing?
7
Which
of
table are
diamonds, I
these
think.
Europeans playing
Okay.
at? Well, how y'all doing?
Sometimes you gotta kick the commentators right in the
Is there
cojones.
still a buy-in left? Oh,
How are you
I'm about to
Well,
get
half the
knocked out.
time
I'm gonna die in that
like a goldfish, you
anybody
know.
want some action?
I see what's on the screen with you guys, and I'm just like, oh yeah, that's what it was, even if I just saw the cards on the board.
Hey, if I get to the final table, maybe you might find some action.
I'll put you in, Randy, for 50%. You know?
Giuseppe says,
I got
was
second
told
in
Catman is
150
back from
credit.
vacation. Do we know who Catman is?
We do not.
Call him butter. Yeah, exactly.
Let me chance I'll
There's
have
a
that Randy
Catman that
before
plays
it's-
on our Houston stream.
Text him,
Maybe
like,
that's who you're
please
talking about. Part of the TCH family as well. Shout out Catman. Catman. All right, we'll never do that again. I promise.
No, it's our
Promise to
new
all of
thing.
y'all.
It's our new thing, Eric. Whenever I'm in the booth,
We're
We're going to have to invite him up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good. Levi, I'm coming to the bicycle
He's
club
got a very
soon, baby.
recognizable look if you've ever seen Catman on stream.
Yeah, I don't watch too many streams, even of our own, but yeah, maybe I'd recognize him.
Sinner.
In his bar
Sinner.
at his restaurant. He
I don't know what
started
you're talking about.
with a.
All right, Jay here calls with the sevens. Nick in there with the ace-8, and Bobby,
You know, a shipping container.
for some reason that I do not understand, is just going to call with the queens.
What do you call it?
Here's the action may still be on him, though, so we're going to...
Oh,
yeah, there we go.
that's what it is. That's
Chick-fil-A or something. Chick-fil-A barbecue. He said, man, we just
There we
all
started
go.
lining
right.
out,
William
and
Hanson,
people walking through
Hanson
out.
going to bed? All right, man. Take care. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time.
So much, B.
Definitely tune in and watch the rest of the stream tomorrow. Wow, 3-coin is going
Good to
all
see you,
in
young lady.
with that last
I'm gonna be
buy-in of
playing on there real
his, he
quick.
said.
Leave us a
5-4
favor.
offsuit right into the face of Bobby's queens.
Bobby, you know,
We gotta go.
let me have one. Bobby, let me have one.
I'll run twice. I'm sorry.
Let's do twice.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, let's
I'll
do
probably
twice.
put
The
it on
5-4 versus the queens.
Yeah, you could probably run that one out 10 times and maybe get one, but
Pretty good flop.
Come on, get it. I should have read it once. Should have read it once, like I always do.
Straight.
Oh my God.
There's the straight.
Oh yeah, you lose your
Bobby.
3-coin's not going home yet.
He's a
and-
7.
agree to once. Yeah, everybody but Bobby.
Look it out.
Oh, all right, chop it
I
up.
want you to go, bro.
Thank you,
But I'm
brother.
not keep fold.
Look at all these middling
no, you
cards
can't.
when you have
Stuffed on me.
queens. You're like,
So
dude,
you're 6-7,
Hey,
Steve?
what is
my
this?
favorite hand.
Bobby, you have 5-4 off. See what's he supposed to do.
Hey,
supposed to do?
when I was 54, what a year. At 54, it was one hell of a year.
He's got a natural 9.
I mean, a 9, what am I supposed to do,
Hey, we're
multiple?
not getting rid of these on top.
What am I supposed to do? I don't know. Maybe fold? No, that's not allowed. You're right.
I've gotten crazy with the 7-9 suited before because I was born in 79, but I don't know if I've ever put 4K into a pot with the year I was born in or one of my favorite ages. He said when he was 54, it was a good year, so I had to do it. What am I supposed to do, Muck?
Yeah, well,
Never take it serious.
That's Randy 3-coin, though. God bless him.
You got the first one.
Next hand.
He went once.
I run twice, I win it. I always got to stick
Once
once.
it once.
And Nick's like, I lose the Nick game because I don't shove with 5-4 offsuit. Damn me.
oh, wait, did
How would you see?
3-coin get out of it because he won the first board?
Top board. Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep.
That's what happened. Okay, so Nick is on the hook for the splash pot.
I mean, if you're gonna go with it.
I still didn't fully grasp how much we were playing for a head. but
$100, yeah.
That's a
100 ahead.
At least it's a real bet.
I was just gonna tell him,
Looks like we're just going to do one. Got
But
the
if I stick,
800 out there.
If I stick my one time, I win.
Do we do 800, not 9? Like, you don't count your own 100? I guess?
I don't want to leave it.
I don't know. I mean, maybe there's 9 in there. Who knows? But it seems to me that you would put 100 for yourself as well.
Jack McWhorter. What's going on, brother? The legend of Bildo returns to the chat. Legend indeed. Cell block 6. Oh my goodness. Oh.
I got Bobby's hand. I got
All
Bobby's
right,
hand.
3-coin has got to try to beat pocket queens again.
3-coin gonna throw up those threes. He needs help.
All right, I want the first board this time. No,
And
one
let's
time.
see.
One time. One time, Randy?
JD called once.
One time.
All right,
Yes.
one time is
Did we see an ace 9 and an ace 10 fold?
Come on, God.
ace 10 folded, not ace
Okay.
9.
I'm a
No.
really nice guy.
Diamond?
I'm a really nice person.
Gotta have an ace.
Zephyrs rooting for me.
River? Yeah.
Guys,
No way.
I enjoyed the hell out of it.
3 coin
I
down to the
really
felt.
did.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Well,
Man my age, he only has so much BS. I don't get overexposed. I do not get overexposed with my BS. I really enjoy it. No.
the players are like, somebody buy this guy back
I
in.
don't want you to go, bro.
Yeah, your bag's out of money, well, somebody will loan you.
Man of his word, he did say he was going to be done after that, so looks like we'll have a seat
Thank you
open.
so much. I enjoyed the hell out of it. Thank you so much. Hey, Jack. Always a pleasure.
Well, that's going to do it for 3 coin.
Always good to see you.
Yeah, always a pleasure, Randy. We look forward to having you back in the future. We'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, Randy's.
Got to know your limits, and if he is done for the night, he's done for the night. And Glenn, our dealer, is also going to be done for the night. Shout out to Glenn. All that crazy action and got those hands dealt out quickly and
Go 200?
pots correct. Great job, Glenn. And we got Jacob,
What are we doing?
which I believe this is his first time dealing on the stream. He's normally doing the tournament production on Saturday, so he's been wanting to actually deal on the stream. And he's going to get a shot here.
We're playing deep, and this is wild already. So.
Well, very good. Let's get him in there, and then we'll do a PLO flip, and we'll get back to the 2-card action.
I'm good for anything else than 500 on the flip.
You know what?
No, you got 2 hours to get in.
I'm going to be.
5 or less, I'm good for a flip. Huh? So 5 or less, I'm good for a flip. I thought we were playing a bomb pot. That's why I was like, we're going to kick it. Wrong game, brother. Yeah.
Really?
Why do we every fucking pot is a bomb pot? Why do we need a bomb pot? Let's just gamble and we'll run it out. Yeah, we're playing fucking 15 grand pots over and over again. So.
All right, they are going to do a PLO flip.
I didn't say it. You said it.
One more shout out to Mr. 3 Coin. I didn't even get a chance because I figured he would be here all night long. But Mr. Randy 3 Coin is actually going to be doing a 3 coin tournament here at TCH Dallas on February 16th. I'm going to let this hand play out and then give you guys the details of that. But it's going to be a really cool event. A lot of the buy-in money is going to go to charity. He's going to put up $5,000 of his own money. And then TCH is going to match an amount that's going to go to charity.
Third Sunday, okay.
And I'm gonna win.
So a pretty cool deal.
I'm in.
I have queen.
February 3rd, I'm
Queen on the
out.
board.
Third Sunday, I'm in.
Oh my god. Top set.
It's going to be a morning game, too.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought the mirror.
Always a pleasure, brother.
Oh,
Queen,
I got
7,
the jack
8.
ball.
I have
Jack!
a mirror. Just pair the board. Except for that one.
Pairs the board. Who has quads or jack 10 of clubs?
Yeah, no.
He's got nuts. He's got nuts.
Oh, somebody does have the jack 10 of clubs.
How the fucking nits one in the Nick game?
Oh, there's a
The
board there.
fucking flips.
Yeah. Jay, borrow that.
The fuck?
Hey, give me that.
First you, George Shea, then you.
Oh, yeah.
Flush.
Huh. I was winning that one.
That's 200.
All right, Mateo, our new player, going to take that down. Add to his stack. So again, 3 coin, shout out to him. February 16th, not the first Sunday, not the second Sunday, but the third 3 coin Sunday of the month. It's going to be a 10K guarantee, $100 buy-in, I believe. And Randy's going to put in 5K of his own money, and TCH is going to put in 5K as well to match that. TCH is going to donate the administrative fees to charity, and 3 coin is then going to match that as well to a charity of their choice. They'll have some merch table set up on-site online store available to purchase some of his gear as well while you're here. But 3 coin tournament coming up February 16th. Y'all get ready for it.
Hell yeah.
And of course, he will be here in attendance.
Nice. Man, those queens are really going around. Jay here has them once again.
I knew. Stop.
And a cascade of calls behind here.
I just looked at my clock because I was curious how long
Even
we
John will get in there with the Mystery King. 5 ways to
I
a
literally
flop.
just pulled out
3
my
aces
I
represented.
just looked at my phone. I forgot to look at the time.
Wow.
That's a beautiful monotone flop there.
I think we had the ace deuce of diamonds, not hearts. But Z-Fish has the ace of hearts as well as a 10, so he's up and down with a flush draw. Jay does not have a heart, but does stick around as the only continuer. And still the best hand. Z-Fish here going to slow down with a check, just take his equity, and he gets there. Why not?
That's you?
And a tiny little tickle bet here from Z-Fish in position. And a little bit surprising that he went so small, but
With the 10 to boot?
well, figured his opponent didn't have a whole lot.
Play tournament today? What are you playing?
We will have a player coming in the 9 seat
No bluff, no bluff. No bluff, no bluff.
shortly. I believe it's going to to be Zach Barron.
Wow, man.
Okay.
Who's been on our stream before. Of course, finished second in that WSOP event up at Choctaw to the one and only RV Phil. And then we've seen them battle a couple times on stream since. So always cool to have some of those guys that made some deep runs up there in Choctaw. World Series of Poker circuit events.
Please, so I don't have to listen to this any fucking longer.
Well, Z-Fish is sitting on a 25K plus stack, and he is stuck $25.
One trip to Taco Bell for a large human.
There's more than one, right?
I think our bill was around that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Two, how did you put it? Two pudgy boys at the buffet?
Portly.
Portly. Oh, okay. All right. Yes. That is a much more sophisticated way to describe us. Pair of fours here for Jay. Miles ahead of the 7-3 of clubs, but John sticks around. Now he's dead.
Jay's begging for him to have a deuce here.
And then just like,
Or some sort of a straight.
that's a lot, I think. 2 hours before that,
John going to finish playing the board, so he's like, I guess I'll bet and see if he'll fold, you know, something, anything. I don't know. This is a pretty ambitious bet. As like anything that doesn't beat you still probably calls because they just play the board and like it's $300. So like, why would you fold? But yeah, goes for it just to see if he can get it through.
Chips are supposed to be used.
I respect.
All right, so JD is our beneficiary there.
He's never having a deuce or a four.
show bluff one
Of a lot of that
If I
action
show one, then
early on.
I'll show
Up
one.
11.5K in just over an hour and a half. That's a pretty good hourly rate.
He knew he was
Yeah, I would appreciate that on my ledger.
Yeah, he did. He caught me sleeping.
I ripped it on him with Queen Eye.
Yeah, he caught me sleeping. He turned it over. I was just on autopilot playing like he was asking for it, so and he took advantage.
All right, so Mateos here, just down a little bit in for 10K now. Over and around to JD here.
Yes.
you need to know the cards are?
Yes.
If Jay folds, I fold, man. That's my rule.
Jack Link's
Jay
mystery
Link,
card, unless JD rescans there. John H, though, waking up with a nice ace-queen of diamonds.
I know where
Oh my.
Man, JD,
The heck?
Squash on whatever that other card is JD's. Take that down.
Well played, well played.
Yeah, probably like a Queen of Hearts or something like that, because we saw 2 5s get folded.
Click it back.
So whatever it was, doesn't really matter. John takes it down.
Yeah, John plays on our stream a lot. You'll notice he does pre-flop get a lot of respect from some of these players. His range when he's going to 3 and 4
we're
bet,
definitely making it way too.
not
he's way
some
too
of the other
comfortable
players'
right
range.
now, all right?
You know, we'll say.
Yeah, you are way too.
Yeah,
comfortable.
nowhere near Z-Fishes, that's for sure.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Not sticking 4 or 5K in there with 6 deuce very often.
Now I'm on go mode. Now I'm 4-betting everything.
Feel that heat. You
Yeah.
feel the bottom of your feet are hot.
We can try that. We can change plans.
If I lost it, yeah, of course. I would have been trying to do everything.
Get out of here.
Player
Money
coming in.
bags.
Dang.
Out of that tournament
Hey,
already,
this is
huh?
not a tournament, bro.
Forfeit my seat because I put it in.
Hey guys, I'm here for the tournament.
Hasn't even sat down yet. Already getting the needle. What, you bust out of the tournament already?
Who got him?
Welcome, Zach.
Wow, I love this. Pulling chips out of a Ziploc.
Don't you love it?
Hell yes.
You don't carry 10K around in your Ziploc baggies?
You know, the budget baggie, that is the way to do it.
Absolutely. Reusable.
And then I got the money. So
Yeah, that's true.
that's really good.
Yeah, I love it when you see like the little pouches, the little cloth bags come out. Maybe like Randy with like the zipper pouch, you know.
I think we gotta start
Fuck
him
it.
off with a new game, no?
So I will
Sandwich
say,
bag.
Randy gave me a nice 3-coin, you know, what could be used, but I just don't ever have enough chips to put it in there, so it stays at home, you know, chipless.
There.
It's a
Eric.
sad little pouch.
One day. You know,
Yeah.
you could just, you know, put a bunch of $1 chips in it. Feel like a big
I have an
man.
old poker chip set that I could just put those in there.
Aw, there you go.
I'm going to bring that to a table one day and just dump them out on the table.
Hey guys, I'm here to play.
Are these good for anything? I mean, they're in a 3-coin bag. What the hell?
Hell yeah. Good for something.
Yeah,
About
it's
3 coins.
the standard white, green, blue, red, and black chips, I guess. Yeah.
Heck yeah, man. Yeah, we all grew up playing with those, huh?
Let's make sure you put it on your side, man. I don't want no.
Put it right here, huh?
Flop everyone's looking for
It shouldn't be that weird for you.
does land for John and Ryan.
You see how they kiss? Ooh.
Your wish, bro.
All right, 325 and a call. Nick is out of there.
Shit, we got the sunglasses out tonight.
I came in
Oh my god.
Hey, where's the hat, bro?
Oh my god.
Your
You super pro at the table.
Yeah, you're fresh at the table. You sit down, you put your sunglasses on. You're just getting needled left and right. Must be nice. All right, runs out 8-5 of spades. So Ryan going to finish with still just a pair of 3s, and John happy to take showdown with his 7s.
Yeah.
All right, more kind words from Tony Ferguson. Mehmet says he likes to eat, watch poker on YouTube, sleep. Best life ever.
Damn right.
Could be worse, right?
Mehmet, do you get to play where you're at?
Yeah,
Or
you get to play poker where you're living, Mehmet?
Yeah, let us know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with watching, but if you ever get to sit down and actually play as well, that's what makes life just even better.
Absolutely.
I was like, oh, Nick's in it. And she goes, is he here today? I was like, I don't think
I know I had a blast yesterday before our tournament live stream, donating to the local poker community.
Everyone appreciates you.
Yeah, you know, the Lord says to be charitable, and I was indeed at the poker table.
Say, don't ask. Just say, like, be a table captain. Say, like, we're fucking
Give
playing
to your
poker.
fellow man and woman.
Show those tables over there. You want to go veto shit? Go out there.
Knit buttons are coming back out for this table full of knits.
Oh, we got new.
Yeah, they didn't have those.
All right, Mehmet lives in Turkey. Gotcha. Well, we hope you get to do some traveling, Mehmet,
Ever any
and
doubt about that?
get your poker on. We definitely have a quite diverse group of folks in our rooms from all across the country, for sure. You know, folks that have lived here in the U.S. for a long time, but we have people coming in to visit. And
Oh yeah, a lot of accents out there on the floor
for sure.
on a daily basis. Plenty of folks coming in from out of town. Little tourist visa. Come on in, play some poker, have a good time.
This hand.
Yeah, this hand's
Go
off.
home.
This hand's off. Yeah, next.
All right, so far 4 players interested. Mateo's here 3-betting to 900, and this is a real man's 3-bet from the big blind,
Oh my
taking it up
God.
to 900. See, and then everybody has to fold. Make it too small, like 4x or whatever, and then it's just like call down the line.
Scary.
And Mateos also gets to release his knit button if he decides to
Don't call me in that light.
push it to the dealer, and he does.
Bro, I'll tell you.
All right, 4 bets are coming. I'm gonna have
Yeah, I knew some people that go out to Cyprus to
4
play.
bets are coming.
Yeah.
Done with your bullshit.
Law, one of our ambassadors here, she's
Betting,
crushed
betting with impunity.
quite a few tournaments, but she's gone out there and done really well in
Put
Cyprus.
them in check. All it's going to take is one little bet. He's going to realize he's got like 12
Yes,
grand in front of him.
Scotty.
Don't get Mehmet in trouble,
He's gonna be like,
Scotty.
I don't wanna play a big one.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit of a different world to be trying that kind of a thing. I mean, you might get away with it for a little while, but I don't know. Not sure how hard they crack down on stuff like that over there. If they catch you, might not be worth it.
Banned since '95.
All right, John takes it up to 125. Bobby defends his straddle, and we're just going to see a flop heads up for the first time in a while.
Dolly Parton 9 to 5.
I think pocket 7 is your favorite hand. Like favorite pocket pair. Favorite hand probably like
King ball. That's going to land for John H.
Mine is 69.
offsuit.
Big leg.
Terry, don't tell Z too many of your tricks, okay? He'll use it against you, all right?
The free roll grinding.
I know, but
I
don't tell
remember
him.
those days
Lie to
back
his
in
ass.
He was just trying
in
to
undergrad.
convert a joke, that's all. He was trying to
Back when there would be like the 30K entries in a Poker Stars free roll, you know, and like first place was like 50 bucks, and it was like, oh my god,
Free
like
money, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of free rolls, if you're interested, if you're in the state of Texas, you have to be in Texas. I think they've updated this now where you can actually load money on via credit card, not just coming into the club. But Hijack Poker is Texas Card House, the app that they have created. You can scan that QR code, get a referral code there for 20 bucks. But they have free rolls, 2 of them almost every day, if not every day, where you can play for free. But again, it's for people in the state of Texas only. I've dabbled in there a little bit, spun up some of that free money that they gave to me when I signed up.
I mean, dude, just fold sets. That was my moral of the story. Like, you get a set, like, yeah.
All right, Nick game is on, and the big cards are coming out. Mateos here 3-bets the button with King Queen. Nick gonna stuff it from the small blind with 2 7s, and this folds back to Mateos. He's going to have a little bit of a decision here. 2K to play. And, oh, looks like he makes the call very quickly.
Perfect spot, too, with the 2 overs.
Good luck, Nick.
I think I do recognize Nick now. It was the mustache that was throwing me off. He's got that cool stash going, but he is all in here. 26-45.
You should have told them before they said.
The young man from Boston making the call here.
Running it once.
I'm in for Nick.
Clean flop, no spade.
So close.
And the 7s are going to hold up. So a nice little profit there of about 3K. Going to chip Nick up over his initial buy-in.
You should run it twice.
Yeah, run twice.
They're all down there peeking at the next run out.
I don't think the second run out was open.
Normally that is frowned upon, but this this live stream table, they do things a little like a home game sometimes up there, since they play quite regularly with each other. Don't be grabbing decks out on our floor, please.
Hey man, as soon
Might
as
get your hand slapped.
As soon as that guy drops the stuff, man,
Yeah.
you know, get in there, see what was in there.
There you go, perfect timing, Scotty. JD is up heaps, 11K so far. Jay is up 7.6. Ryan up 3.5K, and Bobby up about a 2010 truck payment, $630 there. I don't know what truck payments tend to go for these days, but
Someone just call Benji, all right? Let him have that seat, okay?
that's about what my payment was in about 2014. $600, $630.
Okay. All right.
Benji's like the ultimate computer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Look at that mound of chips over there for Z-Fish.
That's one way to say it.
You would think he's one of the big winners, but he is right around even.
Yeah, even a little bit more stuck now than the $25 he was orbit ago, but still hanging around. 3-bet from Z-Fish. He felt us talking about him, and he's going to welcome the new player to the table by 3-betting him very, very, very light.
And Zach doing his best Tom Cruise risky business impersonation here with the great head of hair and the shades.
And Zach will make a 4-bet. 14.50 to go. Z-Fish floated the 6 deuce suited earlier, and he is going to continue that trend with the 7-6-0. Gets to play in position and flops the bottom end of a gutty. Zach here, 3 to a straight and 3 to a flush, but 10 high boards not particularly beneficial to him. Certainly can't have all of the over pairs though, so I presume that we'll have a C-bet, but stacked pot ratio is just barely over 1, so if he is going to C-bet, it's got to be very small, something like 400 or 500 maybe at most, but no, he's going to go in between for half pot, leaving himself less than 2K behind. I find this rather odd. Mehmet, yeah, I'm happy to. You can find me on Instagram at WordsAreHards. Words are hards, plural there on the end. At Words are Hards. So yeah, 1600 is the bet, putting just about half of his remaining chips out there, and Z-Fish with just 7 high and a bad gut shot here. Yeah, I mean, you just kind of handcuffed to a fold, one would imagine, unless you think that Zach is ever doing this light with the intention of folding if you go all in. But that's a pretty big if.
Why is that Randy's favorite hand? Which one? 45, 54. Oh.
Always like, yeah, what was Randy's favorite hand again? 5-4 offsuit?
We need a fan.
All right, Z-Fish has had enough. He's out of there. Gets shown the ace-9 high, and yeah, it's kind of like, oh shit. Well, I was maybe on the right track, but like still, I'm behind, obviously.
This high was good.
Awesome, Ahmed. Glad to have you following from way over on the other side of the map, man. But like I said, always welcome, my friend.
I did have the ace of spades. I did have the ace of spades.
1600 value, Susie?
Yeah, I like the little yellow triangle knit buttons.
Yeah, they kind of pop out. The red get like lost in the red chips sometimes, and
You could almost tell they were just a little cheap plastic thing, you know. And I like them. They did their job, but I like these.
I didn't know it was my shadow.
You may still have them around. Maybe we can use those in some of the lower stakes games and get those knit buttons going elsewhere. Cowboys making another appearance here. Nick's got them this time.
fresh off his double up a few hands ago, and gets to put these chips to work with a premium. No takers, though, so Nick will just win what's in the middle.
All the studying.
Robert Catlett joined us, says, let's go. Who are you rooting for, Robert? Got any of these guys your buddies, or maybe a nemesis or two on the table?
Let's go. Come on, new guy. Put it on.
Let us know where you're watching from.
Put it on. Put it on.
Dude, Ryan is spicy today.
When am I fucking not spicy? Okay?
You're always spicy.
Yeah,
That's true.
you
are
kidding.
spicy.
I'm just
I like it.
fun.
Makes it fun. I like
All right, Z-Fish with the $100 straddle. And Nick is going to limp. Suited one gapper. Bobby here with a knit button is going to attack this weakness. And I like this from Bobby as well. Like, the hand's pretty dusty, and a lot of players seeing a limp might just be like, okay, I could limp this too, but raise it up, man. See if you can get rid of this knit button. Has a favorable flop for his range. Nick connecting with bottom pair and does have some backdoor opportunities, but it's just going to be a lead from Nick is very odd.
All right, Gig Harbor, Washington State,
Bring me a refund for my tournament.
where Robert's watching from, and he's rooting for JD.
Would have loved to have seen Bobby see through that. Like, you limp, call, and then lead on an ace-high board. What do you ever have that connects with that? And if you ever had a monster like ace-king or something, wouldn't you check to let me bluff? Like, I don't know. It's oftentimes there's sort of just like a rule of thumb almost, especially at the lower stakes, where if someone donks into you on an ace-high board, just raise them. Just raise them. And like, maybe they've got an ace and they're going to check or they're going to bet call you, but then you just kind of like, all right, whatever. But I feel like so many times they just fold.
Yeah.
I think you played a hand, Sid.
And he shook his hand afterwards. I think he told him, yeah, I got you on that one. I got one by you.
I mean, he had the best hand, but like, of course, he's trying to get a fold when he leads there.
Yep.
Grab a water from you. Thank you. Cold.
It feels like the AC just kicked on all of a sudden. Like I just felt like some cold air hit my back. Like, oh,
Yeah, I'm curious. I did get to talk to our 3-seat, a little bit about where he plays. He's obviously young, 23 years old, but plays in Boston, and he's traveled a little bit. But this has got to be still a little different, The action we saw earlier with 3-coin and, just some of the craziness that just in under 2 hours we've already seen. He's got to be just kind of soaking this all in and just thinking, man, this is wild.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he saw a 6-bet all-in pot with pocket fives against ace-7-0. Like, what?
Yeah.
Where are these people from, Outer space? All right, we've got a straight here on the turn for Jay. Z-Fish with the flop pair of eights is now drawing dead. And about a 500 into 8 and change.
These two tangled a little bit earlier. Z-Fish had some nefarious intentions. Did not work out for him. I didn't start playing until my mid-20s. Didn't know anything about poker, Scotty. I'm 45 now. I started probably around 26 or 7.
Yeah, I first started playing Hold'em, I think, in undergrad was when I really kind of started to learn the game a little bit more. So what, that was when I was, 18.
A year ago?
Exactly. Yeah, last year. All right, so Z-Fish raises here, turns the 8 into a bluff, and Jay is like, cool, sweet, this is great. I have a straight, and I have a backdoor, or a front door flush draw, so you want to raise? Go for it. I'll just check it to you and probably call any big bet, right? Just hoping that Z-Fish blasts off for like 4K.
Are you always checking there?
After calling the raise on the turn, you have a very natural call, and it's very awkward to think of what are hands that I would get here with and now just lead for a bluff, right? Like, you kind of need to have a jack in your hand, so what if you just like have king jack of clubs and just now all of a sudden just blast it? I don't know.
Yeah, you see the look of disappointment on his face when Z-Fish checks back. But,
did you fucking slow roll Z one time? Jeez, man. Can't you slow roll Z one time?
Man, even when he's not in a hand against Z-Fish, Ryan is needling. He said, man, just slow roll him for me, please.
So close.
That is the risk you take, obviously, when you check there. But an aggressive player like Z-Fish, these guys know each other. I think that's going to lead to more of those checks on the river there. Hoping that he does do what he does, right? Blast off again. So it's frustrating when that happens when they check back. But, say he does have a 2-pair type holding or even, some sort of a top pair, or a crazy bluff. Good chance he's going to hit you again. So sometimes you swing and miss with those checks, hoping for that big bluff on the river there by your opponent when you're holding such a strong hand.
Yeah, I mean, there's something, though, to really be said about sort of the game flow, right? Like, you bet turn, you get raised, and you call. Like, just from a game flow perspective, it doesn't really matter how strong your hand is, right? Like, you shouldn't be leading river. Just doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, if you have a big texture change on the river, where some of your bet calls will have improved that your opponent might not have as many of, there's always room for mixing some of that stuff in.
Sure.
But definitely, given the texture of the board on that one, there's no reason to lead. Yeah.
You want action? No, it's too beautiful, man. Let me have it one time.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Z-Fish actually just told him a second ago, too. He's like, why would I have raised you there? I had 2 pair. So he just totally flat out lied to him about what he had the hand before. So
yeah.
Love it.
Z, he only had the second nuts, all right? Like, come on now, dude.
One overcard here to the jacks.
With the flush draws.
Three spades is all for Jay, but he's going to get to see a free turn card that brings in a straight draw. Front door flush completes, and Z-Fish does have a diamond, so it's like draw versus draw here at this point.
Z-Fish not liking the hands against this particular opponent, and all the while getting needled from across the table. So we'll see what happens on this river.
Clean for the jacks, but Jay here, he could go one of two ways. One is to rep a very strong hand and go big, something like 3K, or the other is to go small, like 1100, right? Which you would do with something like King Jack, King 10, where you're just trying to get called by maybe a queen, something like that. But he's going to go for 2500, so more on the larger size. And that's kind of repping on this board texture, like for sure King Jack better or better. Like even King Jack, this is maybe borderline King Jack with the Jack of Diamonds or something, and Z-Fish, of course, has that. This is still kind of uncomfortable, right, with third pair? Oh, and Jay's giving him the business. He's like, what, do you want to see my chips?
Yeah, Z-Fish gave him a little elbow shake there, too, man. This is awesome, watching these two go at it. Whoa.
Oh, he gets it through. Gets it through and slaps it down, too. He's got to let him know.
This is war. It's been declared between our 1 and our 2 seed. Z-Fish cracking a smile, though, so he's still having a good time. Don't get it twisted here. These guys are getting after each other a little bit, but it's all in good fun. That's the great part about this game, you know? Okay, you got me. I'm going to get you next time.
I'm not giving up now.
Ronnie B, Pensacola, Florida says, go Gators. Chomp, chomp.
Green light.
Been a minute since you guys have been able to do that big chomp, chomp. Love to see Florida get back and take some of that from Alabama and LSU and some of those other folks up in Georgia. Go get them, Gators.
Got him, Jay. Fucking owned his ass.
Oh man, Z-Fish getting the biz from everybody. Yeesh.
Yeah, JD hasn't been able to play too many hands, so he's just going to chirp from the rail.
Chirp from the rail. Jay Diggles, the old needle.
All right, 9-7-7 two-tone. We've got 2 flush draws here, and John with the ace of clubs as well.
Straight draw now for both.
Bobby has the best of it with the turned pair of 8s, and will call the bet of 400.
Really have to go back up there to get the refund.
Ryan here, yeah, he's got a double gutty and the flush draw. This is actually a pretty reasonable candidate to just call. You can also just raise it up though, right? But like,
Absolutely.
It sucks if you get 3-bet, because then you're like, all right, well now I just have to like torch all this equity with a fold, but just really can't call anymore.
Swap the hands might be different. Ooh. Ooh.
This is gonna be nasty.
Spicy.
Yeah.
Oh, and Z-Fish checks.
Yeah, this is going to get over to Ryan, who now thinks he has the best hand. And he's probably going to try to charge a 10, the maximum here. I'm sensing, like 1,700 plus, just to try to get a 10 to like cry and call you for about as much as you can get. And instead, he's going to get called by a hand that beats him.
How big is he going to go here? 18? Oh, no, bigger.
Yeah, this is full pot. 2275.
Really?
Yeah, Bobby, really.
Yeah, your 8 is no good.
Your 8 is toast, my man.
Ryan wants to slow roll him, but he's sort of like shrugs and then gets shown a better hand, and he's like, oh, shit.
No, I tried to slow roll. Sick hand, sick hand. Z-Fish needed that one.
Yeah, you're bluffing too. And when he
Nice
called,
little
and you're
4K profit going his way.
And Z-Fish back up to the 25K area. I think he's still stuck a little bit. He kind of needs to breach the 25K area to get unstuck. Yeah, he needs 25.5 to be unstuck. But that has gone a long ways towards repairing damage. Jay and JD still leading the way, up 11K apiece.
You luck box. Motorboat and son of a
no,
bitch.
we did it. I was here when we started.
It could have gone either way.
I know.
That's technically in the last
Crazy.
splash pad.
I didn't realize you had a button either. I mean, I knew I had one, right? I was like, okay.
On me? I just looked. I saw the tip of it here. I was like, what?
It'd be hilarious if you just lost and didn't even, before he
Raise it up, 375.
got JD.
All right, so Bobby here has a knit button. We'll get a look around the horn here. It looks like, yeah, Ryan and JD do as well. And those are the three buttons in play. Everyone else has won a hand. King Jack 6, rainbow flop for these 3 players. Nobody connecting immediately, so Nick with the gut shot, sort of the most active hand.
Just fix your friends.
And yeah, free turn card brings in the straight immediately for Nick, draws a perfect card, and does nothing for his opponents, so they will bow out.
You're gonna get a bunch of texts in a minute. You're gonna say, "Oh my God, you stood up and you got ace."
All right, so got another hour and a half or so of late reg in the Trailblazer main event, flight number 1 for the $1 million guaranteed title event, running right now through the weekend. Day 2 on Sunday, with the final table going to be a live broadcast on TCH Live across all of our streaming platforms right here. Final table, first place going to be probably 200K plus, so should be very exciting. And lots more events between now and the end of the series as well. As I mentioned earlier, going to be playing the Deuce to 7 single draw tournament tomorrow. That's going to be here at Texas Card House Dallas. And then there is a 10 a.m. flight for the title event over at the Las Colinas location, as well as the triple draw here at Texas Card House in Dallas, starting at 2 p.m. So if you're a fan of the triple draw variants, come on down and check us out. 2 o'clock tomorrow. All right, ace high board 2 tone. 3 players taking a peek at this one. Middle pair for JD is the best, and he will wager 200.
I know, yeah, I just looked at my group chat recently. They're like, I wanted to see what you had on the handwriting.
And it's going to be pretty tough for Ryan to continue here, but he does make the call. Going to float the Jack 7. Picks up a gut shot. But if you're going to continue with Jack 7, I would probably prefer to play it as a check raise. And then you can barrel when you hit something like a gut shot. But here we are nonetheless. JD happy to check back now. And nothing there for the Jack 7. But I don't think you can play it this way and not bet the river, hoping that your opponent doesn't have an ace. Ryan does just give it up, though. He's like, no, I lose. And yeah, I mean, if you get to that river, maybe you had something like ace-7 suited, ace-6 suited or whatnot. Maybe you just like bet 200, right? I don't know if JD's going to love that. He might just fold. Never know.
We're doing 100 and then 1 splash or 2?
All right, so JD wins the hand, gets rid of a knit button. We're down to 2. It's going to be Bobby and Ryan. And if Ryan loses right after saying that he'll never be up there with Ryan loses the knit game, I think we might have to go out there with like a sheet of paper, the placard. Ryan loses
I don't
the
know.
Nick
After
game.
like a couple episodes, I'm like,
We do have a Sharpie.
Okay, here's the Sharpie, and
the
then
problem is I thought it was going to be
here's a
like
piece of
some
paper.
like athletic
Oh,
skills.
if you got a blank one over there, we are writing as big as you
everything is like
can.
about some psychological.
And we're gonna
like,
go. Yeah, we're gonna give it to him.
self-sacrifice.
All right, let's see. What do we got?
We're gonna give him the business.
Oh, here we go.
Like,
All right,
they'll
here's a
offer
sheet of
money,
paper,
but you have to, like,
and here's a
sacrifice
Sharpie. I'm gonna let you do the honors. All right, so Ryan is going to, or excuse me, Eric is going to prepare the Ryan loses the Nick game placard
4 teams.
in case Ryan
Nominated captain.
does indeed lose the Nick game. Let's see. We got a big sweat here, people.
Start running a number up, and if the person accepts it, they get how much money it is, but their whole team is out. And the person gets to stay in.
They didn't know what it was.
They didn't know before they nominated the captain. It goes up to $1 million, and none of them take it.
You talking about Mr. Beast?
Yeah, how crazy is that? I was like,
I would have took that shit instantly.
oh, of course, Jake, but you wouldn't have gotten nominated.
Of course not. No chance. You think they're gonna look at me and be like,
That guy.
No way.
That guy.
All right, 5 players here. See this 10 high board. Mateos with the king high club flush draw.
No, you can't. Like, he's like, this is real money. Like, I'll wire it to you. Like, it's real. There was a bunch at the beginning.
Y'all help
Like,
us
the first
speak
one,
this
they're
into
like,
existence.
"You
By
have
the
to
way,
sacrifice
we need
all
Ryan
that."
to lose the
They
Nick game,
pay, like, a bunch
so we can go, needle one of our players.
It's just complete luck.
All right, so up and down straight draw for Nick, flush draw for Mateos.
Yeah, the human nature. But
Z-Fish
it's also
has
you're
that
like,
same
God,
queen
dude,
jack
this
straight
shit
draw,
is-
so he bet 650.
Running bad.
And we're over and around to John, who just has the gut shot on the bottom end. He's out of there. 3 players going to see a turn.
Put them in a room. They have 5 hours to decide. One of them has to leave. One of them has to go home.
And it is a jack.
So a third.
Relatively spicy card now.
And so a lot of them like will choose like, can we have like some dice or like Monopoly, like whatever we're gonna play.
Yeah, gut shot, overcard, and the club's working for Mateos.
I'm not leaving.
Or up and downer.
Up and downer,
Up and downer,
yeah.
yeah.
So
With the improvement there, with the king burger and clubs,
like, actually, fuck you.
spicy.
What happens if you survive all the way?
5 minutes. And there's like big prizes throughout. He gives away an island apparently at some point during the show, like a 1.8 million. Yeah, there's all sorts of like prizes throughout it, but the winner gets 5.
Come on, Bobby. You
Yeah,
gotta win this Nick game.
yeah, we're rooting for Bobby here for sure. Okay, bet of 1775, sort of a fistful of every denomination chip that exists. Nick makes the call. Or excuse me, Mateos makes the call, and Nick is now like, wait, what?
We all like the
Top pair, straight draw. Yeah,
During
that's for the exit. Makes sense. There's a lot of action in front of you, and there is a club on the end. Mateos gets there in a big way, and he's got the button. Ronnie B, do we have a bounty? Yeah, 100 person ahead goes into a splash pot. So the loser of the Nick game will have to put either 800 or 900 into the next hand after they lose the game, played as a splash pot. So they can win their money back, but yeah, they have to sponsor that one.
Z-Fish, pretty wise here.
Yeah, it's kind of just like the nut worst card,
Absolutely.
right? Like, because Mateos makes this call leaving himself only 4,600 behind. If he had something like 2 pair or a set or something like that, a straight, right? He'd just be all in already. So you know that he's drawing, or maybe has like a strong 1 pair holding, like a pair and a flush draw. And yeah, the club comes and he goes all in. He probably just has it.
all in.
And stuffs it and quick fold.
Yeah, Z-Fish knows
Oh,
Queen of clubs.
right where we're at.
poor Mateos, Jacob the dealer, accidentally, when he was picking up that card, flipped over the card, so everybody got to see 1 club there.
Yeah, 2.
They were like, wait, was that the queen of clubs?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the writing's on the wall. If you paid attention to how the hand was played, you know, nobody just like calls and leaves himself that much behind if they're not drawing. Pretty much ever.
Bobby, Bobby, Bobby. I just want a little screen time out there, you know, and get the table maybe to chuckle a little bit at the one who's kind of helping doing the needling himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you got to come on from behind him and just sort of put it right in front of him, you know? Just here you go.
He is a former wrestler. You never know. He might go full spider monkey on me.
Well, I'm definitely leaving it up to you to go out there. It's some rando in a big yellow hoodie, and he might put me down for the count.
I can handle my own in a boxing match, but he probably would have me in a pretzel real quick.
Fold it up.
I'd be tapping out real quick.
For some reason, JD is not 6-betting these 5s. I don't know what is going on, but we're going to go 5 ways to a flop.
Case 5 on the flop for the J Diggles.
No immediate flush draw, but Ryan has that ace of clubs.
Wow, Bobby must have had absolute dirt if he didn't call this pre.
He goes back to 40 or something like that?
No.
Nothing here for anyone besides JD. Ryan is going to try to steal this one, though. He says if it can check through and a deuce of hearts rolls off, well, I might just be able to power this one through. Normally, that would be a reasonable assumption. However, JD is lying in the weeds. A crafty little snack, and he will raise.
First this here.
And now John, who sort of like checked his jack with queen kicking on the flop, is like, oh, really? All right, back over to Ryan, who is on full-blown air at this point. Has pretty much just an opportunity to represent a club flush if he calls and that comes in, but 925 just to see the river, and most of the time you're not going to get even that chance to rep it. Plus, we saw him kind of just shut it down against JD earlier when he had a hand that arguably should have bluffed. So I presume we're just folding, but see how it plays out. All right, there we go. JD wins with the set.
Thank you.
All right, Bobby's on the button.
Let's go, Bobby.
Best shot he's going to have at taking one down.
Is it the last two?
It's none of your damn business, see?
This is the needle from Z-Fish. Oh, are those the last two?
Bobby will get kings again, don't worry. He's knitting it up.
I can't hit kings again. What is going on?
6-3. Don't you dare wake up with a hand.
Mm-hmm. Wait, are we limping? We're limping.
Is 7 just
And we're folding.
Uh-oh. You got a chance.
The battle of the rag queens. Let's go.
Call now.
No, I do occasionally, but I have no time, so.
High probability of a chop. Look at these equities split.
Yeah, I do once in a while.
Look.
JD had queen 8.
Oh! No, they just let Ryan win!
That is insane.
Finally, he's working.
That is blasphemy.
Oh, no.
We will not stand for it.
Queen 5-3.
Damn it. Oh, I thought we were going to get to give him. We prepared this and everything. Taylor drew us up the nicest placard that we were about to go give him.
We tried. We tried. We were going to go needle the player who spoke into the microphone and said, I will never again lose the knit game.
Damn. And he was one away.
He was one away.
Bobby. Damn it, Bobby. You failed us.
He failed us.
Damn it, Bobby.
I mean, maybe if he knew what was at stake there, the 6-3 would have got it done.
Yeah. He might have tried a little harder, but you
The
know,
flop, didn't he? He bet dark.
the fact that Ryan got down into the final two right after he was like, "That'll never happen again," I think he's likely to pay it off one
I
time.
just had parts of it on each side, so like I'm blocking everything I wish you had, right? Like.
Yeah.
How much is it? Four.
Oh, that was going to be perfect.
That it was.
The whole table would have loved it too.
Oh, the
They
table would have loved it.
They would have ripped him apart for the rest of the night.
Well, we still have a chance. As long as somebody in his family doesn't spoil it, text him, and he gets that message while he's away from the table. We might still be able to get this done. But we're going to remind him that he said that on camera, that he would never lose. Spicy flop here. Z-Fish flopping the goods here. Nick, though, 2 players behind him with the big spade draw.
Z-Fish has so many chips, he just knocked them over. It's such a big bet, though. Z-Fish here is just like, no, if anybody has anything to continue, they're going to have to pay to see this turn card. Goes nearly full pot, and yeah, Nick is like now in a spot where he kind of worked his way up back over his starting stack and is now looking at the proposition of pretty much playing for all of it.
Yeah, body language kind of saying it all here. It's all or nothing.
What I really like about the splash shots is that, like, usually when Nick came in, it's just like, it was like the game was like, the splash shots are like,
couple
it's
more.
like, yeah. Couple hands, everybody's pumping.
Yeah, these spots are awkward. And the longer you tank, too, the more you start to feel the pressure of like, oh, God, everyone's just watching me.
Yeah, it's super intense. 2 people are heads up. And
Hey, what the hell am I doing?
and it's just like, all right.
Yeah, it just folds it away.
You just don't want to put, I mean, these players obviously have these kind of bankrolls, but you just don't want to put 1,600 in the flop. You have no other outs. I mean, you got 2 overs, but it's just like, am I just going to call this a brick, you know? 10 of hearts hits?
A lot of times that's going to happen. Or what happens if you call in the jack of hearts?
Right.
You know, now it's like,
yeah. Like I've committed myself to the best kind of flush draw. Top pair and a flush draw.
Get a juicy pot going. Nick, you want to go too? Attaboy! Bobby!
You put on, hey, put on the end if you put on
Put on before you put on there? I don't know.
Ryan can cock up a big straddle, but he can't commit to 800.
Yeah, it's good. I don't know. You might have squeezed. I don't know.
16's on. 16's on, boys, if you guys
You know I'm going to wake up with it because I had the opportunity, right? Every time I fucking bitch about that, you know? Yeah, it's not me.
That's not me. JD's like, I wish it was you. Wish you had a little something, something.
Yeah.
Got the tanks again.
10s are pretty happy winning the 390 in the middle, but, you know, he needs to play a hand against someone he will.
Splash plus the 200. Makes sense.
9s, 10s, even jacks. Those are those perfect hands where it's like you just want to 3-bet pre, have everyone fold. You're like, yeah, we got it. At least in a turn.
Oh man, that's
No way! Ace 3 off.
Nick does not defend his babies. 200 orphan dollars going the way of JD. Just one open. All it takes.
Exactly.
ace king, ace king.
What are you going to put on the 100? Did you put on the 50?
Yeah, I'll put on the 100.
Oh, okay, bad. Chill.
It's been a fun one so far. We're just over 2 hours in. Still 361 of y'all joining us across all the streaming platforms. Thank you again. And for those that have smashed that like button and hit subscribe, or those who are already subscribed, thank y'all for being a part of this. Hope y'all are enjoying it who are new to it. Smash that like button and hit subscribe. We would greatly appreciate it. The 10s are going around. Zach now has the 10s.
Taco, bro, this is not a tournament.
You're the one been taking at this table, not me.
Oh, snap.
Pre-flop.
Buddy, you got bluffed by Jay. You can't show. You can't say shit.
Oh, man.
Pause, flop, whatever.
10 seconds as a tank pre-flop now?
Man, we're paying by the hour. You know how much it costs?
See the capital letters there. I'm not sure, Brent, if you're bragging about your GED or if you're asking if this game is rigged, but congratulations if it's the GED, and if not, definitely not a rigged game. We are on a 15-minute delay. Players are out there playing, and we are watching in real time with you.
There was a flush draw on it.
A lot of money, and these players play every Tuesday night here. It is a fun game, and anything goes in these Texas poker streets. Ain't that right, Mr. McAvoy?
3 diamonds on it?
Absolutely. Yeah, we've sure seen a lot of it. Although most of the spice was involved earlier with Randy at the table, things have calmed down a little bit, right? Like we haven't quite seen as much just over-the-top insanity since Randy has left us, but
yeah, it was pretty wild there for a minute. John Martinez saying Chi-Town, Chicago in the house. Welcome, John. And we do stream across all of our other clubs. We've got the Rio Grande Valley down in South Texas, in the Valley. Austin at TCH Social. And then Houston.
No, I didn't just blind out.
Of course, right up here, Big D.
You watch them take
Couple links right there in the chat if you want to play on the Austin or Houston live streams. Click on those and fill out those forms. Pretty juicy flop and now turn here. And somehow we go check Brick River.
10 a.m.
on a weekday.
Yeah. I surrender. Check.
Nick checks the king over, seeing if Ryan wants to take a stab. He does not.
Thank you.
And we've made it through 57 hands here in about 2.5 hours. Of course, Mr. RJ Dupree will be joining us here in about an hour and a half, taking over for us. Taking over for me, rather.
The old RJ Duprizzle.
JD's for the 2. JD's good for the 2 if he wants
He's also on the socials if you want to follow him at
Okay, I
The
didn't know
Duke
you
Show.
did. I don't think I put on the 100 here before, so. I don't think I have. I'm proud of
You did once. Did I put on the
Did I? Okay.
Likes to put out a little sports commentary
Put on the 2. You had to put on the
content
I didn't think I did yet today.
now and then.
When we were the 3 of us were the Nick kid.
Oh my god. You're actually gonna?
It's probably my effort to, I don't know.
Nothing personal.
No, I know. Poker.
He's cool, okay.
I'm pretty positive.
You said Boston?
Yeah.
You done? No, man, but I hear the lobster over there.
It is good. It's pretty expensive, though.
What it is?
Like $40 plus for a roll. It's like a little sandwich type of thing. Yeah. I mean, it's better and more than that.
Boys are talking lobster over there, Boston.
I only did because it was like the 3 of us in this place. So I was just like, oh, I gotta. I shut off.
Mateos really didn't have a super thick accent, though, you know, one of those big Boston accents when I was talking to him, so
Okay.
may not be a toonie, or whatever they call him up there.
Born and raised or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not.
Stone Cold J Nasty. What a blow.
All right, neither player
Dude, these guys play like
with a pair, but Ryan has that 10 of hearts, good enough to take a stab.
like back or like.
First pot of the day.
Feels like it.
I really hope I didn't pick that up.
Be like, dang, that's the way to go.
Oh man, these with the green lights too, the greens and blacks are really confusing.
I can't hardly do it. I don't know how they do that.
Like with the light when it goes
Yeah,
green.
no, it does. It makes me can't see what
If you wait till it's on you, Bobby, they'll turn white, but you gotta like wait a minute. Like on pre-flop, like if you try to look early, it'll be
really?
color, but yeah.
I
If
didn't
it's on
realize
you, it turns white.
Like right
Well,
now. Like technically.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
I didn't know that's what it was doing.
You want me to flip it?
No, it's up to you.
Let me see if I want to flip it.
If it sucks, flip it.
No, it's fine.
I saw it.
Every time I peel that ace and I look at that, you know, 6 offsuit, deuce, I'm like, man, can I just accidentally pin this? That one time I put my hand out there and accidentally flipped the card when the dealer pitches it to me.
I don't want you taking a peek, huh?
Yeah, I think the poker gods frown upon that.
They do. Poker karma.
Hey, Jim, it's on?
It's messed up, you gotta look at the blue light. Sorry.
You don't even want to wait like 5 minutes.
Now you got it. Now you got it.
Fix it.
No, it's too late.
Yeah,
I've already
sometimes
seen
like the weirdest pots, like the weirdest hands that you play all night are the ones where like a card gets exposed, a player gets the burn, and then starts playing a massive pot against you, and you're like, wait, what? Like, this wasn't supposed to happen. And now here we are, like hundreds of big blinds in the middle. Yeah, those ones can be weird. Raise to 250 from Z-Fish. Call behind with some super speculative holdings. JD here with an opportunity to call or squeeze. Exercises the latter option and makes it 1350 to go. Snap call from Z-Fish. And Brian has this 5-2 offsuit.
No net game here.
Yeah, and this could be considered a pre-flop tank with a hand that doesn't even belong in there for 250.
Is there any reason to do this other than that you're about to jam and go crazy? Try to steal Z-Fish's money? No.
I mean,
think better.
you know he'd love to punk both Z-Fish and JD
He
at the
would
same
love
time
to.
with 5 deuce, right? I think that's what he's thinking about. He's like, if I stuff it and it goes fold, fold, I get to rip this over and feel like the biggest champion on the planet.
You're gonna forget. You're good.
All right, 10-3-3 two-tone board. JD is going to continue for 1/3 pot. Z-Fish going nowhere with the pair of 8s. And there's a diamond for JD. 6 high. And no chance to win this unless he hits a diamond on the end. So should see another bet from him. Both these players very deep. SPR over 3 with 5K in the middle. And if JD does have like aces, kings, or queens, right? He's got those 3s on board to really protect his hand against Jack 10 and, you know, any sort of 2-pair that could come off on the river. So yeah, he just gets to continue betting with impunity here. 3,500 now.
Yeah. Right back at you.
2 flush draws. The 8 of hearts, not particularly relevant. JD shouldn't have a ton of 8x of hearts. But if he has 6-5 of diamonds, he may have 7-8 of hearts, 9-8 of hearts, and ace-8 of hearts, perhaps. But nonetheless, it's just a raw pair of 8s. Z-Fish has got this sniffed out, makes the call, and now an ace rolls off.
Does JD shut it down, or does he have this final bullet in him?
Yeah, this one's
going to take a 50
tricky.
caliber. It's going to take a big bullet.
I mean, I think JD is obligated to bet. The ace is a scare card.
Yeah. Johnny.
King 10, Queen 10, King Jack, Queen Jack of hearts or something like that, like, are just in jail against this ace on the river.
What?
I didn't play a hand.
But JD pretty much has to go for it all if he's going to bet.
Main. In the main.
He could go for a smaller size, I suppose, but yeah, this is just kind of a YOLO.
And then Randy got up.
Right.
Oh my God, this hand is amazing. Then it's back to Z-Fish. What does he do? He called flop, called turn.
You gonna play the main?
Yeah. You gonna buy?
And you know JD's showing it. Table's going to
0.8?
erupt.
Yeah, if he bets and gets it through,
Oh, thank you.
that would be the assumption.
6.8? Give me
He's
one.
thinking, is my wife going to forgive me for this one if I put my whole stack in?
All right, in between size. says, no, I'm going to get to the river here with some ace, king, ace, queen some of the time, or maybe even like ace 5. And so I'm going to go for small value. Z-Fish folds, and we're not showing. We're not showing. Wow, 6 high though. We are showing.
Oh, yeah. 6 high like a boss. Oh man. 16K pot there.
So now our 2 biggest winners, JD and Jay, have both gotten big bluffs through against Z-Fish, who is our biggest loser. That is sick, nasty needleage. Woo. Oh boy.
And guess what? We are only halfway through this live stream.
It's amazing.
Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. What a hand.
That was sick. That was sick.
You shooting 6 high? Yeah. Dude, nice job.
I had 5 DA off.
No, I totally missed it. I was not paying attention.
I'm fucking with you. I had ace king.
I totally zoned
I had
out.
ace king of diamonds, buddy.
When the hand's over 2 minutes, I zone out.
That's so funny.
No, I'm good.
Z-Fish just getting blasted tonight. He's like, fuck these guys.
I mean, that's a grin, right? But that's what we call a shit-eating grin. That is, I'm not happy, but I'm gonna get you suckers.
Yeah, he is definitely contemplating some revenge.
All right, got some more 2-card Tito fans in the chat. Welcome, y'all. We're enjoying having Mr. Mateo on.
How much is it?
Usually Z-Fish is good. You had the best hand, but this time you can't. Get 8 high. 8 high in the mug. 250.
JD over there telling me he had 8 high. He did, 2 of them.
Yeah, 8 high. All right, Zach does the betting here.
I would have paid you off on the river.
250. Ryan makes the call with Jack 10. Okay, I guess, yeah, he's got the gut shot to Broadway.
If I had a jack, I'm paying him off.
Terrible run out.
You're like, you probably hit the river. Let me
Jack
see.
or 10, I paid you off. For sure.
Yeah, like he hit the river.
I think you hit the river, but like 4,000 to win 20? Fuck, I'm in.
You played more hands would be great for me. That'd be amazing.
I think we played the same amount.
Yeah, okay.
Really? I think it's close.
Oh, yeah, okay. How much you want to put on that? A little side bet?
Little side bet, honestly, like go
We'll
over
mark
the
the
stream.
time right now. No, they track it for you.
Oh, they do?
Oh, yeah,
We
yeah.
can actually
They
check
track
and
it.
see what the
Yeah, they track it for you. There's a number.
They'll see aggression frequency, defense, all day.
How many hands has he played?
I think he plays the same number of hands as me.
Yeah, I think I might have both you out.
Your boy Mike saying getting massages is crazy.
I think I played 9
Well,
hands.
Yeah, let's bet.
it's a touch of luck,
How much you want? What's your net
and
worth?
we have seen it quite often actually on this table, whether it's a tournament or a cash game. It actually brings the players a touch of luck indeed. So
I think I've won more than
they are professional massage therapists.
Dude, there's nothing better than chilling at a cash game, getting a massage, hanging with your buddies, having a beverage.
There you go.
Hell yeah. Big fan.
Talking a little trash, stacking some chips.
Switch it up. You know, try the other end. Try the
Buying $155 worth of Taco Bell because you're Mateos. Yeah.
He is up 155. The young man from Boston, playing with the big boys,
I was out of there for sure.
holding his own so far.
It didn't make sense, man. You can't.
I can't.
Your story doesn't make sense.
My stories are so believable, dude.
I don't give a shit what your story said. I'm a bitch. I'm 6 eyes in the muck. You get through me for sure.
Can I get through both? Is there a way?
I saw you thinking about it, and I was like, I know he's not worried about me. I mean, he's like, okay, Jay got aces, but like,
Yeah.
he could snap call that shit. He's like, oh, fuck.
King 4-4 rainbow flop. Bobby here drills bottom trips. Nobody has a king or immediate draw though, so it checks through. Deuce of diamonds on the turn, changes nothing. betting 2 folds. Bobby gets nothing.
Hey, it looks kind of Christmassy in my opinion.
So them kings. I had a 4.
There you go. See, yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, Bobby.
I told you to stop playing shit hands. I normally do anyhow, but just y'all keep.
So Randy played with us for hour and a half. Dusted off 14K and decided to call it a night. That is the difference between the green boxes and the red ones on your screen there. But of the players remaining, Z-Fish down the most, stuck 8K at this point.
Time for Mateo to play another hand. So.
Yeah, no shit.
We get the nip buds out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, largely just
I really want to see the
a victim of the deck and card distribution. Haven't really been seeing him like folding,
Right.
you know, top of range or anything.
Has there been any talk about the 7 deuce game?
No.
Well, we have a raise from John H.
I'll put money that I'm top
with the 7 Dewey. Gonna be tough to win this one.
Oh.
Even tougher now.
You want bottom 3? I'll take
Yeah, and this is actually kind of dangerous because if you're gonna open 7 deuce, your plan is to just kind of rip it all the way through and get to show it down. But
Yep. Ryan led into him.
wait, Ryan leads?
Yep.
What?
I like it
Oh
better.
man, I don't understand.
I'm good on that one.
Concentrating on the massage a little too much. Not on that situation, maybe.
I got a little
I
sick.
just
I
don't.
think this guy's one more
Yeah. Well, maybe he's going back to what we talked about, where like that lead in on an ace-high board is just always dog shit, and you should just raise it. So he bets small, thinking that John is just going to raise him like all the time. And it's a little bit tricky, right? Because nobody ever donk leads the flop after they flop a set. Everyone always checks, waiting to check raise or like let the other guy bet, right? So, I mean, it's creative, but I don't know that I would ever.
I haven't seen my hat. Okay, whatever.
Not saying that I would ever advocate for that play.
No.
Give me this hand.
I mean, I would have
I got premium. He's like, come on, let's take it.
Yeah, of course he raised to 400 and he wants to put it on.
He got a premium.
I don't know, is that like a line from a movie or something? I don't get it.
Must be. Must be.
Fuck him up, Bobby.
That's it.
Cool story, bro.
Me and Z gonna tag team.
All right. We got open at 400 from Ryan on the button. A couple of calls.
You're good. I want to be hurt. All right.
3 ways to a flop. Jack, 9, 6, 2-tone board.
Make him win. It's good for the stream.
Everyone has a pair.
Good for TV.
It is indeed good for the stream when Ryan wins. No doubt about it.
It would have been really good for the stream if he had lost the knit game.
Yes, it would have.
Spicy turn here. 2 pair for Bobby.
2-piece, no biscuit.
Fires 1,200 into 2265. Z-Fish here quickly folds the King Jack.
I love it. Bobby says, got him, and throws down the 2-pair.
You did get them by
indeed.
getting the best hand.
And getting unstuck, as he is now back in the green.
Hey-oh.
And here we go. The knit game is back on. $100.
Come on, Ryan, lose.
The one time we openly root for a player to lose on this stream.
Yeah, it's all in
Ryan
good fun.
swore into the microphone earlier he would never lose the knit game, and if Jacob can get that done. Uh-oh, had a box card.
I think we had boxed half the deck.
What was that? What was that for?
The flop got
okay.
Yeah, they were cards. Nick, what's this hat? This is like a golf company or something? It's like a golf hat? You get that in New Zealand?
No, but I got Lord of the Rings in New Zealand.
Oh shit!
Whoa!
I ran through the Shire Scream and I'm going on an adventure, so I got it in Elvish.
Hey, all right. That's real commitment right there. You get a hat and a tattoo.
He called me out for my Star Wars tattoo. The tour guide, whose name was Sam, by the way. The only Hobbit named tour guide, and he was awesome.
That's funny. How long did it take?
Oh, real quick. That's
How much they charge you?
Zach does not attack. JD's button open there with ace-7. So instead it'll be a defend from Jay and Z-Fish.
J9.
Pretty good flop if you're Z-Fish. Well,
I thought that's what you're supposed to do.
we don't encourage this kind of language here, you boy. Talk of violence is not welcome. So I'm not sure what this is all about, but we're gonna have to time you out.
Oh, really?
This is the fun zone. We're here to watch poker, have a little fun, talk a little shit.
Indeed.
Like, were you thinking about
Watch
that
some
one, or
chips
did you
fly.
just, like, kind of read the...
Right here in happy-go-lucky, Dallas, Texas. TCH Live, Tuesday night, 5-10-25, no limit hold'em game. Z-Fish,
Oh,
gonna
okay.
drag.
6-5 again.
Nice little small pot there.
At 6-5 again, I was like, I'm just gonna roll the 6-5 twice in a row.
Small game.
Yeah, but Z-Fish, that's good for morale because he's been getting ragged on by especially JD and Ryan.
Poked and prodded.
Yeah.
But all in good fun. And Z-Fish is definitely given out and dished out some needles in his time on our stream too. It's all in good fun though.
It looks just like that. When I read through this part, the first thing I said was, as an American, don't look at the flop.
You're out? You're out?
And,
Get in there.
crash. Because we always
I might fire again. Yeah.
Yeah, still chances to get into tonight's flight of the $800 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed tournament, the main event. Going on now through the weekend, day 2 Sunday, final table live stream Monday night with starting flights in the morning at the Las Colinas location, all throughout the rest of the week at 10 a.m. and here at 5 p.m. at Texas Card House in Dallas as Z-Fish here now waking up with the birds.
Well, sneaky, Z-Fish, a little out of character. Just calling the 200 with the 2 red aces. And Mateos, not sensing any strength here, knit game on, is going to 3-bet to 900 with the king-queen. What's going on, Nelson?
Yeah, this is
tuning in from Michigan. Shout out to you, my man. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
All right, Z-Fish now going to put the hammer down. Going to 4-bet up to 2,300.
Yeah, this is the Carlos special, the limp back raise.
Uh-oh. It's like, are these guys just trying to push me around? I'm in town from Boston. I'm the young guy at the table. The knit game's on.
Yeah. These ones?
The problem is that you're deep. And yes, you get to play in position, but if you call here, you're actually not that deep in relation to the pot, right? The SPR is going to be under 2. So it's just, you're kind of putting a lot of money in now from an absolute dollar standpoint. And yeah, like Z-Fish can be punking you. But yeah, just let it go.
Solid lay down, young man. And he must have already gotten rid of the knit thing, right? Yeah, because he had the Jack-9. Yeah, the 2 pair. Tell maybe some of the young fans in the chat what this whole SPR nonsense you're talking about is. And of course, it's not nonsense, but anybody that was like, what is he talking about, SPR ratio?
Stack to pot ratio, SPR.
Stack to pot ratio.
Yeah, just it's a measure of how many chips the lowest stacked player has in relation to the size of the pot. Is a pretty good metric, a good measure of how easy it is to get all in. So if the SPR is, you know, 4 or below on the flop, usually pretty easy to get all the chips in. If it's much higher than that, then it's tough using normal bet sizes, you know, pot size and below, to get all in by the river. That's pretty much what that is all about.
Thank you, Dr. McAvoy.
You're welcome. And yes, having an SPR 2 or below on the flop is like, you know, kind of a very dangerous place to tread, and doing it especially there with King Queen O against a limp back raise. Pretty treacherous waters.
Spicy indeed, and here's a little spicy one. Top pair for Mateos. Flush draw for Ryan.
I love how Nelson Gaming is like, I'm here in Michigan, I hear folks talking about Texas poker. Yeah, word gets around, especially when you see live streams like this one and you're like, wow, this is how they play down there. All right.
Now would be a great time to come on down with the Trailblazer Poker Series going on. We will put up a flyer for the next stop, though, of the Trailblazer, as it's going to be making a stop in Houston. Another opportunity to come down and play in some great tournaments and cash games. Anytime there's these big tournaments, cash games get a little wild. And Ryan wins the dadgum hand and gets rid of his knit button. So we will not get to roast him on camera after all.
Yeah, not unless there's one more Nick game before I have to get out of here. But at least this one, he is true to form. Will not be shown if Ryan loses the Nick game placard. All right, seriously, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but let's cool it with that. Seriously, come on.
Okay, we're gonna go beep.
2,500.
We don't know who Reet is, and we just don't care.
Yeah, we're here to play poker. Have fun.
Yeah. Last
You
time they
being
got like,
Mr.
last time they got like 80
Unstructured
runners.
Poker, low frequency call in that spot. It would have been spicy for the stream. Indeed. You always want to see the aces go to battle. We had an epic aces hand last night in our tournament. Aces versus Jack 7. That just ended in absolute disaster in a heads-up match on a final table. But the aces did not prevail, but the player who lost that big one ended up coming out on top, Mr. Colby. But that was a hand for the ages there.
Dude, and such a clean flop, too. Just one spade and, like...
no pair.
Yeah, no pair, no real connection. So there wasn't, like, some, you know, straight draws. And just... bam, bam. All right, the most classic of all confrontations here. Queens versus Ace-King.
John's got the hat off, the hair flowing, and a big boy hand. Ace-King. Third time Bobby's had these queens.
Quickly makes the call. And, okay, they're going to run it twice. I think the chances of a chop pot are quite high. No club on the turn. John needs an ace or king. Does not find it. So Bobby keeps his chips and half of what's in the middle already. Once again, backdoor clubs working for John, but that is not what he's working with now. Just an ace or a king or a 7 for a chop. And wow, no face cards in this deck.
Queens will hold and get rid of the knit button there. Big hand. Bobby winning 55-15 in pure profit there. What a hand.
Yeah, just barely had John covered, so gets to take all of his chips. And John will have to reach into his pocketbook to get some more chips out. Bill James wondering, did Quad J win it? He had the majority of the chips for the majority of the final table. Got down to heads up against Colby, and Colby prevailed.
Yeah, and just insanity happened. It was a wild ending to that tournament. Go back and watch it. I definitely suggest you do so. Just epic, a couple epic hands. We don't need to run through them again, but definitely worth watching that heads-up battle there. It was wild.
Yeah, the three-handed play honestly was very interesting.
Yeah.
You know, Bobby, who had been in sort of second position for most of the night, kind of dwindled down, ended up in the 3rd spot, but really kind of just clung to life. You know, like someone I haven't seen in a really long time, just holding on for dear life, folding even when he was down to like 3, 2, 1 big blind, still folding, giving himself a chance to bring it back, but just could not quite make it happen. And then, yeah, epic heads-up match, truly epic.
Well, nothing better than going down to the felt, waking up with a decent hand, opening the pot, and getting 3-bet immediately. That always feels good. And so you call.
Yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity for you to get right back on the horse and win a pot. A very playable hand, makes a lot of sense. Queen high board would have been pretty nasty for him, but this one shouldn't get him into too much trouble. Z-Fish, the only player with a pair.
500.
And we'll bet 1/3 when it comes to him. Yeah, Bill, it was pretty nasty when the video quit for us. We did our best to sort of fill the dead airwaves as we waited for the video and delay to repopulate. And we were able to get back up and streaming and finish it out, but it was unfortunate that occurred.
John is going to make a rather loose call here with just queen high, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draws, but completely bricks that turn. Z-Fish going to take that one down. Yeah, we were a little shocked when the feed went out on us as well. Of course, Aaron and I thought that the microphones may have also been off, not just video, and may have had a few choice words for the internets that shut down on us. So apologies if you heard some of that. But yeah,
mild profanity.
It happens to the best of us. You know, we were channeling our inner Bill O'Reilly.
I literally have to get like 3rd to make my money back.
And you know what? Just the wrong words slipped out.
I believe.
Yeah, but
it's hard to get through.
Yeah, we had a nice little podcast sesh.
Yeah,
while we waited for the delay to.
Some good Q&A and some talk about poker and sports and all kinds of stuff. But we had a good time last night, and a lot of the viewers left for those 25 minutes that we were off for, and we got the sucker back up and running. Got that full feed for everybody to witness that epic kind of 3-handed back and forth battle.
That's good. I guess I just gotta.
$85,000 almost. 84.7 something I think it was for Colby.
Yeah, 795 or something.
First place winner. Nice 56,000 for second place.
Yeah, not a bad payday for Quadjay. Even though, yeah, it's like he was in such a good spot, and it couldn't seal the deal.
Jonathan Tillman thinking Mateos is playing a little too tight. Well, he's off the stage now. Probably has his phone in his pocket. Well, of course, we're on a 15-minute delay.
Hey, listen, you're playing too tight.
You're playing too tight.
John H. here flops a gut shot straight flush draw. It does not hit the flush or the straight flush, but does hit the straight. Got to feel good.
Absolutely.
Z-Fish here still has a pretty decent hand, effective second pair. And he's going to continue betting here, trying to charge the draw, which John does indeed have, but he's got a whole hell of a lot more to go with it than the spades.
And ready for 1, 2, 3, yellow, card 11.
John here doing inventory. He's got exactly pot in his stack, or at least the pot including Z-Fish's bet, so really he's got less than pot.
Give me a count.
And yeah, this is the danger of betting into someone who doesn't have that much behind, right? Like, Z-Fish thinks he's sort of charging the draw, and now it's like, wait a minute, you go all in, can I fold? Now he's getting better than 4-1 on this call.
Not going to put him on the 6-4, obviously, holding the
33, right?
2 cards. The ace-4 is still out there.
500, right?
Some sets are out there. Going Of course, you lose to a king. Just a gross spot.
Yeah, best case scenario, you imagine that John could be jamming something like ace-5 of diamonds, where you're ahead, but you have to fade some outs. But if you are behind, you always have what you presume are 4 clean outs in the middle. You hit a 4, but yeah, Z-Fish here, as we can see, given the card removal, has a 3% chance of hitting a 4 and chopping the pot.
Huh? It's really original. I get here in the 8 seat goes to let 12-year-olds in. I'm like, low hanging fruit, man. I'm like, John? Yeah. Didn't even address it to me though. It was like under the breath.
I met some new clients today, and like oversee a company that I do business for.
Z-Fish here really thinking this one over. I mean, 4 to 1, it's such a good price, but you've got to imagine that you're behind, and when you're behind, like if you have 6 outs, right? Let's say that somehow John has like king queen, right? King queen, no flush draw. So all of your 6s and 4s are live. You got 6 outs one time, right? That's like 15%. Ugh.
Well, he says it's like deceptive, so I'm gonna.
Well, yeah, I give him an it's deceptive.
Doesn't feel good.
32. Nah.
Because you're getting close to the right odds, even if you're behind that exact hand. But then if your opponent has a straight or a set or something where you really have to hit that 4.
But, you know, he gave me
I mean, I guess if they have a set, then you still can hit the 6. But
yeah, you should have said like,
yeah,
no, I'm not.
it's like 15% all day.
Damn, bro.
Not
this
very
hand's
good.
taking forever. Jesus Christ. Oh, hell.
Seriously, needle him, dude. He was giving you a hard time for your 10-second pre-flop tank. Now this is like the 3rd or 4th time that he's been in the tank.
What the fuck is going on?
Super tank. Oh, wow. They get him to call.
If he loses this hand, you are cooked.
You have straight?
Oh, I got you paid, dog.
And spades?
He said, I got you paid.
Oh, man. Z-Fish is getting run over. Oh, they're running it twice?
Gets the straights twice. How about a flush and a flush and a straight just for shits and giggles?
Nice hand.
Wow, nice hand. Jeez.
John, you owe Taco 500. At least.
He was calling,
Night seat does often go by Taco.
Tip your needler. All right, tip your needler.
So they said, you owe Taco
I just love that
a bunch of money because he got Z-Fish to make that kind of suspect call there.
Yeah, I think he was borderline as to whether he was going to just ditch that one.
I know Sears is very, but it's so funny.
The Raz
Pushed
him across the line.
And John does get to get rid of the nit button, of course.
I love how much he hates himself in this game.
But he's too busy stacking chippies. Got to feel good after he's gone to the felt a couple of times.
Bro, you can't fold a king. Just put it in.
Up to 8.4K, but he's still down 6.6.
I'm saying you did.
Almost 3 hours in.
Yeah. If you table your. Oh, good. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Oh, he's good. He's good.
That's why I tabled it. Oh yeah. That's what I was trying to
They didn't throw the Nick game thing in.
Because I was like,
Yeah, it's definitely not good. It's definitely not good.
Win with it, show
I think it is on
I
you.
don't care
That
if you
50
say
is in
it.
front of him. I would have felt really bad if you snapped it off and you said a bluff.
I was thinking to myself like, oh my god, I wasn't
That is the danger of talking during a hand, is getting somebody to make a call or fold. Cost other players at the table money. This, like I said, operates a little bit more like a home game rules-wise, just because these guys play so often together, but that was definitely kind of
Can't wait to see what hand he had.
yeah, maybe borderline.
Yeah.
I mean, you can obviously call the block still, right? These guys are paying for time up here.
Yeah, I think it's fair play, especially given the dynamic that we saw earlier.
For sure.
Now, in tournaments, yeah, you tend to be a little bit more discreet about, calling someone out for tanking. What I usually do, which I've had to do actually quite a few times here in the last few weeks, is let someone know that they've got like 30 seconds until I'm going to call the clock, right? Like once they've gotten into the like 2 minutes, 3 minute tank, it's like, all right, dude, like I'm going to
You were
call
gonna
the call
call
on you,
anyways.
but if you don't want to be embarrassed by like actually having the guy come over and count it down, figure it out.
Big one here. 4-bet from JD with the 10s. Flat call from Bobby with his upgraded hand now to kings. Gets a pretty safe board, but it's wet.
Yeah, seemingly just in check call mode. Just gonna wait and see what happens. Still safe here on the turn. I think JD should seriously contemplate slowing down here. If Bobby has ace king and maybe even something like ace king of diamonds, right? Just like check and see what the river brings and how your opponent reacts to it, right? There's no sense in continuing to bet here. Bobby continues to check though, and he's not going to get any additional value. I would have liked to see a block on the river.
I heard somebody yell out jacks, like guessing his hand there.
Yeah. Jacks makes way more sense.
It does.
Just calling the 4-bet, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, quickly checking the river there. I think there was like 6,900 or something in there. You know, bet a 2K. Right. You get called by jacks. You get called by 10s. So plenty of value to be had. Maybe even ace queen that somehow backs into top pair and is like, oh, can't fold now.
Speaking of queens, Jay's waking up with my favorite pocket pair, the ladies. John with the discipline there, folding the 5-4 offsuit. We saw that one go in for piles earlier.
Dude, it was a great year. So
it was
you
a
had
great
to play
year.
It. He should have played it.
He would have hit a pair.
God damn it! What the hell was he thinking? Shout out to Randy with a 5-4.
Absolutely.
What a god. Played it for all his chips too.
And he said, "You gotta let me win one." But he's like, "Well, I got to call because I got queens." He did get the first board.
All right, everyone has a pair going to the turn. Two pair for Zach now. Pretty gross turn card for Jay, who does slow it down with a check. And Taco Zach still checking. One liner to a straight. Anyone with a 5 will have a straight. And he is going to get a bet out of Bobby, turning that 3 into a bluff to the tune of 1K.
Don't be tanking, Zach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he had about 10x more seconds to tank if he had wanted to, given how long Z-Fish had been taken.
That's it, ace-5.
Ace-5 would have been gold.
Ace-deuce, Jay.
Dude, I had queens. You just fucking turned.
Queens, my head.
Huh?
Really?
Yeah, I had queens.
Oh, I played that.
Good turn for you, brother.
Should have led the turn.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Bet your own hand, sir, if they say.
And then River just, I guess, saved me.
Yep, it did.
Yeah, 125.
But I mean, I just opened so small. I forgot
I'm
the game.
25.
I should have just opened at like 500 and took that shit down. Get rid of this knit fund, man. I don't want to.
Yeah, a little different dynamic and can change your strategy a little bit having the knit game in play. Mateos here, who's just been knitting it up all night, according to that one player in the chat, or that one chatter. He's going to open up his range with Ace Jack.
Well, he's getting called by a really strong premium here. 4 deuce off.
I live on the edge.
Flops a gutty.
On a 4-liner. Oh, kid's crazy.
Oh, it's like what? Yeah.
Z-Fish doesn't look like he's in the folding mood for $200, and he is not.
That's the Benji.
How do you cut this off?
And there's a pair. Third pair, but it's a pair.
Oh, the butt on the bottom.
Yeah, hold it to like 5 seconds.
Quick check back from Mateos. Needs an ace or a jack, doesn't get it.
You know, and it's like basically a flip. You set your hand.
And I think Z-Fish's hand functions purely as a bluff catcher. Going for thin value here is pretty marginal, but he believes in it.
No way.
Try to get a call from ace high. Might just work.
It's like
Yeah, look good.
like, hey, we're flipping.
Oh, I don't know how y'all do that. That's punishment.
I don't know. At these stakes, 300 feels like a pretty reasonable price to look someone up like Z-Fish with ace high, you know?
Yeah, you put me to work.
Yeah. Flop the straight flush draw. I'm like, yeah. And there's no betting.
We've seen some nasty ace high, king high, and queen high hands. Shout out to Slick Rick
Has it
Poker.
been 40? Oh, okay. Yeah, keep going. Hit the limit.
When he called
no,
with
you
that
keep
queen
going.
high.
Keep me to a good number.
God,
I like even numbers.
It was
They
just
love
toast.
that.
Mateos does make the call.
He's like a good character.
Y'all talked him into loosening up. Now
I
he's
need
calling
caffeine
with ace
more than
high.
anything, and some liquid.
Yeah, he shouldn't have checked his text messages.
Yeah, he should not have checked that message.
I like it because it's like,
This is definitely a game, though, where, you know, he's definitely going to have to get more involved, you know, to be profitable, because these guys do play pretty good, even though some of the play is wild. These guys know each other, they're familiar with each other, a lot of money these guys are comfortable playing with, so, you know, just to come in and sit around and wait for the nuts is, you know, not an effective style against most of these guys. He's gotten way more involved than that tonight, so definitely not what he's doing, but, you know, just playing a little bit tighter than, you know, obviously some of just the craziness that we've seen tonight, and he's having to adjust.
Yeah, I think it's largely card distribution. I mean, I haven't seen a single spot here tonight where I've been like, wow, what are we doing here, Mateos?
Yeah.
Like folding that hand. It's just been like looking at rags when, you know, it's up to him to open the pot, and then anytime when it's been already opened or 3-bet, he's had something that was very marginal at best. So,
Yeah, he called the all-in king-queen suited early, which just was up against the sevens in that one hand. You know, it's not really knitting it up. You know, so he's definitely tried to get after a little bit, just picking his spots.
yeah.
Anyway, Nick.
Yeah, I know how it goes too, to like go and play on a stream you haven't played on before for the first time and just be card dead, and you're just like, well, I wanted to come in and show everybody, you know, like how I play, and wanted to be part of the action and whatever, but like I'm also not just going to launch it in here with a bunch of trash. Now, if the game actually calls for it, like if people are V-pipping 50 across the board, and it's like, that's just the way we're playing, all right, like I'm going to start 3-betting some 10-9-0 and shit just because that's what we're doing, you can do it, but yeah, it doesn't feel good to just look at rags all night, ever. Are the massages free? No, they are not. You're going to pay $1.50 a minute or $2 a minute, I think, up here in Dallas. We're still on the Keep Austin cheap rate, $1.50.
Yep,
a minute.
That's what we were talking about. DeMarco just hasn't really had the right spots, so we definitely were being facetious when we were saying he was knitting it up.
Second pair and backdoor opportunities for Ryan. And wow, trip queens right on the turn.
Getting a massage from a lady, and now he's got 3 ladies, 4 counting the lovely massage therapist. Nick's going to get out of the way. Yeah, the good thing is, though, for Mateos, I could tell he's having a good time. You know, he was excited to be here. He was excited that Mallory reached out, and you know, getting to be on a live stream that by the end of the week will be seen by thousands and thousands of viewers. So exciting for him, and love to have him back. You know, we still have 2 more hours to see if he can't run it up. And if you guys haven't watched some of our live streams before, we've had players run up, you know, 20K stacks and blow it all away, and you know that could all end up going his way. So a lot of time left to get in the action. Kid's got a smile on his face. Like I said, I met him earlier, and a really humble guy, and just excited to be here. So
yeah, well,
looking forward to seeing that content he's putting out.
Yeah, and he's got like nearly 10K in front of him, or right around it, right? 8K in front of him, and he's covered by half the table or more. So yeah, he could double up any minute. Going to get involved in this one, I believe. 7-4-3 two-tone board. Mateos defending out of the straddle. Going to flop a gut shot. But JD here, opening the hijack pretty wide, is going to connect with this board just about as good as he ever will with 7-5 off.
5-hour live stream turn.
Yeah, we'll be going for a little under 2 more hours. So 11 p.m. Central, usually where we call it quits. Checky to a river. King of hearts. Still the pair of sevens best for JD. See if Mateos tries to attack a 3 or a 4. Pocket deuces, pocket 5s. No, he's just going to get a showdown with ace high if he can, and it's no good.
Yeah, my pot.
Really well played. Really well
I
played.
know. Okay, now I've got to play it. I mean, down fucking 2.
You go to that one, you're like, JD, you tighten it up. See? You got me right where you want me.
Huh?
JD
right.
getting rid of that knit button. How many we got left?
Give me a
I
5.
think that one over there, what does it belong to Mateos? And then we've got the one for Jay.
That's fine, man. It's fine.
I don't care.
Jay and Mateos,
I
indeed.
hate being pressured. Like
Turn T, this is just a cash game, so at the end of the night, you can see their player stacks right now. Those green numbers is the profit. If you're in the red there, as you see, Ryan, Mateos, Nick, John, and Z-Fish currently are. They're all money, so just when the game is over, whoever has the most chips is going to be technically the biggest winner. But it's a cash game, so you're not playing for every chip on the table. Unless these guys go bust, they normally agree to play the entire stream. Definitely no hitting and running. We've had that on our stream before to the tune of like $18,000.
That was weird.
In like an hour or two, and that guy was like, "Oh, it's gonna rain in my hometown. I gotta go." That's how you never get invited.
Oh yeah,
Get it.
yeah, that was weird. Yeah, it was the first time on, and then he did that. That was so weird.
It's on our highlight reels. You can find it. You can find it on TCH Live highlight reels. Never to be seen again. All right, he's getting chopped up over there.
Yeah, serious about that, huh? Yeah, that's you. A little bit. I guess it's me.
All right, whole lot of overcards to the board, and Ryan is going to take a stab.
It was that amusement park fun behind me that got me excited. I thought I had to bet. All right.
Yeah, we've had players win over 50K on these streams on just a $5,000 buy-in. So we've had some, 10x buy-ins.
Thank you so much.
That was great. Even if you go back to the older streams when the game was even crazier, but anytime you can 10x your buy-in, you've had quite the session.
Yeah.
And at this stakes, that's some big money.
Oh my goodness. I definitely feel like, I don't know, man. I definitely feel like I took a pounding. She was fucking. Well, I can testify you did. She was, well, even at the end, but she was
you wanted it.
I know I did. Like, that's the whole point.
It hurt me, I think.
Hurt me.
I probably did, man.
Sounds like he enjoyed the whole experience.
When you do get like a really good deep tissue massage, so like you are, like you feel like you've been in like a wrestling match or a fight or something, like you're beat up. Yeah. But then obviously
So much shit.
the body rejuvenates and you're like, oh. Z-Fish, big old 3-bet. Getting some speculative hands and a pair to fold. Uh-oh. Look who's in the chat. Doc, what's going on, man?
I just said it's been a while.
Welcome to the stream.
Rigoberto is nailing that one.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we have a lady that puts on the lineups, Miss Mallory, Mallory Poker on the social medias. Find her on Instagram, Mallory Poker. And she every week gets this lineup put together. Sometimes it's this same kind of group of characters, but she kind of does an open invite. We try to keep it a game that has a couple of professional players and some more recreational players. But of course, in Texas, rec players can be very good players as well. They just don't do it professionally. So we do have a little diverse group of guys that play really wild and guys that maybe play a little bit more face up, but we get a little bit of everything. We definitely don't want guys that are just going to sit and tank all night. So Mallory does a great job getting our lineup.
Yeah, absolutely does.
No, yeah, just everyone prepares him to win, but nothing personal.
We are good, Doc. When are you going to come on the stream and take some of JD's chips?
And thank you for those kind words, Arish. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, Arish.
False. False. Okay, never mind. I'll take it back.
Happy to have you joining us.
Yeah, man.
Nirvana back for night number 2. Thanks for joining us again.
All right, big flop here and a good turn as it was the pair and a flush draw for JD ahead on the flop. Now Nick takes the lead and with the nut flush draw has a hammer lock on this. JD needs an offsuit 5 or 7 to roll off on the river.
You can lock it up. I don't know.
Doc Hollywood put this into existence here, saying, can somebody take JD's chips? Nick has a good chance here.
Wow, the snap jam from Nick, that's a little bit quick. JD's like, what? And it's always the worst. Like, you love your hand on the flop, and then you just like, wait, what? The speed with which he went all in. Sometimes you actually think that that's a bluff, right? Like, they were going for diamonds, and then
that's why this hand is not in the muck, right? I mean, he's really thinking, like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Instant all in?
Yeah. Like, didn't you want to take a second to actually digest what just transpired here?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's 24-30, so originally it showed up as 3K plus, so it was like a slight over bet jam. Now we see that it is not quite that. It's 24-30 into like 3,100.
What's up? Oh, what about it?
I was trying to read your watch for you, but it didn't. That's not the time.
It's military time. No, it keeps switching to military.
He's like, what 10 is just going to call me on the flop and not raise me? And he's going to pay him off.
Yeah, and in hindsight, you're like, oh, you snap jammed because you just like drilled runner ace and like couldn't wait to get all your chips in the middle.
Yeah, and I was in horrible shape on that turn, and damn it, horrible shape on that river because just couldn't put you on those 3 aces there. But, Turn T, that is a great question in the chat that Aaron and I can gladly answer, but maybe we'll give this to the chat right now. Turn T wants to know what the best way to get better at poker is. You may have answered it yourself with your next comment there, but folks in the chat, how did you get better at poker, or what are some of the ways that you guys and gals are currently trying to get better? What is your advice to Mr. Turn T? That was a great job by our second dealer, Jacob. First time dealing on the stream. Thank you, buddy. And we will see you here in the production room next time you're in. And this is Miss Mary coming in now to finish off the night. Just about an hour and 40 minutes left.
Oh, you want the full 3? Yeah.
And if you guys are quiet, I'm going to have to turn the mic over to Aaron and let him tell you how to get better at poker. But I'm hoping some of you guys out there will give Turn T a little bit of advice on what you guys think, some of the best ways for a young poker player to get better.
Just try to get as much action on everybody. A little half of everyone.
You really did put that into existence, Doc. You really did.
Yeah, came straight in and nerfed him instantly.
And Doc did kind of give you an answer there. I mean, yeah, you've got to play more poker.
Fine, you have so many chips in front. Big card.
It feels like a troll post from Nirvana, right?
Keep the pot as small as possible until the river is done.
And then I'm all in.
That's not good for us. We want some spades.
All right, she's going to give us
Oh, he's got aces. Fuck.
a little sweat here. PLO flip.
Can't win.
I mean, big cards are out. So, yeah.
You win.
Spade, spade, spade.
Oh shit, you're good.
Bill James says watch a lot of feeds like this one. Play low stakes, play kind of different games, read up. A combination of things is kind of what the advice sounds like you're getting, and I definitely agree. You can definitely learn from these streams, and you learn a lot of what to do, what not to do.
Yeah.
Zach, I win. Appreciate you.
Aaron and I will be the first to admit that we're not always right in our assessments.
Oh, definitely not.
Spade, you win.
Oh, man, I can't believe it.
Wow, that's nothing.
And it's so much easier when you get to see the cards. Instead of sixes,
What the heck?
Yeah, straight or
Oh, no, that sucks.
7-4,
straight or below.
Zach, hey,
7-4.
you had a good feeling, though.
Did you actually win?
Yeah.
That's so sick.
I think it's King
Yeah, you
Deuce of
didn't sell.
spades.
You owe me 100.
King Dewey of spades. There you go. Jay is going to take that PLO flip down.
See, some people are just lucky at that shit.
Definitely focus on no limit hold'em. If you have started playing that, get good at that one before you just try to jump into maybe some of these other games real quick. You gotta really master one.
Yeah, that's true. And pay no attention to the placard on the screen. Mateos did not lose the nick game. He's still in there. As Jay is going to need to win a hand of Hold'em.
We're both still in it.
It's the longest nick game ever.
Oh, shit.
I agree, your boy Mike. I watch a lot of YouTube videos because I just don't want to pay YouTube any subscriptions, so I have to watch way too many commercials. Wish we could do something about that, but that is how it works. It's definitely nothing on our end. We're not feeding you guys with a bunch of ads you don't want to see. Zach waking up with a couple of cowboys.
Yeah, and Jay trying to get rid of that nit button here still is going to make the call. Mateos is out of the way, and Jesus, we're going to go 6 ways.
6 ways with kings. Let's take kings to the streets. 6 ways.
Well, I think we've got pocket threes in there. We do. Middle set for Ryan. And those kings should be looking at this board as like pretty safe. You got the king of spades as well, but it checks through actually. Zach does not bet the kings on this board. And John is going to bet having the ace of spades in hand.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not about just how much you win. Like Zach here may, by the time we get to the river, have minimized his losses, because right now he is in a world of hurt. Ryan has a full house.
Yeah, and the check raise here should be big. There's only 1280 in the middle with 1 street to go. And it looks like, okay, 1125. It might have gone a little bit bigger, but still, if called by one player, should give a pretty good opportunity to get another big bet in on the river. Your boy Mike, can y'all explain the nit game? Yeah, sure. You win a hand, you get rid of your nit game, your nit button, and the last player standing, the one who has not won a hand, has to pay out the tax, which in this case is going to be an $800 splash pot for the next hand. So win a hand, get rid of your nit button, and you must show your hand as well. That's the qualifier. Win the hand and show it to get rid of your nit button.
You forget to show your hand, you have to keep the nit button and keep going. All right, Zach, just going to make the call here, looking for an 8 or a king on the river.
Seven of diamonds. So 5, 6, 5, 4, ace 4, ace 5, those sorts of hands if they were ever bluffing, which is kind of questionable. It's usually, if there's going to be a bluff, it's going to involve a spade.
It's a long hand, brother. You could have
And Ryan there is in the big blind, so he can have some sort of like ace 4 off kind of stuff with the ace of spades. It is possible.
Reaching, he's reaching, building the tower.
But he check raised into 2 players, so there's extra credit here, I would say, given to the strength of his hand.
And there's something right there you can learn from poker players, is how to help the dealer out. Not all dealers have stretch arms, strong arms. And Mary's like, come on, help me out a little bit. Push those chips forward.
This is a very big bet. And having kings here is like pretty gross, but I think this big bet size, when you know that there were 2 players in the hand previously, and it was like bet and call before Ryan went for the check raise, right? This feels like a fold to me. Obviously, I could see the cards, but even having 8, pocket kings in this spot, the dynamic of the hand really kind of lends itself to a fold. Nirvana says if he would have overplayed those kings on the flop, he'd be broke. To my earlier point of keep the pot as small as possible until the river.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, there are situations where we knew you weren't necessarily being facetious there, but there are times to do that. And when you end up going 6 ways with an overpair, often wise to maybe check and see what comes to fruition on the turn. Pretty wet card here, right? Spade on the turn. Top pair. I mean, top card there, the 8 pairs as well. 3s is probably not really in his head because those are sneaky, but could be.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think the real problem for Zach is that he has one of the best hands he's ever going to have. Kings with the king of spades.
King of spades, yeah.
So folding feels bad from a standpoint of like he just folds everything. But you kind of need to fold everything because it just feels like Ryan is not bluffing enough in this one. I would presume. Maybe I'm wrong. From what we've seen of Ryan tonight, he has not gotten out of line, right? Like he thought about it a couple of times and then just clicked fold. Right? He like had some dirty aspirations against JD and then just folded. So, yeah.
Ryan almost turned over a card, and I think he realized if I turn over a 3, he's going to know what the other one is. So that's something else there, too. A lot of times somebody offers you, look, I'll show you one card, pick one. And that's because the other one's the same card. Yeah. I mean, that's a trick that's done so often. You're like, you sucker.
Yeah. Turn T asking about calculating the pot, saying, how do you keep track of it? It can be tricky, especially when you get like a whole big pile of different denomination chips in there. But usually, unless you're playing super low stakes, where you always have like 7-way pots, single raise pots for like $12 and whatever, like you almost don't need to keep track of the pot exactly. It's kind of more of a rough estimate. And especially if there are a lot of 3-bets going on, as there should be, from a game theory standpoint, there should only be a few players making it to the flop each time. So you should be able to just kind of stop and rewind and be like, wait a minute, okay. The standard raise size has been like 35, so someone probably made it 35. Maybe it was 30, maybe it was 40, whatever. Okay, so it's 35 times 3, right? $100 basically. You can just kind of round it to 100, right, and move on. So don't focus on getting it down to the dollar. Just think about, can you rewind through the hand and quickly add up everything to a rough round number, and then that should give you a good place to work from.
He went multi-way to a flop again, and looks like Bobby is going to bet his pair of 5s and take it down. The other thing you can do is ask the dealer to spread the pot. The dealer, this is a game of observation. That's the big thing. A lot of times you'll see people on their phone. They're asking things like, oh, who raised, or who was it that bet that? And, that's something that the dealer, honestly, is not supposed to be telling the players. The players are supposed to watch and keep track of all of it, and the dealers should not be telling you how much is in the pot. So in No Limit Hold'em, you can say, hey, would you mind spreading the pot? If the chips are all stacked up, you can kind of spread them around, then you can actually get a visual of it. Sometimes it's harder than others. Sometimes you literally can see all the chips and you know exactly how much it is. So like Aaron said, though, I mean, a good estimation, knowing the action, knowing what you've put in, the bets that are in front of you will just help you out. You get a good guesstimate, that should be enough.
I should have folded. I probably should have folded this turn.
Great questions, though.
3 players to this flop. Looks like a pair of 7s for J going to take the lead. 9-5 picks up some equity here.
Let it go, let it go.
And down to 2 players going to a river. Z-Fish does not improve, but the 7s make trips.
Just let it go, brother.
He says, just let it go. Which was like, call me, you know.
7-4? No fucking time.
And now we get the banner that everybody loves to see, the best banner in sports, which already came up prematurely earlier, but Mateo does lose the Nick game.
Yeah, so it's not in play.
All right, that's a question that there are way too many answers for.
Yeah.
As you play more, you will learn exactly why there are so many answers to that question. But I don't know, you want to give them a general?
Well, no,
it's just too broad there.
It's too broad. So turn T, yeah. What I would suggest is, you can watch higher stakes streams like this and try to get an understanding of how players are betting. More often than not, the position isn't relevant, right? You're saying how much you bet on the flop when you're under the gun. That is kind of missing the nuance of who has the betting lead, what ranges look like, what board textures look like, and how they interact with your ranges, right? Like, so on certain board textures, you're always going to bet small. As the pre-flop aggressor, on others, you're always going to want to bet bigger, right? But those things aren't dictated by your position per se at the table. So, yeah, it's thank you for the questions. Appreciate you having the curiosity, and we're happy to answer when we can. But yeah, that was a little bit too far down in the weeds.
Aaron taught me that when you flop quads, just go all in. Just go all in.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's your turn or not. Just go all in.
No value. Yeah, out of turn, in position, out of flop quads, all in. Best advice ever from Dr. Aaron McAvoy. Nuclear scientist.
So
don't listen to that advice at all. I was kidding. But
it looks like we have a family pot minus Bobby, and everyone's ribbing Bobby for this. It was a limped pot, 8 ways.
And you got to imagine Bobby had something near that board, right? 10, 4, 8.
This is fun game.
Everyone has hot garbage, so yeah, he probably folded hot garbage.
69's loving that turn. I don't see the 6 with the 9 there. John has a 9.
Taco Zach with top pair. Gonna bet. That's a hot take. The best strategies really depend on the stakes. I mean, if you're playing a good balanced strategy, it should work across all stakes. But yeah, there are definitely more exploits that you can use depending on how your opponents are playing.
Some of these are like double negatives.
Yeah, turn T. Appreciate your enthusiasm for asking these questions, but it's just too far down in the weeds, my friend.
Okay, yeah, really don't miss.
You're on the right track, though, man. You will learn something new from every single session you play.
Yeah, especially that. Like, getting in there, there's nothing beats the experience of just getting onto the felt and making mistakes so that you feel the pain of losing money and being like, okay, that didn't work, or watching the other players at the table, and when someone who you think is like, oh, they're winning a lot, like, let me pay attention to how they're playing, and then you start to digest whether or not they're just getting lucky or they're actually playing well, right? Like, all of that stuff just comes from experience, and there's no substitute for that. Z-Fish turning 2 pair against the top pair for Zach, gets paid for $1,500 on the end and wins a nice chunky pot, $4,900 going his way. And Z-Fish, look at that, he's up to 22.4.
Creeping on a come up.
Yeah, I know he had added on some after he took that last beat, right?
We'll see where he's at.
So I think he's still stuck like a buy-in or something. 25.5 is no longer break even for him, but yeah.
Here we go. Z-Fish. Yep, still down 7K.
Money saved, money out.
You let your friends be annoyed, my brother. Play your game.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for learning the game and not playing too wide, right? Like some people come in and they're like, "Oh, I'm learning how to play poker," and they're like, they start having favorite hands. Like, I like to play 10-4 because it looks like some whatever, right? Like, and they just kind of come up with lots of reasons to play every hand they see. Keep playing tight until you get it figured out, man. There's nothing wrong with that.
All in for Zach with the 10-9 of spades. He says, I've had enough. People sucking out on me. I'm just going to rip it. We did see the 10-9 of spades in the tournament last night. Rip it into two opponents.
Yeah, this is quite the jam. I mean, when called, you're going to have a decent amount of equity, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
Permanent pros, you know? Permanent wizards.
All in.
Tournament pros, he said. JD's kind of trying to throw the needle. He gets him to show the cards. That works sometimes, too. You can kind of take a little jab at, one of the guys you've been playing with, tell them what you think they had, and it actually gets them to show their hand.
Yeah.
Because they're like, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, well, I got you to show your hand. Kind of works sometimes.
Yeah.
Tony's got a great comment there. He says he played a 1-3 game this weekend, and it was basically 10, 20, 40. And people are putting in 120. 3 players had over 3K plus, average of 1,500 to 2K. You will see that in Texas in those 1-3 games especially, but you'll see it in some 1-2 games. Obviously, go out in this room right now in Dallas. You will see some 1-2 games where people bought in for the max 500, and they'll have 3,500 in front of them. I've got a couple of guys that I play with regularly who have run up over 10K in profit with a $500 buy-in in a 1-2 game. One of them was a 36-hour session, but he got it done.
Man, that's...
Left with all that money.
He went 3 and then he showed for 3.
Yeah.
But
You pulled a jack.
yeah, I mean, every table's
lying,
different.
dude. Yeah, get out of here. You're lying.
You really did?
Now that question I can't answer.
I mean, I'm gonna go look.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna look now. I don't believe you.
Dealers work on tips. They do not work.
Do me a favor.
They're like waiters.
Hey, do me a favor. Next time, watch what you said and just
set 'em
how
out.
quickly JD laughed at you when you said, I feel like Jax is a bad spot there. Yeah, okay, watch out, JD. Yeah, quick.
Okay, come on, I'm joking.
How much? What do you like? What do you like?
I'm never the one to tell somebody what they should do with their money.
King Jack, I call.
But tipping is definitely the norm.
I was going to say there's no chance that Ryan has folded top pair here, and indeed, we do back that up. Nick here trying to power through the 6-high. Gets snap called on the river, and he's like, all right, fine, you win. But mucks his hand.
I think I beat him in the pot, but I didn't know how much it was.
Yeah, and you'll see some live streams where you won't see tips being thrown across the table. Some live streams, they do a pre-tip, and they pay the dealers a certain amount. It's kind of an agreed upon. These guys tend to just throw merry money. You won't necessarily see it, but C Money has the correct answer. You tip the dealer pretty much every hand.
I think we should dish out
a lot of times when the pot is, gets down to big blind, small blind, players will look at each other and say, do you want to play against each other? Do you just want to chop this? They may just take that money back. A lot of times the player will just throw the dealer.
Jacks, we need to spice up this game.
We just finished.
Dealer deals only a certain amount of hands for the 30-minute down that they're sitting at your table. They're trying to make as much money as they can while they're there. Oh, Mateos was away from the table. He had 2 kings there. Wow. Hate seeing that.
We won't know until after the show.
Yeah.
I'm in for a good tickler.
You should tip whether you're up or down. Because the only way you're going to get out of the hole is dealer dealing you those cards. But the biggest thing, too, is never blame the dealer for your losses.
All right, Ryan made trip aces the previous hand, and we would have had Mateos in here with kings in a bad way should Ryan have seen this flop. But as it stands, it's going to be just Bobby in there with hot air. Going to the turn up against the top trips, drawing dead. And another player is going to try to rep the hand that Ryan has. Must be nice. 2 flush draws out there, but for the low price of 300, Ryan is just going to call. And I guess give Bobby this final opportunity to bluff, but I think raising there would make some sense anyways. Chris, there's no rake. You pay an hourly fee, 13 bucks an hour here in Dallas. So you're basically just paying to sit at the table. And no money comes out of the pot. No money comes off of the table.
Yeah, that's exactly how those stacks get so big.
All right, Bobby finally decides that
the Choctaw Nuts is going into the muck. He says, all right. Jim Coyle saying, I'm sitting next to Mallory in the tournament. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. Thank you, Jim. One of our tournament crushers, staple in the room with his wife, Dory. She calls him Pookie.
Pookie.
Yeah, it's adorable.
Well, good luck to you.
But we all know him as Jim. Heck of a guy, heck of a card player. It's so cool. They're like the power poker couple, you know. And both love the game. Travel around playing together. Still hugging on each other. Still, you know, keeping it fresh. Gotta love it, man.
Oh yeah. Well, good luck to both of you in there, Pookie and
Mallory.
and Mallory as well. Yeah,
and Dory, if she's out there.
Registration just closed 15 minutes ago in the first flight of the title event. But there will be plenty more opportunities. The next one, 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Las Colinas location, and then 5 p.m. here at Texas Card House, Dallas.
Tony with a good comment, you know, dealers do make plenty, but that's debatable, right? You know, some make more than others. Some are better than others. Some are more polite than others. Just like waiting tables, you know, you can pick your amount. But at the end of the day, they're providing you with a service. These dealers are making $2 an hour, you know, like a waiter does. So, you know, in these rooms in Texas where we are nice, safe, and legal, these dealers aren't making a whole lot of money from the club. They depend on us, the players, to take care of them. And I say that as somebody who's not a dealer. Never have dealt at TCH. Did some chip running.
Running them chips.
And I depended on those tippies too.
No, that's right.
But yeah, if you think about it, for every time they've been stiffed, you know, thank goodness there's been somebody who's been generous and maybe over tipped. But yeah, if you slide the dealer even $1 every single hand you win, it's going to take care of them. It's going to take care of you. You're being courteous, you know. Is what it is. Same thing for that Uber driver, you know. Somebody provides you good service, throw them $1. Doesn't hurt you. All it can do is help them. If every single passenger tipped that driver $1, they would have so much more money, and it would have only cost that person $1. It's kind of how I always think about it. You know, when you're in the service industry, just take care of each other. Don't have to overdo it. You will see in our room, though, we play a lot different than other rooms. Very courteous. It's kind of like a family. We're still after each other's money, don't get me wrong. And right here is an example. Zach gonna rip it all in for $4,000 after Mateos puts in the 4-bet with 2 10s.
Yeah, I mean, once you have that in. Like,
and now it is back to Mateos.
There, I got you know, another stack.
He's got to put the majority of his stack in with ace-queen. And hope he's not against kings plus or even ace-king
I brought
here.
it from home. It's a little cold, but Evertelli's is pretty good cold.
Seafish has already folded his ace-queen. Daniel Pendergast, yeah, that's 2-card Tito. It's first time on our stream and facing a big decision here. Looks like it's a little more. It's 4,900 total from Zach, 3,700 for Mateos to call. In number 88 right here. Might Be a good one for us to mark down. Maybe get it on a highlight reel. We'll see what happens. Ace Queen already folded by Z-Fish.
Yeah, never easy to call off with 10s. It's one thing to jam them yourself, but yeah, you know that you're just like flipping at best. Every once in a blue moon, your opponent will have the ace-5 suited, but you still have to fade the ace. So yeah, the 10s are pretty tough.
That's absolutely the least favorite job I could ever do.
Oh, it's actually nice.
There's the call. We're going to flip for it. And Mateus is honestly in pretty good shape from the fact that Z-Fish folded that other ace queen. So we'll see if he can hold.
I hope he didn't tank with ace king. That would be bad.
What do you have? What? Tournament style.
What do you got?
That's 10. 10? It's a flipping.
Fair fight.
Wow, okay. 10 is no good. But didn't need it anyways. Still just needs a little card. And there it is. All right. Oh, we're running it twice. Okay.
Yeah, 10s are good for the first one.
It's got to be coming.
First timer, can he hold?
Nice hand.
Wow.
He's holding tonight.
All right, Taco Zach goes down to the felt. Nice little chip up there for Mateos, and that'll get him into the green.
Big hand there for Mateos, and a big pat on the back from somebody. Oh, his buddy Jay over there, the seat one, coming back to the table.
I made it
Nice hand.
that night. You called me with 10.
Yeah, it was a 4-bet, Tony, from Mateos. And then it got back to Zach, who ripped it. So now you've got a 4-bet and a 5-bet jam. And Z-Fish was just like, well, I don't think I'm good here.
It's been taking 2 hours to play.
I can't beat both of these guys.
No, okay.
So he just let that one go. Going back to a question back here from Chris, saying how does it work with people playing like a half hour? How does it get collected? So when you come in, they scan your card in the front, check to see if your membership is good. There's a daily, monthly, or yearly membership that you can choose to pay. We do have discounts for first responders, former military, current military. So that's a cool thing that we do. But you pay your daily, monthly, or yearly membership, and then once you get to the table, that's when your time kicks in. You can prepay. You will have to have some time on your account when you sit down. They usually make you start with at least an hour, and then you buy an hour at a time after that. If you leave and you still have time on your account, it stays on your account. That time will be on there for forever. You can come back 2 years later, and that time will still be on your account. And when you run out at the table, the dealer will just ask you, would you like some more time, or are you done for the night? And, you say, yes, I am done for the night, and you just rack up and go home. Or you can pay by card or cash. They don't let you use chips here. That way we're not taking chips off the table. And I hope that explained it all.
I'm so mentally prepared for your nefarious
Great questions,
actions.
though, guys. Thanks for engaging with us.
Here it comes. Now what? Now what I do? Just mentally prepared for it.
No, you do not have to show if you're all in unless it is in a tournament, and cards all have to be exposed for players that are all in. Some streams, when they do the all-ins, they do make the players turn them over. They don't mind a sweat here.
Zach, I think you might be short one.
But you cannot win a hand unless you table your cards. And that means both cards face up. Or in PLO, obviously, all 4 of your cards. All right, ace 6-4. A couple players landing an ace here. JD has the club draw. A couple extra outs now for Ryan with the ace-5. He and Nick both sharing an ace. But 7 kicker does play. JD says, nah, that's too heavy of a price for me to call on a flush draw, 1 card to come. Could be drawing dead if the player has the ace with the ace-high flush.
That's like super old.
Do you have a big one on hand?
That's him having a
The same head as me? That makes sense.
That's Zach putting it together now. What was Z-Fish thinking about there? I had the same hand as you. Knit game did start again, so we are back to the knit game.
3.5x champ.
Ryan's gonna get it done.
4x, I guess.
There it is. Not losing the knit game. Ryan true to his word.
True to his word. And we haven't even mentioned, of course, we've got the Trailblazer Poker Tour still going on right now. Mentioned this a few times. That's going on through February 3rd. But coming up, Trailblazer Poker Tour is actually going to make a pit stop down in Houston. February 26th through March 10th. Big main event's going to be 500K down there and another multi-day $100,000 tournament. 10 events for that one, a little bit smaller than this one. Of course, Houston has 2 clubs, so kind of spreading the wealth around. I've already made a pit stop in spring. So if you're in Houston, starting at the end of February, another Trailblazer Poker Tour going on. So some of you folks were mentioning wanting to come and play at TCH. Remember, we have 6 clubs throughout the state of Texas, so pick your poison, pick your club. Might see Aaron or I splashing around.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah, buddy.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I'm super pumped for the Deuce to 7 tomorrow. I haven't played Deuce to 7 in a tournament format in quite a while because the one that they were running in the Austin Trailblazer Tour, it was day 2 of the big tournament, so I wasn't able to play it.
All right, knit game did start again.
Laying up for the squeeze.
Zach's all in for infinite here.
Zach just bought in for a fresh 5K. Looks down at Ace Jack, says that should be good enough. And he's just going to rip it in and win himself $1,000.
Yeah, pretty tidy little profit and no nip bud.
Yep. He had what you call removal to a couple of premium hands, and sometimes that worked, and sometimes you run right into the nizzles.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Ace Jack, a pretty good hand to do it with. And yeah, making $1,000 there. I mean, yes, you had to risk all 5K. Not so sure about that, but
not a good sports bet.
Well, yeah, and also like if you have aces or kings, are you just stuffing it all in? Probably not. So you kind of become unbalanced in that way. But if you do just stuff it in with your aces and kings, then maybe people think you're doing it light. You get more calls than you
maybe get an 8s or 10s to call you, and then you win.
Yeah, who knows?
A lot of chips.
Phony Turgeson pulling from the Poker Bible, the gospel. Scared money don't make none.
Damn right.
That is true.
All right, Zach here, who has been quite active since getting stacked. Got the hoodie up.
Glasses off. He's refocused. He's ready to go.
Nirvana, the min buy would be 2K, I believe. 2 to 5K. And then match the stack after that. But yeah, it's pretty rare that we see anyone buy in for less than 3.
3,600 today was the low stack, right?
I think that's right, yeah. Nick peels off a flop here, does not find a favorable one. And now facing a C-bet of 800 on this ace-high board is out of the way.
He says, what a great flop for my hand. Doesn't show it, but we all kind of know what he's talking about there. Got 2 jacks, and of course, there's always going to be an ace, king, or queen out there to scare you a little bit. That was Miss Mallory there in the chat. She's out there playing some pokers. If you want to play in Dallas, we do have streams sometimes that aren't this large. We sometimes do like a 1-3 game, round of each game. We've had PLO. Last week we had Big O, which is a 5-card high-low game. Contact Miss Mallory. She's going to ask you some questions about what kind of stakes you want to play. And what a little bit, I guess, about your poker history and all that jazz. But if you want to play in Dallas, that is who sets our lineups. The lovely Miss Mallory.
John told me he had a nice little
check her out, Mallory
run
Poker on socials.
But it's funny. He told me what place you got. I said, I bet he's disappointed. Like after all that grinding, you know, like to finish there, like you're thinking top money, you know. I bet. I can understand. It's a
you get so close and you lose a.
How many times you get? I didn't know how you went out, but I just
speaking of Big O, it's Tuesday, so Rebecca's Big O game is going on right now.
Oh, sweet.
Miss Rebecca Thompson is out there. playing some pokers, grinding away. Sure taking those boys' money. She crushed it on our 5-card high-low game the other night. Just crushed it. I think she won 4 or 5K, which in that chop pot game, pretty juicy.
Heck yeah.
I think the next closest one was like 800 or 900 in profit.
Wow.
So she had a really nice night.
Nice. Yeah, that's a fun game to run good in too, because like you're scooping a lot, right? To make good profit, you have to scoop a lot, and that just means like so many good runouts where you're just like, oh yeah.
The bubble pops this, you can actually catch the.
Yeah, we had a Big O book writer, Greg Vale, was in the booth with me, and kind of let him do his thing and talk strategy and help us out with some of those hands and understanding the game. And we actually had a lot more viewers than I thought. You know, I thought it might turn some people off. You know, that's not many people play that game, but it was actually a pretty fun one. So glad to be part of it. I felt like I learned a lot about Big O.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly popular game here in Texas, right? I mean, you go
San
outside
Antonio
of here.
Huge. Yeah, they love it, San Antonio.
Yeah, outside of the state, it's a little less popular. But, I mean, I think always getting more and more popular. The more cards, the more options. Throw in the low aspect, right? Like, ooh, whole other thing to think about. It's fun.
Little heater going on for Zach now. Hate that you have to get stuck so deep to get on a good run, but that's how you get out of it. Flop the joint here, Broadway.
And have Z-Fish trying to represent the hand that you have.
Yep. Rainbow board. You got one of each yourself.
And now 4.5K behind. Pretty bad card here. Z-Fish can pretty much only have. Well, no, I guess if it's just open and call from the big blind, I guess you can have all of it. But I presume that Queen Jack is never folding. And just like that, we've got Mr. RJ Dupree walking into the booth just in time for a massive confrontation here between Zach and Z-Fish. Going to turn the headset over to him after the conclusion of this hand, but Zach not going anywhere just yet, and with 9,200 in the middle, I can't imagine he's ever folding for his last 3K.
Check and check. Z-Fish gives up, waves the white flag, says, I'm not going to give you any more of my money after you called me twice. And how about almost a full buy-in back for Zach there? Another 4,800 in profit for Zach, so well played.
Yeah, digging himself out of that hole very quickly. That was like less than an orbit, and he's already back.
Yeah, absolutely. And he didn't really have a chance to win that hand, obviously. Close flop there. He was going to have to chop it with the 3 other available queens.
Yeah. All righty. Well, hand number 93, Mr. Aaron McAvoy here, going to go ahead and take off. It's been a pleasure, as always, hanging out with you, Mr. Eric Van Loozen.
There he is. Shout out. Money McAvoy.
Adios, everybody. It was great being here. Look forward to playing here in these tournaments for the rest of the week. Hopefully I run into some of you, and if you aren't already planning on coming to hang out, look for the yellow hoodie.
Look for the yellow hoodie.
Come say hey and get into these tournaments. They're going to be great. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Going to turn it over to the capable hands of RJ Dupree. Adios.
Have a good night, big dog. Ho, ho, ho. Here comes the other bro, RJ Duprizzle.
Yo, yo, what up? How are you guys? Have a good night, Aaron. See you. That is mustard, by the way.
Mustard yellow. And there is the white hoodie.
Pardon me.
RJ
Oh, my
Duprizzle.
goodness.
There he is.
Good evening.
There he is. Bobby, flopping top pair here. This one, gonna check it over to John. Playing a little coy here. Queens and 4s. 9 kicking. And shows he's got the winner, and Bobby's gonna win. Nice little 1,800 in profit. Bobby's stack is up to 15.2K.
I don't know what he had. I just said, someone just texted me. I don't know how you, someone just
Flo Hold'em shouting out the boy RJ Dupree.
What up, Flo? Good to see you in the chat.
Flo money. All right, Z-Fish still down the most, 12.3. John H down a couple of binds, 10K, and Nick down kind of a quiet 6K. Nothing too crazy for Nick tonight.
Looks like one of us has
Been battling.
All right, good to see. So the regulars are bruised up a little bit while Bobby and Jay getting after him a bit.
Yeah, and our new player, Mateo, had his night finally kind of get going just a second ago.
Here we go.
23 years young, coming in from Boston, Massachusetts.
Boston, what up, Mateo?
Got a lot of friends.
Action Ryan's looking at jacks here and hand, what are we, 94?
Yeah, 94.
And I believe we're going to have some action in the straddle as well. No, that's in the hijack. Right behind him, JD's got kings.
RJ Dupree bringing the heat to the booth.
Out.
Jacks versus kings. First hand you come in the booth. Let's go. These two guys like to battle, and they like to talk trash, especially when they're opposite ends of the table. JD's got a knit button, though, and so Ryan's like, wait a minute. Are you just trying to take this one from me?
So Ryan just goes with that small opening to 125, and now it's 450 to 450 on the 3-bet.
Yeah,
10 high flop, let's go. Chaos.
Not a huge 3-bet there. 10 high board is always feels good when you got jacks, but when the opponent behind you keeps the pressure on.
So about 1/3 pot here. So
yeah, can't go anywhere for that size. Hello, king ball.
King ball on the turn. It's a diamond, so there's 3 diamonds out there, but Ryan not holding any diamonds.
Playing more big PLO, Jay?
I did last night. Yeah. It was really good yesterday. I think it just varies on the day, though. I mean, now that my Tyson is playing every day again, it's good.
He makes the game.
Huh?
He makes the game. He makes the game good.
It does.
He like plays big pots like 3 bets, 4 bets, 5 bets more.
Did you think it wasn't like good action?
No, I just think he's probably like knows what he's doing.
Oh, he does. Yeah,
He knows what he's doing, but like he just still makes.
But he just inflates spots. You know, there's way more money on the table when he's there. Him and Ismail. I mean, and then Ben was playing yesterday, so it's like, you know, you got all 3 of them in the
So
same
Ryan in
table.
the tank here facing the $1,100 bet.
Yeah, bet got bigger. Went from 300
got really lucky against
on that
Ismail.
flop to now 1,100.
I mean, like, but you can never fold my hand.
26.65 in the middle. Here we go. Now up to 37.65. Oh, and another diamond.
5 of diamonds. That's
For like
4-card run out on the diamonds. Never good news for the set.
Yeah, it's going to probably go check here. JD's got his knit button, but you're never betting.
Check, 3,700 out there.
It was
Yeah, I felt like neither player knew where the other one totally was on that one. They're both kind of shocked as we go to showdown.
Dangerous. JD's going to take it down, though, and take home 1,900 in profit.
He had kings. I mean, to be fair, I should.
So we had our boy 3-Coin on tonight, RJ, and 3-Coin lasted less than 3 coins. He lasted an hour and a half.
Yeah.
He blasted off chips into infinity, but you know what? Damn it, he had a good time, and we're going to bring it up again. I got to look at my notes again just to make sure I get it accurately. But we have a 3-Coin tournament coming on February the 16th, sponsored by Mr. Randy 3-Coin himself. So he was only with us for an hour and a half tonight, but he said, "Hey, this is my last buy-in. I'm not gonna just blow everything I got in my bag tonight." So came in, had a good time with the boys. Gave us a good jig at the very start, get the action going. So shout out to Randy and 3-Coin and all the folks that support him, because he's a whole lot of fun and such a great supporter of the poker community in the DFW area. So shout out to him. But yeah, that was kind of how the night kicked off. And it's not really slowed down much since then.
There we go.
Got a little more tame, but it hadn't slowed down.
Nothing wrong with 3-Coin getting this party started for these guys. Got a 3-bet here from Jay, and he's on the button with Queen 10 of hearts.
Ain't no party like a 3-Coin party. That is faux show.
Pretty good size 3-bet. He's up $600. And Ryan out there in early position. Gonna limp raise for heaps here. It's 2,400 now on the 4-bet. With the 5-7 off.
All I had to do was speak the name 3-Coin, and his play somehow got into existence here. 7-5 off, being 4-bet by Mr. Ryan.
How much you have behind?
King 10 what? King 10-3.
The black stacks are more than
I got 2 stacks of black and then a bunch of green.
I called flop.
So everybody's out of there
Black
except Z Fish. He's in the small blind with 7-8, and boy, if he could see the cards.
Ryan shows him. Ryan shows the 7-5 offsuit. Well done, my friend. And he's going to win $1,500 in profit.
$1,500 in profit.
You can't lay down for that shit.
You're going to give me a squeeze opportunity while you're talking shit? Yeah, I'm taking it. All right, with a bunch of money back.
That's the same man, JD.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. So we have a production team in the room right behind us. They actually are getting to see everything live. That's why the dealer has a headset on. The dealer is letting her know, players bet X amount, player X folds, letting her know what the action is. And they track all of that in live time, enter that in the system, and then 15 minutes later on the delay, we, with you guys, get to kind of do it all together. And do play-by-play, basically. So we're kind of live with you, even though we're on a 15-minute delay. We're seeing exactly what you're seeing.
So yes, the cards are special. The table is special. So those little target areas in front of the players can actually read the cards.
No, I think it is. I think it is.
And my mom says I'm special.
And Eric is special.
Still 3 tables.
And then the chips, there's nothing fancy about the chips. It's just old school. The dealer is telling the production room the size of the bet.
Yeah, it's quite the job that they have to do, tracking all of the action.
Yeah.
I have like aces all day.
So yeah, when we say thank you to Coop and Tay and whoever's in the production room, we mean it. They're working hard back there, keeping up with every one of these bets for you.
Yep. And they try to correct, fix any errors that they spot, whether it's a misread by the scanner, which obviously technology can do. They try to catch it before it gets back to us and correct it. So it's really cool. It's come a long way, obviously.
We got the easy job.
Yeah, a lot of improvements can still be made, but hell, we have the easy job, and we still screw it up sometimes. So
yeah, that's true.
But yeah, it's advanced, beyond the old.
But we're good at that.
The old school days where you had to guess what everybody had, and then you had the cameras. But the cameras, obviously, there was too much at risk with those cameras. A lot of people were finding ways to cheat through. We don't allow these players to use their phones while they're up here on the stage. They actually have to be off the stage. Every now and then they'll break a rule. We'll have to slap their wrist a little bit. In a tournament live stream, they don't just get their wrist slapped. They get a penalty and have to miss a whole round.
Yeah, the RFID cards and the RFID table, they kind of keep track of each other. They do the hard part. And then we keep track of the buy-ins and the chips, just old school style.
Yep. And, we might be off every now and then by the end of the night, but we're usually pretty damn close. Sometimes players might sneak on some chips and forget to tell the dealer, so we try to track it. Speaking of tracking, there you go. Player stacks. The J Diggles, Joe Daddy, JD, up top, 12.5K in profit. Jay having a heck of a night. It went away fast, but we'll come right back to that. Bobby up about 8K. He's having a good night.
Like Jay was up almost as much as JD, so they're both living high in the penthouse tonight. Z Fish down there in the basement trying to do some work.
Bobby was telling me he's got the grandkids living with him for the time being, a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old, so he's trying to get them
well, I wonder what week he's on.
Yeah,
I wonder what week he's on. Is it still fun?
No, he said he's still having a good time.
I imagine. Bobby probably.
He said they're running him ragged, but he's having a great time.
Yep.
Tell he's a proud grandpa. 7-4 jack.
Well, we got plenty of chips in this pot here, 1,000 to start with.
Yeah, John just took that last one down, got a little money back. Thank you, Chris. We're always trying to get better, man. Any improvements that our fans see and want to see happen, we try to get done, and always things we can work on. Especially us knuckleheads here in the booth. All right, battle of the small pairs here.
Yep, Z-Fish got the best of it, but it's going to be tough to sniff out here with that 7.
A winner? A winner?
It's one day. Oh, I like that. It's that 2-day shit that I don't like. Yeah. I thought they said like, oh, okay. But they're like, Wow. They're going to finish it tonight.
Yeah, Bobby's kind of
tuned into the tournaments going on.
Yeah,
out
he
there.
has the sentiments of a lot of players that I've talked to this week, talking about, you know, just new school poker. And in 2025, it's kind of hard sometimes to get in some of these big tournaments that you got to take 3 days off from work and whatnot. And some of the old school folks still miss those good one-day tournaments, and so he was excited to hear that we still got some one-day tournaments going on.
How big are the blinds right now?
How long are the levels?
Oh, the levels are, I think, 40.
40.
Mateos
40 minutes?
just dragging a pot. Says he ain't so good. Well, he's 23 years old, and he's up 3K. First time here, coming in from Boston.
I don't think
they wouldn't lower it. They pick back up tomorrow. No, they shouldn't.
I wasn't even playing poker at 23,
I just played in the tournament. I don't even know the answer.
he's up here battling. Got excited when Mallory invited him to come down and take on some of these Texas donkeys.
That?
Jump right in. Let's go.
Don't get it twisted. Some of these Texas donkeys have run up
I wonder
50K
if
stacks.
I wonder if he's been in our chat before. I feel like.
I think so.
Yeah, I feel like
Actually, he has, because he said, you know, I probably would recognize your voice.
Enter the tournament,
I met him right before we started, so he said he's been watching ours for a while, so that's why he was excited to come on. He liked us enough to show us face.
I feel like he was one of the Bostonites that we might recognize. Got a few folks up there. Hello to our friends up there in Boston.
Not even gonna fight you, Bobby.
Oh, you didn't refire.
I was committed to that one, bro.
I didn't think it'd be 37
I
at the
know
top, actually.
the only time I played on a stream was our
Hold on, if
stream that we
everybody's
did.
picking
Actually, I
on
played
Z,
on two. I played on a final table on a tournament for charity that we did, and then I was on the Halloween 2 years ago.
Yep.
And let me tell you, when you got all those lights on, I mean, it changes up a little, you know. I mean, you can still lock in and focus once you get situated, but, you know, you don't want to look like a horse's ass up there, you know.
I did.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Oh, yeah, you were on this year's Halloween, weren't you?
No.
You were dealing.
Yeah, I did do
dealing.
that. I did deal it. But just this last Thursday, I was on the featured table in day one of our big tournament. It wasn't streamed or anything, but we had to do our day one tournament table up there on stage.
And so you're claiming that's you on the table?
No, well, that's where I punted my chips. So maybe I can blame the table for that. I don't know.
Well, what are we going to do if we all fire in this big $1 million tournament, and you, myself, and Aaron McAvoy are all on the final table together?
Well, we'll party is what we'll do.
We will party, indeed.
I thought this would roll by really quick, though.
All right, 3, maybe 4 ways in this one.
Let's go. We got some purple in this one.
A little purple stank.
All right, 11:30 in this pot to go. Let's see a flop.
King, queen, 9, 2 clubs. All right, looks like we may actually be down to 2-handed. There's some of that correction that our production team has to do. And they
just
do
a little bit of lag there, but JD's going to take it down.
They do it quickly, and boom. It was Z-Fish and JD in that hand, and JD's going to take home the cheddar there, 980 in profit.
I'm too old for this shit.
All it's done is made me gain weight.
JD says, I'm too old for this.
You're cooking for yourself, bro.
You remember what movie that was from, that the gentleman who was a police officer said that? I'm too old for this.
But I got to start working.
Was it Mel Gibson? It was the other feller.
This weekend, we did a
90s great police officer movies.
Yeah, I don't know. I think of the Tombstone, or not Tombstone, but the Major League scene where the manager's too old for this and goes jumping into showers.
Yeah, he does say that in that movie as well. Good call. Good call. I was thinking Danny Glover, Lethal Weapon.
Okay.
All right, Ryan won a big hand earlier with these same 2 red 3s.
Okay, this time Nick raises it up for him. 225 to go from the hijack. And Ryan's going to get to see a flop versus 3s on the button.
Jay getting a little squirrely since he's running so good. He's got a suited card.
Sauna's bad for your sperm count.
John Nickel, you absolutely can
Now,
order
Z-Fish
it.
is stuck, and he's the last to act here, so this is going to go up.
I was like, oh, well, I go on the sauna.
And it's going to go pretty far up.
We'll get back to the
No more, you're done.
bar and food situation here at our club in just a second. This hand is getting juicy.
So he has brought the heat here. He is 3-bet for 1,800.
The grandbabies live with you? Amazing.
They're at a good age, 10 and 12, but you know they're starting to sprout little horns.
Oh, that's the age, right?
Oh yeah, well.
I got
He's talking about them.
Yeah.
They're sprouting horns.
Hey, I taught 7th grade a few years ago. I'm well aware of those horns.
The 3-year-olds.
Oh, yeah, that's a job right there. My mom taught 6th, 7th, and 8th grade for 40 years, buddy.
Once the sister comes.
Nasty little boogers sometimes.
That is about the age.
I enjoy family life. I really do.
Oh yeah, brother. Me too.
That's the good stuff.
What's the over-under on the amount of times you hear, hell yeah, brother, in a Texas card room? Or Oklahoma, for that
Pretty
matter.
common, pretty common.
Pretty common.
Sure.
Hell
I
yeah,
lost
brother.
all my grandparents before I was. Shit.
1,800 here from C Fish.
Well, that's.
Ryan's on the button with those threes just to itch in here.
Yeah, my dad was like 42 when he had me.
You gotta grow up a little further south, buddy, you know? Me and my wife, we both knew our great-grandparents.
Yeah, that's cool, though. I wish I knew my great-grandparents.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Faster than you because our generation cycles half.
Yeah.
JD knew both his great-grandparents.
Yeah, right? It is.
I lost my last grandma when I was 6, and that was the last grandparent of mine. Let's see. Z-Fish is going to show the ace-jack, win a little $715 in profit.
Yeah, my generations are spread out quite a bit.
Jack 6 of clubs.
My mom's dad, my grandpa, born in 1901, didn't have my mom till he was 48. Her mom was 40.
Yeah. And that's your mom's grandpa?
That is my mom's dad.
Okay, yeah.
Dad.
Your grandpa.
My grandpa, yeah. Born in 1901.
Yeah, I have an 07 grandpa
Played
myself.
football at the University of Texas at 5'6", 155.
Yeah, get him.
155, 5'6" at UT Austin.
Back when the little dudes can get after
Yeah,
it.
that was a fullback back in those days. That was not. That was what, 1919, I think it was, 1918, 1919. I don't know if he actually played, but yeah. You couldn't even be a kicker nowadays at 5'5", 160. Every now and then you get one of those little speedy wide receivers. Of course, we got one on the Cowboys,
Yeah.
Cavante Turpin, who's 5'8" or so, 5'7", 165.
So Nick's getting a little itchy over there in the low jack. He's 3-bet this pot up with King 3 offsuit. Mateos, he kind of had a pretty standard raise up front with those queens, and now he's facing the 3-bet, trying to figure out what he wants to do here.
And he's like, let me see what you have left, Mr. Knit Button, because I got a real hand here. I got the ladies. I'm 23 years old. And I got 2 chicks at the same time. Let's go.
Bumps it up quite a bit. Goes for about 3K right here. Get out of my pot or bring the heat. And they all get out of his pot.
Gotta love the Nick game.
Gotta love the Nick game. Nick's like, yeah, Nick game made me raise with King 3. Another $1,000 in profit going to our fresh face, Mr. Mateos.
7-8 off.
Shoot it.
Tony Ferguson, yeah. Lethal Weapon movie series were indeed good. And sorry, John, Nickel, just getting back to your question. This club here in Dallas, we have BYOB. You can bring your own alcohol. You just have to leave it at the bar, and the waitresses will bring it to you at your request.
How had it?
And
Better
then
than
also, we have keg beer on tap. Right now we got Dos Equis and Ultra, I think is the other beer that we always keep. Michelob Ultra for all you calorie counters.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Complimentary alcohol. Of course, just tip the waitress as she's coming to the table. But yeah, you can sit and have
and then win.
sit and have a couple of beverages. Have a good time.
25 right
You get a discount.
Daniel Dunn joining us. What's going on, Blast?
What up, Dan?
When are you going to grace us with your presence again, man? We got a big tournament series going on.
All right, Nick has ripped it here. Early position with ace-9. He said, I'm tired of this Knit button, and I got an ace. I'm just going to rip it.
He lost the last Knit game, so he's excited. He'll take that $90.
One hand?
Gets rid of the Knit yield sign.
Jack's in the muck again.
I'm ripping it. I'm button, baby.
And he is safe.
One time?
One hand.
I like the just lean back right out.
One time?
I saw the ace of spades and was like,
800 mil, no shot.
You're a dart.
And that's going to be Jay losing the Knit game.
There we go, the greatest. What is that called?
Caption, the greatest
the greatest graphics in all of sports.
Graphics in all sports.
Jay has lost the knit button game.
And gets it blasted on screen for everyone to see.
So now he has to splash this pot. I believe he splashed it for
$800.
800 at once?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is going to make Ryan try to steal.
Yeah, sometimes they do 400 and 400 in 2 different hands. Sometimes they do it all at once. It looks like tonight, $800 all at once.
Yep.
Try to spice this thing up.
He's coming along. He's had enough of my shit tonight. Huh? He hasn't got to punish
that
me
was
once.
obviously a huge raise in a 5, 10, 25 game, opening for 500, but there was 800 dead dollars out there.
Bink me.
Ace, Jack, Jack, a big old flop here.
Come on,
Z-Fish going to land the best of it as we are heads up in this pot. How are we heads up?
Ryan says, please bink me.
Unbinked.
Unbinked, for sure.
Drawing dead now. Z-Fish has it locked up, but Ryan's going to ship about 2,200 or so.
24?
2,400 out there.
Yeah.
And Z-Fish is a little bit on the stuck side. He is not folding an ace right now.
He does not believe Ryan has a jack or a better ace.
I'm such an idiot. I got me that jack. I'm an idiot.
And you hear Ryan's critique of the hand as he checks.
Ryan critiques himself.
And Z-Fish will check, go to showdown, and take that pot down about 6,500 in it. Not a skinny rabbit at all.
33-30 going to Z-Fish in pure profit there.
Yeah, for some of our new friends in the chat, I am RJ Dupree alongside Eric Van Loozen. And earlier tonight we had Aaron Money McAvoy in the booth.
That's right. Aaron's in town. He's going to play in that deuce through 7 single draw tomorrow.
There we go. Go stack them up, Aaron. Get it.
Of course, he's going to also play in the final table when that comes around. Get on Poker Atlas or TexasCardHouse.com. Click on the Trailblazer Poker Tour tabs that you see. It'll get you a full schedule of all the events going on through February 3rd, highlighted by that $1 million main event. That kicked off today, first couple of flights. Come on, fellas, help the dealer out. Push those chips out there. Miss Mary.
All night long. That's the redraw. Never gonna stop. Never gonna stop.
One of the best hands I've had in an hour, bro. Yeah.
Z-Fish going to take down another $430, so he's on a little mini heater here, trying to get unstuck. And of course, once we are done, February 3rd, just a few weeks later, Trailblazer Poker Tour is going to make a pit stop in Houston at the newest location down in Houston. They've already stopped in Spring, north of Houston. $500,000 main event, $100,000 multi-day no-limit hold'em tournament as well. 10 tournaments total. They kind of split those up between the two Houston rooms, so that's going to be a nice event there for that new room. It's a beautiful room, great restaurant. So into February, y'all go down there and play in those tourneys. Trailblazer Tour has been really awesome.
That's good, because I may need a mulligan after the effort I put forth the other day.
You went full-on Tom Tupa, huh?
Dude,
just punt.
Full Tom Tupa, punted it into the bleachers. Yeah.
All right, 14.
On the featured table.
Z-Fish on a little heater.
Here we go. Z-Fish going to 3-bet it up to 800, and Ryan
says, you know what?
I got jiggities, and I'm getting it in there. 82.95, the all-in bet from Ryan.
Z-Fish is basically being told, wake up, brother, with it or go home. And he's like, well, I got ace-king.
Ace-king, Will. He is not scared to wake up with ace-king.
Whatever you want, Ryan.
Who's got the ace-king?
I don't know, man. How much we playing for?
8K, 17K.
All right, we can go twice. We can go twice for something.
Big enough for twice.
Big enough for twice, they say. Jacks versus the ace-king on their backs. Players decide to show this one.
Ace-king going to pick up some outs here for that wheel draw. King on the turn. So round one's going to go to Z-Fish. Ace-king lands. Always nice to get that top board. Puts a little sweat on the second one. King on the second one.
Right there.
Ryan's
there we
gonna
go.
need a jack.
No, I can't.
Jack only for Ryan. No help. Z-Fish with a monster. Nearly a $17,000 pot going to C2.
Z-Fish is indeed on a heater. Lord have mercy.
Long way to go. I was just trying to help.
What a hand. That is going to get him as close to even as he's been
Now I know how you made the final table.
all night long.
You're on my shit list, bro.
One hand? Jeez, man, it's so sensitive.
For you, you know.
I love it when you guys strike each other's nerves a little.
What am I buying 2 overs?
Looks like that is going to do it for our boy Ryan, and we always love having him on because not only is he action, but he's a lot of fun.
He is.
Really good guy.
He is good for the game, good action, a lot of fun. And you can see he's going to be down 7,000, 8,000 tonight.
And he brings a WWE or something belt with him, so, I mean, how can you go wrong? So Z-Fish is still not unstuck. He's still down 2K. Still work to do. Look at those chips over there.
A couple heaps over there, a couple shoe boxes full of chips, and he's still down a bit.
I won't say names, but that reminds me of a couple dealer friends of mine that like to play here late at night back in the day. And they'd have like a $3,700 stack in a 1-2 game. And you'd say, hey, man, are you up heaps? No, I'm still down $100, you know, in a $300, $500 buy-in.
I think that last pot got me ahead $200.
Bust out and then 10,000 add-on. That's all I thought. I'm
gonna go back to those days.
You got to see me rip my final $100 the other day with the nice king suited against the queens, and we ran it twice because the player, you know, wanted to, and I said, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hit either board, did I?
Whiff, whiff.
Whiff, whiff.
You and I run like commentators.
Better in the booth. Beginner's luck, indeed. We've seen that a couple times, haven't we, Mr. Daniel Dunn?
I need to go make my maiden game up there in the lights, and then retire.
I'll take jacks against ace king. You can have ace king. Yeah.
Don't you make it?
This game comes down to flipping.
And after the jacks versus the ace king, we now have the queen deuce versus the 5-4.
All right. 5-4 takes it down, $335 in profit for Jay.
Gets that deuce to fold.
Yeah, there, deuce.
30 minutes away.
Well, Aaron and I had Taco Bell in the booth without you tonight.
Did you?
Yeah, we did.
I thought about bringing some, but I ended up.
Well, I owed him for a bet. I still owe you a bite or two. No, I don't, damn it. I owed you pizza the other night.
That's right. You're off the hook.
Off the hook for a little while.
Yep.
Until I lose my next bet.
Yep, until you play Streamlabs again and get crushed.
Yep. Speaking of, we're going to get our gamble on in the Streamlabs. Still 330 y'all tuned in. We got about 30 minutes left of this awesome 5-10.
Hello, big hand.
25 no limit hold'em game.
Bobby's in the small blind with kings. He's going to 3-bet it up to 600. Nick has a suited ace deuce on the button. And we will see a flop. Pretty good flop here for kings. That small pairing of the board, 6-6-5 on the flop. Not enough spades for Nick. He'll just
I got him.
He'll just let Bobby have it.
Bobby's had kings, I think, 3 times and queens 3 times tonight.
Okay.
I didn't say it.
I didn't crack. Yeah, I know. I tried to crack them fucking earlier.
Bobby has that quintessential, like, just good old Texan, Southern voice.
Yeah.
You love to hear at the table because you know when you hear it, you're going to have a good time. And I told him that before we got on that we love when he's on the stream because he's always having a good time. So shout out to Bobby and any of his friends and family members if y'all have been watching him. He's a joy to have on our stream or on a table.
Bobby is a good time.
All right. Nick has the jacks this time. Just going to put in a call for $100. Zach says, why not? I got the dirty diaper.
Bobby makes me want to just take a little road trip up to Texoma, play some golf at Tanglewood, and hang out for the weekend.
If you have one.
7, 8, 10, 2 diamonds.
Almost.
Jacks are going to like this flop.
I can't even bet the turn.
Jack 10's going to like this
I
flop.
guess he can if it's his last 15. You can bet for 25, sir.
So it checks around to the cutoff where Nick bets 1,700 with his jacks. Now John H. trying to decide what to do with his Jack 10. Everyone else gonna
Wait, he's not. Oh, he's not.
We got $15.
take the train and head to the muck, so we're gonna be heads up, John H. and Nick. 8 of clubs here on the turn. And John, what just happened here? I think somebody has ripped it. Oh, okay, so Nick is all in. Oh, he has $45 left. So Nick's all in for that last 45. This pot's almost up to $4,000. Jacks are gonna be good. 5 of diamonds on the river, no help for John H.
Ryan left his pizza, man.
Nice little double up there for Nick.
Oh, there's pizza over there?
Yeah, it's a little on the old side, but it's pizza.
Doc Hollywood in the chat. What up?
2 days later, bro.
Doc Hollywood, you still hanging around, brother?
Still hanging around.
Man, we got a real doctor in the house checking out us.
Checking us out.
And he's one of the coolest cats when he's in the room every time. So we kind of feel privileged, Doc, when you're in the chat.
He gave me a gift one time, and
What's your
by golly, I had a little
go-to
sip of that gift last night, so I thought it was
The
I appreciate it.
Jelly of the Month Club, huh?
Yep.
Is it close to here?
Clark, that is the gift that keeps on giving.
I'm sure they have some around.
Well, I sure appreciate it and enjoyed a little bit yesterday evening.
Where it has all these crispy edges. It's so freaking good. What's the other one that I like?
Now this hand here is a bunch of rags. Hand 109 goes down in flames. E-Fish gets a walk. What is up with that?
We actually saw a walk, one of our first 2 hands tonight. We were like, what is going on here? And then 3 or 4 hands later, it was all in with like a 5-4, Ace-7. We actually had all in for over 10K. Pocket 5s for Jay. 3 coin, had Ace-7 offsuit, and they got it all in. 3. We're like, okay. And Mateo, you could tell how wide-eyed he was. He's like, is this what I sat down to? Pocket 5s
Yeah, the
versus...
new guy's like, what?
Pocket 5s versus Ace-7? He said, well, I'm in for a night. It probably kind of affected his game early on where he just kind of wanted to sit back and watch things. But he's played pretty well since.
Yes, sir. Cheers, indeed.
Oh, shit, she did?
Zach's got 2 letters. Got Queen and a Jack, and Mateo's right behind him. King and a Jack.
2 bigger letters, and he's done this a few times tonight. He's taken these kind of middling hands and saying, I think I got the best hand here. 3 bets, King Jack, takes it down.
Whether you were gonna call or not.
You don't see a lot of 1-2 players, low stakes players, 3-betting King Jack. Of course, it would rarely work at a 1-2 game. You're going to get 6 callers.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, these stacks are deep enough in Dallas, in particular. The $500 1-2 game, the stacks are deep enough where you do see a lot of King Jack 3-betting from the blinds. But people don't have the stacks and the ability to really play back at it, you know what I mean? So it works a lot.
Yeah, John H.
Every time I try it, I get smoked.
For sure. John H. definitely having a little rough go at it, but he's still giving it hell. We've seen him do really well on some of our streams, but this hasn't been his night. Was not 3 coins night. Really hadn't been Z-Fish's night until really the last orbit.
Right. I brought, let's see, I brought Z-Fish some luck. That's about it for tonight.
got a new Paisano.
Bobby's probably up since I got here.
Not a
And Nick.
big raise from John H. So Mateo says, you know what? I got another strong hand. Pocket 10s. He's going to 3-bet it.
You just set it in your fridge the night before. The next morning, you pull it out. You put it in a container with a little oil, set it in the oven. With no
When John saw him when they sat down, he said, they let 12-year-olds in here? so maybe that has something into this hand here. Let's see if we get a little frisky.
Yeah. See if those needles sting a little bit.
They talked about it later in the middle of a hand across the table. It's kind of funny.
Top and bottom.
He said, yeah, I haven't heard that one before.
It's got one of those.
What do you usually do? You just do like pepperoni?
Well, for the kids, I do pepperoni. For me, I'll put mushrooms, onions, black olives.
Yeah.
You know.
Nice.
And I use my whole mozzarella with mine, and then I put the shredded with theirs. You know.
All right, I looked it up, Bobby. Jets is a nationwide chain.
Thank you.
There's none in like Dallas proper. They're like
So Mateos goes with the small lead out there. Little continuation bet, able to take it down.
Dallas, I don't know.
That's weird.
Bobby was talking about Jets Pizza. I have heard of Jets Pizza. I don't know if I've ever had it.
Or maybe just like when they like, I haven't heard of them, so maybe when they were like exploding.
Next time I play the stream, I'll bring some.
He's going to bring some Jets Pizza.
Here we go.
I'm out of town next week, so
Ready.
I'm going to text Mallory and be like, if he doesn't bring pizza, he's fucking banned.
Yeah, if he doesn't bring Jets Pizza, Bobby is banned from the live stream.
Eat a slide, swim, everybody gets you.
I don't think there's any in Dallas, but maybe over. He lives in Carroll, so or no, not Carroll, Keller. So it may be a little bit more in that area.
A little more out the way. My Dallas map.
Fort Worth
So
area.
since I've come down here, my Dallas map's not terrible. It's getting better.
What are we looking at here?
We're still not up to date on everything.
Well, the map stays the same. Do you mean
My
your knowledge of it?
the
Okay.
map. Yes.
I gotta do it.
So yeah,
I gotta
Keller
remember to do that.
over there, north of Speedway area,
Uh-huh.
stuff like that. Okay.
Closer to Fort Worth, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't. Such a pretty hand, too.
Bobby. Yo, Cook County Mumbler in the house. 3, 5, 6. I see somebody.
Is this happening? Is that Nick?
It looks.
Is that our boy on tilt, Nick?
I do see a Nick sighting there.
I mean, not many people can get away with a pink
Hey, congrats on that
sweatshirt.
video. That's sick. The one.
You gotta talk to this Mallory.
That's right.
Yeah, it is Nick. Shout out to our boy on tilt, Nick.
Does he? Let's go.
Yeah, Doc in the chat. Come on, Jay Diggles. Let's donate some of those chips.
Jay Diggle's sitting on 13.4K in profit. I don't
Yeah.
think he shares that sentiment, Doc.
It is tough to get him to move
But the last time
when he's in the green.
Doc did put this out into
Okay.
the poker sphere, it did indeed happen.
Okay, let's go.
So even though this is 15 minutes delayed,
He posted
Doc
this
has the
video,
ability
like,
to get in the
Okay.
inner workings of our hands
It's like
Oh, yeah.
them taking.
mess JD up a little bit.
Like these
Z
Mexican
Fish
workers
3
outside
bets
of
here
Mexico
with his
and
big
give
slick.
them all money and bring them to the casino.
John over there.
And they all win.
He will make the
I don't
call
know,
with
like,
his 8-9
at least the
offsuit.
video,
He is
I don't know
trying
exactly
to
what
land
it is,
something over there in the 8
And it's
seat.
like, and the video,
Trying to get
I looked
something
at it,
going,
like,
and
it
bing.
came
How
out
about
bang. I was like,
2 8s in the 8 seat?
It's got a few
8,
thousand views. It had,
8.
130,000 views.
Deuce
yesterday.
this flop.
Yeah. Like
They speak English?
the guys in the video, not really.
Are they running from ice?
What's up? But it's really well edited. It's like it makes it like a really like feel good. Like the guys are like so happy to be. The guys are like so happy to be there and stuff. So I was like, damn, this is a good video.
Yeah. It's like,
They did a good job.
It's like Mr. Beast. It's Mr. Nick.
Big old
That's
queen
the-
here
I guess
on the
that's the goal.
turn. John will check.
Yeah, I skipped through. I could it was like 40
Z
minutes long.
Fish
I didn't watch the whole thing. I
also
watched
checking.
the Instagram reel of it.
Oh, there you go.
Like the.
Pardon me, that turn is a 7.
Crazy world, man. I love it,
Graphics
though.
threw
I mean,
me
I love
off
it,
there a
too.
little
I
bit.
tell my grandson,
8-8-2-7-4. Okay, now graphics are caught up. That is the correct board. John H. going to rip it here on the river.
So
Z Fish in the muck.
So he's going to coding school, just baby steps, you know. See if it'll take.
Nice hand there for
If I was
John.
like 20,
The hand,
I would
the
start-
hand.
And I like knew I would
Going
I would,
in
like,
the
I would
right
start posting
direction.
dumb poker shit.
Yeah,
Like-
and you know, even the kids, they post playing
Still
with their dolls and
329
stuff.
viewers
They get
coming
all
at us
kinds of
tonight.
shit, bro.
Thank you guys so very much.
You have to be willing to like.
Lee Botman wanting to know who lost the knit games
Well, the last
tonight.
one I can remember is Jay.
Jay in our 1C.
I mean, you're
the others, I don't know.
Like self,
Bobby
you're
lost
promoting it.
one.
It's social media, you're like, look at me.
Okay,
like,
okay.
And I know Nick lost
kinda what
one.
social media
What?
But I mean, Mr. Beast
And
is
we
not-
might be missing somebody, but
He's solid positive. He's
is. Yeah.
Zach in early position with the ace queen.
I will. I promise you I will.
Thank you.
Makes the raise to 125.
I did see that like there was a period of time where like there was, you know, they always like ask kids in like 6th grade like, what do you want to grow up, right? These like these services. And there was
Those astronaut, fireman, doctor.
you know what it was like a couple years ago? Number 1, Twitch streamer.
Ace, king, jack. Big old flop here.
I mean, yeah.
Zach's going to land the best of it with that ace, queen. Not a lot of holdings out there. A couple of weak aces. We'll see what they have to say.
And I'm telling you, they get a lot of followers.
The young kids
Teos, he throws his weak ace right away.
Bobby's mid-story here, but he's going to come along, see if he can't improve, and he does with a spade draw.
Spade draw.
Just like get addicted to it. They're just like watching this crazy shit. After I watched the video with like my friend's kid, I'm like, what the fuck do you want to watch? He's in love.
Zach holding one spade over there. Still got the best of it with ace queen. Bobby's going to need a deuce or a spade. 6 of clubs.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm just like, you know, they're just.
Oh, the kids that like do the
Zach could definitely put a small bet out here and get called potentially, but he's just going to check it down.
Almost caught up.
Check goes to showdown.
It used to be like educational, also now it's just
Jack's
like.
well, I'm glad you didn't catch up because I have not been running good.
After all the turn, I was like, oh,
There's no storylines. Just like.
Nice hand there for Zach.
Yeah, 11:30 in profit.
Of course, the players, when On Tilt Nick came to the table, they're talking about the video that Nick and Eric put out,
Right.
the On Tilt boys.
Sure, I've seen a
And
few of those.
They put out the video of them picking up some day laborers at a gas station somewhere.
Okay.
Some guys that were looking for work. They picked them up, took them out, and they said, we're going to surprise you. And they were like, where are you taking us? And they said, don't worry, we're going to have a blast. They took them to the casino.
Oh, dear.
And let them get after it. Took them to hang out at their house a little bit, ate some food with them, just hung out with them, showed them a good time and paid them for it. So, some of the hardest working guys you see out there, those day laborers that just looking for a day's work. And the On Tilt boys took them out, showed them a good time, took them to the casino, and made sure they had a day's pay.
When I was a kid, my dad installed kitchen equipment for restaurants and hauled and installed kitchen equipment for restaurants, and that work is
not easy.
Not a lot of fun, yeah. And he had a bunch. He would often have a group of day workers that would help him out, and those guys love that stuff, man. That's tough work, and a little bit of philanthropy when you can get those guys some work, so it's kind of fun.
Oh, I did not. Fuck, me and JD at the same time.
I am super loud.
I saw the 9 and I was like, oh shit.
JD's going to win 375 with that big 3-bet from the blinds. Talked to a little bit about that earlier. And
Yeah, so it was one of their latest vlogs the On Tilt boys put out, and then they actually have the video up on YouTube as well. So
I'll have to go check that one out.
Check that out. It was a lot of fun. Obviously, a couple great guys, poker ambassadors in our community that are putting out great content. They're having fun doing what they love, and then they allowed some hard-working guys to enjoy a nice day off and still get paid for it. So shout out to you guys for doing that, man. That was really cool to see.
It's got to be 20. When I hit my 20K mark, it's.
I worked construction one summer on rooftops in Dallas with some of the hardest working sons of guns, and they worked, and I was in shape. I was a football player in high school, right? I'm fresh out of high school thinking these guys ran circles around me. And I was like, man. So shout out to all those dudes out there doing the hard work.
All right, Doc says John's on the grind here, and this time he flops a set with those sevens. J7.
Seti Maggette for John H. Doc Hollywood maybe put this one into existence.
If you want the puppy part, though, I want that. I mean, I know what to pay that.
Not a whole lot out there, but Nick does have bottom pairs. So he'll stick around for a turn anyway.
The puppy's fun, though. You also can't
400 now from John.
It's going to take a big bluff or something to make Nick continue. And John's like, son of a gun. That's part of not running good when you just can't get anything going.
Oh, nice. I watched a little bit of that Mariano one recently. It's a good game. Very good game.
Did you see the hand where that guy shoved like queen 10 on the double pair board? That hand was nuts. It's like 4.
Oh, T1000. That hand was that
Mateo's the GOAT, says Ronan Hurley.
Got a Mateo fan in the chat.
Man, we've had fans in the chat of his since we kicked off. He's got 16,000 Instagram followers.
There we go.
He's only been doing this live stuff with the poker content for about 3 or 4 months now. So,
but then he got a lot of it back quick.
Great for him. He's been traveling.
He was gambling.
Young man doing something he loves. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, when we got the puppy, he was like real young. We were trying to switch out a bunch of like.
That's what we're counting on Doc Hollywood for, is to manifest some of this stuff.
So like every single day, we have to take my mom somewhere. Just like, there's like a small window like where it's like.
Okay, let's go.
Between like 10 weeks and like.
All right, Jay's gonna raise it up under the gun.
Yeah, between like 10 weeks and like 12 to 14 weeks.
Battle of, I guess this is big blind and straddle, yes?
Under the gun and big blind, it says.
Chilling, but you're kind of just taking like we meet people week off. Like you're just trying to take them anywhere. Like show
Yeah, that would be our straddle.
as much stuff as possible. So that way when they encounter it later in life, like let's go find out.
Oh, you are committed to it.
You know, we couldn't even do everything. There's like this checklist.
Why so big, Jay, on that board?
Why
so big?
Why so big, Jay?
Because I had nothing.
Me neither. It looked like you had nothing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, why would you bet 450 on King 10?
I'm just trying to bully you, man.
I'm 9 high.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we're pretty much at the same.
You had me beat? I had you beat.
Jack,
Yeah, it's fun to see Jay on the stream tonight. I know he's probably made an appearance or two.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I know so. I had to kind of reintroduce myself to him just because I haven't seen him that much. Plays a lot over there at Las Colinas.
Yeah, I've been seeing him a lot in the Las Colinas room, and
PLO too, right?
a little bit of PLO, mostly the Hold'em games, and he's found himself in situations where he's been playing some heads-up Hold'em for nice little stacks, you know, 25, 50 and whatnot, heads up and whatnot. It's funny, he was talking the other day. He's like, man, I don't really seek a heads-up game. I just happen to land a few of these, and so I had a good opportunity to visit with him, so I was anxious to see his game tonight. And now he gets to 3-bet here with the queens.
I'm pretty
For
sure
about
I'm ahead.
3,500.
just whatever you want, man.
Nick's like, can we go twice, man?
Exactly 2 kings.
I did see Ace Jack in the muck.
So yeah, he gets a 3-bet here with the queens, and Nick shoves it in there with pocket fives. So Jay's going to make the call. We got 73.90 in this pot.
Spades are live.
Yeah, it would have been a sweat.
5 only now. 6 of clubs. No help
Missed him by 1.
for Nick. They're going to run it twice.
Wants to keep it low.
Jack 9-4.
Missed him by 1 again.
Oh, yeah.
Spade is live.
Yeah.
Spade or 5?
Oh,
for Nick.
5 to stay alive.
It's always that last card when you run it twice.
Now's a good time to say
Man, it's tough to get those through. Nick's going to beat the 5, and he will stick around.
He showed me 6-5. Most of you like, I'm about to have like, oh, shut the fuck up. Don't tell me.
No, I don't do that. John does that. I don't do that.
Mary saves the day.
I folded an ace.
I do that stuff all the time. I love it.
Nice hand there, boys.
Y'all just love hurting people.
I do. Yeah, I love it. I fold it all your own.
I don't know. I don't like when people tell me.
You don't want to know?
I had right a pair. Someone had the same pair as me.
And we're through 118 hands tonight. 4 hours and 45 minutes into this. Just got a few more hands left. Shout out again to Taylor and Cooper, the production team, doing a great job tonight. All the action tracking, getting us set up. Shout out to Mallory for the lineup put together tonight.
11 left. We're getting sweaty down there. Still not in the money. They've been playing for 12 hours.
And of course, shout out to all of our dealers tonight. We had
Well, they'll say what's the average stack.
Mary here. We had Jacob first time on the stream, and of course G Money, Mr. Glenn.
Yeah, tonight in the room, the $2,500 high roller Hold'em event is tonight. So we got some ballers out there in the room tonight, battling it out for that high roller title.
Hide your wives, hide your kids, because we got ace queen suited and ace king in this hand. JD got all the players covered right now. Good chance he's going to put some more money in here with John only having 3.8K behind.
Like I was working as a product manager at a tech company.
And he decides just to play it a little slow.
A little over half a year ago, and then I quit for like
Bobby got out of the way.
Started doing content.
Oh, look at this flop.
Hello, King 10, 4, 2 hearts.
You make videos?
If the money does not get in,
I might do I might make a YouTube video out of this.
call me Shirley.
What's your candle?
All right, so JD's going to check his ace queen of hearts. John H. bets 400.
Sweet, yeah.
About half pot into this little fella.
Content?
How long you been doing it?
John H. has
2.5 months, 3 months.
a little over $3,000 remaining here.
Every day. I mean, it was super fucking cringy in the beginning.
And JD wasting no time. We're going to do it.
John closes his eyes, says a prayer to the poker gods, and rips it in.
Big flops deserve big pots. Here we go.
I don't.
85-80 in this one. We're going to run it twice.
JD looking for a royal flush.
Jack heart is what he needs.
John's going to get that one.
9 of spades. JD down to one last card, and it's a heart. Did I mention it's hard to get past that last card?
That last stinking card saves the life of Nick the hand before and saves JD from having to double up John H there. And there you go. The play styles tonight. Nick and Bobby have been calling stations. Z-Fish, loose aggressive. John H, loose aggressive. Zach and JD, tight aggressive. Mateos and Jay evidently are the nittiest of the nits. How about
the
that?
Nit square.
Courtesy of RF Poker.
Here we go.
Take a screenshot of that bad boy and send it to the players.
By the way, the $2,500 high roller event for the Trailblazer series, there are 10 players remaining. 6 players get paid tonight. 37,000 up top for the high roller. 46 entries. And by the way, Randy 3-Coin himself in the final 10.
Right now?
Right now.
No.
Yeah, he didn't quite make it home, apparently.
He didn't quite make it home. He just punted off 14,000 on the cash game.
Now
and he's in a tournament?
He is in the high roller over there with 10 remaining.
No, y'all go give Randy some good luck.
Oh, yeah, he needs to run it through those guys. Just back them up.
All the money you just lost back, Randy.
Yeah, you can just like be 30 and just hop
He almost made it to the door.
Yeah, I mean, I quit my tech job, moved in with my parents.
Easy game.
Z-Fish getting a little bored over here. He says, I got a suited king.
I tried that trick earlier. Didn't go well.
You have a job, right?
Small profit, but he'll take it down. Gladly.
Have you seen how I play?
Yeah, I'm gonna say you play like
this.
Oh no, every like Friday, Wednesday, all of a sudden I see JD at the card house. I'm like, what kind of job is that?
There you go. JD still up almost 14K. Jay up 11.5. Bobby up 7.4. Mateos, our new face, up 4.5. And Zach.
Jay's hand and he wouldn't even let
Zach has climbed up pretty good.
He's climbed back. He's up 2K now.
Z-Fish has climbed up pretty good. He's got 27,000 in that stack over there, and he's still down 2,000.
He was down about 1.6. That's the closest to even I think he's been. But with that mound of chips right there and just a few hands left, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And we got some hands here. Look at these holdings. Jay's going to 3-bet it up. 750 to go with that ace-king.
And Z-Fish and our 1 seat, Jay, have been battling tonight.
Okay.
So let's see what happens here. Uh-oh.
Nice. And Z-Fish got some suited canooters there. He's sticking around.
I open UTG, guys. Like, what are we doing?
What does that mean, UTG?
Yeah, that sounds like something that you have to see the doctor for if
Yep.
you got a UTG.
No respect.
Zach's been reading that open UTG book
I have
again.
a tight under the gun range.
And yet you still fucking play.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think
And the open from UTG is now in the muck.
In the muck.
damn it.
Gosh darn it, he said.
So Nick is all in here for 36.45. Jay just rips it, by the way. All the skillets.
Come on, Nick.
Into
Jay's acting all mad that Z-Fish didn't call.
Yeah,
'cause
he was ready to play.
He really wants Z-Fish's chips. They've been battling, really needling each other all night long.
Now, he would have loved to have got that $16,000 side pot in with Z-Fish.
All right.
Oh, ace king. Okay, sweat. Okay.
2 spades.
Pretty good flop here for Nick.
Always the turn.
You've been good, Dave. You've been good.
5 will chop, ace or king will win it for Jay.
Yep.
Jack ball on the river. Nick holds.
I told you.
Okay, let's run it twice. That's
Oh, we are going to run it twice.
That's so much fun the first time.
You gotta give me an
Ace
Ace
in the window.
comes right on out.
Hey.
Hold on.
Hey.
Hold
Hey,
on.
why are we waiting?
Hey.
I just said hold on.
Hey. Hey.
Let's just barely chop this up.
I would have ran it once. And
Jay says, why are you guys picking on me?
Pocket fives, I just would have.
Nice hand there. Of course, Nick wanting that full double up to get him right.
That 7-8 suited Z-Fish
I had a jack.
would not have done much.
Yep. Mary's going to chop that one up.
Chop both.
Well, if you missed last week's stream, we did something a little different. We had Big O, 5-card high-low, Big O. We had Greg Vale, a book writer and professional PLO and Big O game player.
Yeah, shout out to Mr. Bell for coming in, hanging out with you.
He's a coach, he's a life coach, he's a poker coach, does all kinds of this really cool stuff. He's been in the poker world outside of his short military experience since he was 18. Quit his full-time job, became a poker player, did a stint in the military, got out, and went right back to poker. But Rebecca has a game Sunday and Tuesday. If you like that stream and want to learn how to play that, you can sit around and join in. Really fun game. I felt like I got a lot smarter on that game just by having Greg here with us. But if you want to learn a little bit about high-low, Greg put on literally a clinic for free that you can watch last week's stream. Big O, 5-card, high-low.
I feel like
you win this one.
I feel like
free clinics.
Yeah, they're out there playing right now on table 9, I believe.
Yep.
I'm dead.
Rebecca's game going on Tuesdays.
That is Miss Rebecca Thompson.
Oh my God, I
Is
have
it
a
flip
wrap
time?
in my hand.
Say it ain't so.
Middling cards.
Airframe, thank you very much for that. It was really fun, man. I learned a lot.
I got 5-6.
It is flip 30.
It is flip 30. That means this is
I had
the
no
last
idea.
hand, I guess.
Ace or 9?
I didn't even know they were kicking us out.
I have the nuts.
6, 7.
6, 7's going to be the nuts. I hear that coming from Zach's voice.
I quit.
Oh my God, it's top set.
Top set kings go up in flames.
Down in flames. Flames are good. I guess so. Whatever.
With hearts as well, he said.
That's a good one to win.
Zach is
All of
laughing.
it down.
Zach is laughing all the way to victory, I think. Here, let's see if Mary pushes this pot his way. Does it come over here to the 9 seat? Yes, it does. So that will probably get Zach more than unstuck. Nice night there.
There we go, Zach.
Nice end of the night. Looks like the players are taking
He
off
is
those
in the
microphones.
green.
There you go. JD up 13K, Jay up 11.6, Bobby 6.9, Zach now up 5.3 after that one. And our new player, Mateos, won 4K.
Here we go.
And great job. E-Money, thank you for chiming in there. Says he's coming to Dallas from Boston next week.
Here we go. Some more Bostonians. I know those guys love us up
Bring
there.
the Bostonians on down, man. We got a blast. RJ Dupree, this is Eric Van Loosen. Of course, Aaron McAvoy was here those first 4 hours. Thank you guys again for tuning in and making it so fun. We always have a blast. That's why we keep going back. Couldn't do it if you guys weren't there viewing our live stream. So, again, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and keep engaging in the chat. We love it.
Yeah. Happy stacking out there, TCH. We'll see you. Good night.
Good night.